What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Monday, June 2nd, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, Texas baseball season is over. What went wrong for the Longhorns in the Austin Regional? We will perform a way too early autopsy on the 2025 Texas baseball team. On the other hand, the Texas softball team is one win away from reaching the Women's College World Series final. We'll talk about the Horns' huge win over Oklahoma on Saturday and preview what comes next for Mike White and company. We know that the NBA Finals are set. The Indiana Pacers knock out the New York Knicks in Game 6. We've got some Texas football to get into. Scotty Scheffler wins again. I've got some Delta Airlines stories to talk about because, of course, I do. And we've got a lot to get into in the world of sports and beyond over the next couple of hours right here on Bucky and BK. Hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. Thank you all for starting your week with us. How are you, my man?
I am doing well, man. How are you there in the Empire State?
I'm doing great in the Empire State. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, I'm doing good. It was a good weekend here. It was warm. It's starting to pick up. So once again, if you don't get your Woods comfort system deal, it's about to start happening here. We got a week coming up, BK, with some possible rain during the week, but we also the humidity from the wetness that we had from last week, boy, is it steaming up here. By mid-morning, boy, it gets to be a little warm out. That's because my dumb ass is out there shoveling stones around, but that's okay. Got a good workout in yesterday, feeling good. Hey, gone about 4 straight days with 3 meals each day. Yeah, I'm there. I'm getting there. I'm going to get that. I'm going to be 160 by the end of August. I'm going to hit that 160 mark on a daily basis.
Fat.
Yeah, I'm going to get fat. Dude, I do notice a little something coming over my shorts here when I buckle them up. I don't think I'm going to stay at that 30 waistline for very long. I think I'm going to be right back to 32 here, putting that on. But eating good. Hey, had some cabbage and beef. My wife cooked cabbage and beef, a little German dish for me. I had a steak last night.
Oh,
yeah, I'm not playing around. I'm after it.
You're not trying to be the big man anymore. You're trying to be the fat man now.
That's where I'm going. If I have to go that way. How was your trip? How was moving around?
Trip's good. I got to brag for a second. I am currently in Scarsdale, New York.
Scarsdale.
About an hour away from the city, and the current temperature, 56 degrees Fahrenheit. The high today is 70 degrees. And, spent the weekend in the city, got some nice weather, a little bit of rain, but temps in the 70s and low 80s. And, man, it is nice to get away from the Texas heat for a little bit this time of the year.
You can go kind of long sleeve polo if you want to there.
The low today is 49.
Shit, it's cold. Forget that.
I only brought one sort of pullover. It's a little colder than expected, but
no, that's a no golf day for me.
Yeah, it's chilly, but the next couple of days the highs are mid to upper 70s and low 80s. So it's it's nice to be here. Obviously, we'll be doing shows all week long, and of course, we're on the Eastern time schedule up here, so it's a little past 8 o'clock for me, just around the city. But it's good, nice. No craziness.
Really nice. I know you may get a breakfast taco somewhere, but they've got some nice little places to have breakfast in that part of the world.
Yeah, I'm not eating any Mexican or Tex-Mex or barbecue up here.
No.
And I've had some good. I'm such a tourist when it comes to New York food, right? Like I've seen the Empire State Building. I've done the 9/11 Memorial. I'm not a huge museum guy in general, but I've done the most important stuff I think there is to do in the city. And I don't care to see it again. I don't really care to see anything I haven't seen. But when it comes to food, bagels, pizza, bagels, pizza. I had a chopped cheese as well, which is like one of their
yourself a pastrami sandwich. Find a way to get yourself a pastrami if you like pastrami.
Yeah, got to get me a Jewish deli at some point, right? That's part of the bit here, and that's part of the heritage too. But
how's the memorial? The memorial is awesome, isn't it?
Yeah, I didn't go this time, but I've been before, and
That is
yeah,
awesome.
it's tremendous, and it's always a somber scene, but they did a great job with it, and yeah, I mean there's so much to do here. Everybody knows what New York City has to offer. It's the city that never sleeps for a
Oh, it
reason.
never sleeps.
But this is the first time I've been to, and I got to here last night. So this is the first time I've been anywhere in New York besides the city. So excited to see what some of the surrounding areas have to offer.
Yeah, things are green there. I would say very green.
It makes no sense. I kept saying that. I'm like, what color is this? Like we don't have this back
I know.
home. I don't really know what's going on here. So yeah, some greenery, and for a guy like you who's got
Oh, flowers. I mean, they're everywhere there.
yeah, you care about that kind of stuff. I don't appreciate it,
I
right?
don't
Like
appreciate all that green.
if I can't smoke it, I don't need any of it.
Yeah. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for the wonderful job that you do. To you and your families, do be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. Thanks to everybody for tuning in this morning. Obviously, a lot of sports to dive into, some good, some bad for the University of Texas. And it's a Monday. Everyone's in a bad mood because it is a Monday. So we'll start with the bad. Texas baseball season is over. The Longhorns go 2-2 in the Austin Regional, and their season came to an end in the double elimination first round of the NCAA tournament as the Longhorns get swept by UTSA. The Longhorns started out the regional with an easy 7-1 victory over the Houston Christians on Friday. They
Yep.
advanced to the 1-0 game on Saturday night. The Longhorns had a 6-1 lead against the Roadrunners on Saturday. They let it slip away, ended up losing that one 9-7. So the Longhorns had to play two yesterday. They played an elimination game in the afternoon against Kansas State. Texas, no problem with the Purple Cats, a 15-8 victory to stay alive. That moved them on to the regional final. Texas needed to beat UTSA twice before UTSA beat Texas once. Unfortunately, UTSA only needed one game to beat the Longhorns. They get the win last night, 7-4, the final score. And for every great thing Texas baseball did this season, they did a lot
Yes.
of great things. Winning the SEC in year one, being the number one team in the country for about a month.
Having
Earning
coach of the year.
coach of the year, earning the number 2 national seed going into the NCAA tournament. Obviously, a lot of positive takeaways from year one of the Jim Schlossnagle era, but for it to end in the regional round, it's impossible to not feel a sense of disappointment with the 2025 Texas baseball team, Buck.
Yeah, I think it's very disappointing. I mean, that a group that swept you for the year, they didn't just sweep you over the weekend. They've not lost to you. I mean, that's a hard that starts making me think, oh, how tough is the SEC? Here we go. Now that stuff will come out now. You know that. That was almost Aggie like this weekend. No, not just this weekend, this year. You can't lose 3 games to them. That's
Yeah.
tough. I could see if it was the Bobcats, but the damn Roadrunners. Come on now.
Yeah, the Roadrunners. Look, UTSA is having a tremendous year. You tip your cap to them. Pat Hallmark, the coach of the year in the American Athletic Conference. They won that conference by 5 games in the regular season. They beat a couple of really good teams during the regular year. So, it's a dream season for them. But UTSA should never go 3-0 against Texas in baseball.
No,
In any sport, if we're being completely honest with you.
no.
Like, I know it's year one of the Schloss era and there's a lot of turnover, but still, that should never happen. UTSA should not go 3-0 against Texas in any sport in any season. And yeah, I mean, with all the history that Texas baseball has, right? More trips to the College World Series than anybody, more trips to the NCAA tournament than any program in the country. And that was UTSA's first ever regional win. They had never won a regional game. Forget advancing to a super. They had never won a game
Yeah.
in the NCAA tournament, and they're headed to their first supers in program history.
Well, I think we
Like,
all know that the pitching will change there over the next couple of years with Slosses as the head man. But the bats against K-State came alive. I thought that you would keep going then. It would just roll right into the next game, knowing that group had beat you twice already. There was just no way. But the Roadrunners, the little beeps were just on. They just had a mission, and they haven't lost. They were. By the way, they're used to winning now against
yeah,
Texas.
yeah.
So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who you put on the mound. It doesn't matter to them. They had that feel for winning. So when they get out there, it doesn't matter. You can put your ace there. It doesn't matter who's on the mound. It's just going to happen. Well, it's got to stop happening. I know that because hell, now they're going to want to play you every year. They want to play you twice a year.
Well, I'm sure these teams will continue to play, right? They always do. I mean, UTSA, obviously, in the University of Texas system, the two schools are, 60, 65 miles away from one
Yeah,
another. And you play midweek games against teams in your area, right? So Texas will always play Texas
sure.
State. They'll always play Lamar. They'll always play UTSA. They'll always play teams like that on
Sammy
those
Houston,
Tuesday
the whole
games.
works. Yeah.
Yeah, Sam Houston. I mean, that's just how it goes. So that won't change. But yeah, now now it's a rivalry, right? Like now
Oh,
there's
it is.
obviously
Yeah.
some
Oh,
extra
yeah.
fuel to the fire, and these two teams, I'm sure, will play at least once in 2026. And yeah, part of the storyline will be Texas looking for some revenge because of what happened here in 2025. So,
Yeah, that one
yeah,
hurt. That wasn't just a beating for that one hurt. That one stings right there.
uh,
That was close to Aggie like right there
it was
this
bad.
weekend.
It was tough. And oh no,
Oh, there he is.
oh no,
Oh God.
where is he?
Where are they? Are they in the base pads
Where is
again?
that guy? What's going on?
And they got a bunch of little dirt bags that play for them too. Man, are they scrappy?
Yeah, they are. It's a scrappy team, and again, they're having a great year. I mean, they were 46-13 going into the tournament. I mentioned it. They won the American Athletic Conference by 5 games. They went 23-4 in conference play. They obviously won a game in Austin during the regular season. They went to College Station and beat Texas A&M during this season. Speaking of Aggie-like, I mean, they've put it together, and Pat Hallmark's done a tremendous job. But here's the reality of the situation. But David Pierce made $1.8 million this year to not coach at Texas. UTSA's head coach Pat Hallmark made $272,000 to coach at UTSA. The Texas baseball program reported $6.35 million in expenditures in the fiscal year of 2024, plus an additional $5.2 million in severance payments to the last coaching staff. That's more than $11.5 million spent on baseball at Texas. UTSA reported spending of $1.7 million on baseball in
Well, they
2024.
collected some coin this weekend at least.
Yeah. Well, they're moving on. Like, that's just the difference in these two programs and the history, obviously. I mean, every Texas baseball fan knows how much history this program has, and UTSA has none of it. I mean, this is pretty David versus Goliath stuff right here. It honestly feels pretty Moneyball like, right? UTSA doesn't spend like most of the other teams that are still
Right.
playing baseball. You already see a bunch of teams in the supers. You'll see a bunch more punch their tickets today, and most of them are like baseball
Texas Tech
programs.
softball spent more than they did.
Texas Tech spent more on one player than UTSA spent on their entire team. I mean, Texas Tech softball has a pitcher making over $1 million. UTSA's whole baseball budget was $1.7 million.
Wow.
So, yeah, no, it just shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen. So it's hard. Again, it's hard to kind of evaluate this season. There was so much good that Texas did. And if you told anybody before the year that the Longhorns are going to win the SEC and have the coach of the year and be the number 2 national seed, then it's like, okay, that's a great year. Oh my God, we all would have signed up for that. But with that success comes more expectation. I think, if you asked me, Buck, before the year what I thought Texas baseball was going to do, I would say they're a regional team that probably has a super regional ceiling. So if you had told me that they were going to lose in a regional final to somebody, I would say, okay, like that's probably what I would have expected. But
Sure.
again, with success comes expectation. And when you rise to the number 1 team in the country and you're the number 2 national seed going into the tournament, and you get UTSA as your
I
number
know.
2 in
Dude,
your
and you just put
regional.
14, 15 runs in that early day. It's like you got at least another 8 against this group, don't you? Or 9 runs somewhere against UTSA. But no,
Well,
like I said, once you start beating a team, it's hard to get that off. It's hard to shake them off. They're not afraid. They're not worried about you. They'll come up here that 60 miles and just whip your ass, you know?
Well, I think you got away from Texas on Saturday. I mean, obviously Saturday wasn't an elimination game, and if Texas won last night, then they'd be playing today with an
Right.
opportunity to advance in the tournament. So Saturday, wasn't technically a dagger, but when you blow a 6-1 lead, I mean, you had a
Yeah.
full
Oh, yeah,
house
there's
at
no
the
doubt.
Dish.
Yeah.
You're up 6-1. Everything's going your way. And I think just about everybody assumed that, all right, the Longhorns are doing what they're supposed to do. They're going to win this game. They're going to advance to the regional final, and they'll be on their way to the Supers before you even know it. You let that one slip away, and it was your fault. Like, obviously, again, you tip your cap to the Roadrunners. That's a very good team having a sensational season. And I think a lot of sports fans around the country are rooting for them because it is the true underdog story. But this was Texas shooting itself in the foot. I mean, you had to start the fifth inning. UTSA scored 4 in the fifth and 3 in the sixth to
Yeah.
take over and overcome that 6-1 deficit. To start that fifth inning, you had an error, you had a pass ball, you had a walk, and you had a hit by pitch. Like, that's how that inning began. And it was literally you shooting yourself in the foot with defensive blunders, with base running errors, with so many missed opportunities at the plate. I mean, Texas was 3 for 18 with runners in scoring position. They left 14 men on base in that loss on Saturday. So they were their own worst enemy. They had that game in the bag, but they just kept screwing up. And unfortunately, it's what we saw from Texas throughout the entire month of May.
Yeah,
You
that
were
hit
hoping.
batter stuff and walking and just giving people free passes is,
Yeah.
every once in a while you're going to have an error. I mean, team's not going to play perfect defense. You're pitching. It will be about the pitching. The change around here will be about the pitching because they can still hit. Those guys get up there and they were taking some. Although they did leave a lot of runners on base.
Yeah. They left 14 on base in that game on
Yeah,
Saturday. Like, they scored 7 runs, which obviously isn't terrible, but you left
not
14 guys
14.
on base. Yeah, you go 3
No.
for 18 with runners in scoring position. Like, Texas, they should have easily scored double-digit runs in that game on Saturday, but they didn't, and they ran themselves into some outs on the base paths as well. And yeah, I mean, it was some of the big name players that they have who just repeatedly failed to get it done in big spots at the dish
Yeah,
over the weekend.
the guy's back and their shoulder is not the catching mitt. Quit hitting guys in the back and the shoulder and the foot. I mean, put the ball in the mitt. The mitt isn't pointed at their rear ends or their backs, please.
That was more yesterday, right? Texas hit
Yeah.
5 batters in the game yesterday against UTSA. Ethan Walker just didn't have it. He pitched some in the opener against Houston Christian. He actually got the start in that Friday game against the Houston Christians, and they tried to bring him back out there and out of the bullpen last night, and he just didn't have it. Hit 3 guys in the same inning, and that helped the UTSA break it open with 5 runs in the third yesterday. And the Roadrunners in last night's game, it was Texas who had the big lead on Saturday and gave it away. UTSA jumped out to the big lead last night, and you're thinking, all right, hey, maybe turnabout is fair play. Maybe we can be the team to overcome that big early game deficit. And it wasn't the case.
No.
Texas last night, they were 1 of 11 with runners in scoring position. So it was 3 for 18 on Saturday against UTSA. It was 1 of 11 last night against UTSA. And
Well, yeah, as I said, pitching will have to change, as we all know, and I think it will. But
yeah,
next year is next year. But there's no reason to lose to the Roadrunners 3 games. I mean, come on, you're not going to beat them in one game.
right.
And I don't hear about the Tuesday. Who cares on a Tuesday? Well, this wasn't on a Tuesday this weekend. This was the weekend
Yeah,
where it mattered.
you could call a Tuesday loss a fluke, right? Like,
Yeah.
that's, you're not playing your best pitchers, and you're not playing.
No, you're
Texas
getting a
had
bunch of guys getting an opportunity.
Texas had a couple of guys injured for that regular season matchup against UTSA.
These
like
games
that.
mattered on the weekend.
Yeah, that one you could chalk up as, all right, it doesn't matter. It's not going to affect us too much. But this is the postseason. Like,
Yes.
it's win or go home. And in Texas's case, it was win or stay home. And that's what's happening right now. You can't call it a fluke. You lose 3 times to one
No.
team
Oh, no.
in your home ballpark too. I mean, even if it was on the road, it would still be disappointing. But you lose 3 times to an in-state, in-system school that just doesn't have nearly the investment into its baseball program that you do. Then yeah, it's kind of embarrassing right now. Like, it really is. Again, it doesn't take away from all of the great things that Texas did. It's just, it leaves a sour taste in your mouth, and it's kind of hard to feel that great about what Texas baseball did in 2025 because of this. So
Yeah, I mean, I truly thought that after the K-State game, that this team would be on a roll. But then again, you just didn't know what the pitching was going to be like. It's not fun when you don't know who's taking the mound, and how you
yeah,
feel about the person taking the mound in
yeah,
some of these games, and not just the starter, but who's coming in behind that when things go a little wrong, you know?
Right. And
And
that's why it's so important to start 2-0, right? So you don't
yes,
have to play 2 games on Sunday. And that's why, again, I don't want to say the season was done after, that 9-7 Saturday night loss to the Roadrunners, but Texas, with the lack of pitching depth that they've had since the Jared Spencer injury, you knew how important it was to, play as few
absolutely.
games as possible to advance, and you
Oh
lose
yeah,
that
what
game.
you can there are a lot of ways to, spend the season and everything else, but you're at home. You're at home. You got to win those games. You
Well,
need to get, like you said, 2 immediately.
yeah, and you have a 6-1 lead, right? There are different types of losses. They all
Sure.
obviously count the same, but some nights you just don't have it. It's baseball. That's how the sport goes. But when you're up 6-1 at home against a team that you're supposed to be better than, you got to find a way to hold on to that lead. And you didn't. And I'm fascinated. Like, if Texas won that game last night, they'd be playing a game 7 today. I have no idea what Schloss would have done from a pitching standpoint,
Oh my
because it
God.
was, it was Johnny Allstaff last night. It had to be. It was an elimination game. But if Texas came back and somehow won that game, I don't know what Texas would have done, because they're just so shorthanded from a pitching standpoint right now. So obviously that's a problem I would have loved to have had to deal with, and Schloss and company would have loved the same thing. But yeah, the
Go
pitching depth
go.
just not where it needed to be. And the offense just couldn't produce in key spots, and just defensive issues, and it was a little bit of everything that led to Texas's downfall. And here's the reality: there's two there's two explanations, if you will, here to why this happened the way that it did. Number one, Texas peaked too early. I mean, they were incredible in February, March, and April. They started the year 38-5. And again, they got to the number one ranking in the country. In the month of May, they were 5-8. Things fell apart. You had that awful Arkansas series, your first SEC conference loss, where you got swept and you lost by at least 5 runs in all 3 of those games. You dropped 2 of 3 to Florida at home. Florida's obviously a good team, but still, like, you'd beaten better teams at home. And you struggled a little bit against Oklahoma. You had that early SEC tournament loss to Tennessee. Like, it just feels like maybe Texas peaked a little bit too early. And that's one explanation. I think the other one is just this is baseball. It's how it goes sometimes. Like,
Yeah, I think it's more on this is baseball, and the players know that you're not going to go, as we said before, you're not going to win every series. How you bounce back, what you do when there is some adversity. There was just no bounce back, and there's nobody that pulled it all together that would bring the team up. Everybody had their flaws, you
yeah.
know, towards the end of this thing. So, guys batting, watching pitches go by, pitchers hitting guys, giving them free passes. It just, it's nobody made them rise to the occasion. Everybody had a flaw. Everybody had a flaw or two that came out just was bad timing.
Well, here's baseball, right? It's the beauty and the struggle. It's why we love and why we hate the game. I mean, Texas kind of limped into the NCAA tournament because they struggled down the stretch.
Yes, they
You know,
did.
Vanderbilt, the number one national seed, they were maybe the hottest team in the country going into this thing. They won the SEC tournament. They were red hot at the end of the regular season too. They lost. They only won 1 game. Texas won 2. I thought, we're bragging about being slightly better than Vanderbilt in the tournament. But Vanderbilt was the hottest team. They had just won the SEC tournament, and they lost to Wright State. The 4 seed eliminated them yesterday. So that's baseball, right? Like, Texas, we had some worries because of what we had seen in the month of May that maybe this was going to carry over. It seemed like Vanderbilt didn't have any worries. Like, they were cruising into the tournament, and their season is over. So it's one bad weekend in this sport, and it's done. That's it. And that's what happened with Texas. That's what happened with Vanderbilt. I mean, the 2 top national seeds
Oh
are
yeah.
going home before even Monday. Forget a super regional. So crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. And yeah, some guys just disappointing you. I mean, Jalen Flores, like, a really disappointing 2025 season for him. And he was awful in this regional, awful defensively at the plate. Just he was a liability out there for Texas. And,
I mean, guy was
you
like
know,
a vacuum cleaner there early in the season.
well, it's one of those things. Like, it was such a big deal when he announced that he was coming back. He could have gone pro after last season. He would have been, a decently high draft pick, probably a top 10 round draft pick in the MLB draft. Decides to come back. People thought he was going to be, a first or a second round pick after this year. Right? He was preseason all conference. Some people thought he was a preseason all America caliber player, and it didn't click. His batting average dropped by more than 100 points from last year. He was one of the most sure-handed defenders in all of
Oh
college
yeah.
baseball a season ago, with just too many errors throughout the course of this year. Like it didn't click for him at all. I almost think Quinn Ewers is a pretty good comparison for Jalen Flores. Like a guy who did a lot at Texas. You were excited when he could have gone pro last year, decided to come back, and the team around him was obviously really good, and he contributed to that, but he didn't live up to the expectations, and his draft stock took a huge hit because of it. And there's no Arch Manning type, I think, waiting behind Jalen Flores, so that's where the comparison's a little bit different.
I
But
watched the tall kid bat, Gasparino. I
yeah,
was waiting for him to really come through, and he just wasn't on. I mean, he wasn't on the pitches. I mean, when he was missing, he was like missing. I mean, I'm like, dude, that's not even close. I mean, foul one off every once in a while, give us some hope, but he was just not there.
no, that was the name I was about to bring up next, so I'm glad you brought him
Yeah.
up. Yeah, Will Gasparino, who was a freshman last year, and he started pretty much every game in his freshman year and looked really, really good. And he got off to a tremendous start
Yes.
this year, right? It
Yes.
wasn't like a full season slump for him. I mean, at times people thought we had people in our comment section saying like, "Oh, he might be the best center fielder in college baseball." And then just the
Yeah.
last month, really the last month and a half to 2 months of the season, yeah, I mean, it looked like they were throwing golf balls at him.
I know. I mean, he
Like,
wasn't close. I'm like, dude, you're not close to these.
no, no, and I heard, Keith Moreland was the color commentator on the call
Mhm.
for this series, and obviously he knows Texas baseball incredibly well. He called a bunch of games during the regular year. I don't have to tell y'all who Keith Moreland is. He was saying they were talking about Gasparino and his late season struggles, and Moreland mentioned that he wasn't really changing anything. Like they hadn't made any major adjustments to his stance, to his swing.
Right.
He was just trying to get through it, and I'm like, why not? Like, why aren't clearly this isn't working? His swing is broken. He looks lost at the plate. And you're right, Buck. Like, he wasn't even close on some of his swings. So I'm sitting here hearing Zonk say, like, oh, they're not really doing anything about it. They're just sort of hoping that he's going to break out of this
He's gonna
slump. And
break
I'm
out of
like,
it late like this. No.
what's am I the hitting coach? I could be the hitting coach if that's what the job is. You just don't do anything and say, hey, you got it, man. You'll figure it out eventually.
No, he
Like
didn't.
that guy is too important. Both of those guys, Flores and Gasparino, were supposed to be two of the best players for this Texas team this year, and both guys had incredibly underwhelming seasons. And it culminated in the biggest stage, in the biggest moment of the year, obviously in the postseason. Those guys were no shows for Texas, and it felt like the big situations kept finding them too. Like they both came up to bat with runners in scoring position multiple times in that Saturday loss, and they just failed to deliver. And
Hey, did the
it's
fourth even play this weekend?
not much. Tommy Farmer, the fourth. I know he pinch hit in the game last night in the ninth inning, I think. But no, he was kind of that fourth outfielder. Jonah Williams started the games for Texas. I thought he did really well. Max Blue obviously took an outfield spot. Adrian Rodriguez was bouncing around a couple of different positions, but he played a game at left field, and you had Gasparino in center for all three games. So that's
Yeah.
where you can kind of armchair coach, if you will, and you can question some of the decisions for Jim Schlossnagle. Like I think from a pitching standpoint, his hands were tied. There wasn't a whole lot different he could have done. But from an offensive standpoint, like was there somebody better than Jalen Flores who should have played? Is there somebody like should you have gone with the fourth over Will Gasparino in center field and
Yeah, but for
sacrifice?
Gasparino, you just knew you had to have his defense. But dude, at the plate, it was like, okay, here's the second out, or here's the third out. Move
Yeah,
along.
terrible. You and I could have looked about the same as Will Gasparino in some of his at bats this
I would
weekend.
have looked slightly better.
You think? So? You
Yeah.
think so?
Yeah.
Oh my God!
I
We
could
got
I could have made some contact. I'd have squared up at least to bunt it to foul it off, or take one right in the face or something. Take one for the team.
You would have
We don't.
bunted one off your face.
I mean, if I have to, I got to get on base. Hell, our pitchers were putting guys on base, and they didn't even have to square up. They just were sitting in the batter's box, and they'd take one on the
Yeah.
shoulder or the ribs or whatever.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, just lean into one, right? Get on
Oh
base.
yeah, just lean one, get one on the elbow. And I mean, everybody's got that nice elbow pad. Everybody seems to lean in to get it on the elbow.
You should. Yeah, that's what I wish those guys did that a time or two. So that's Yeah, it's just head scratching, right? Like there was obviously so much development that happened in 2025 for Texas baseball. So many guys took a step from last year to this year,
Well, there's
but
a huge
again,
streak. There was a huge streak that was magnificent in the beginning. It was just everything was full go.
yeah,
You lose a pitcher, and all of a sudden, the whole team goes in the tank. I'm like, wait a minute, the whole team can't go in the tank.
that's
I
the
mean,
thing though.
I'm not going. They didn't go in the tank. They just played a different brand of ball after that. Individuals mentally just got kind of lost. And I'm like, and I'm going to say it shouldn't happen at that level of baseball, but it did happen.
Yeah, and the thing is, it wasn't immediate for Texas, right? It's not
No,
like Jared Spencer went down and then, oh my God,
slow
right
roast,
away.
a slow
Yeah,
roast.
a little slow roast right there. Yeah, the smoker was set to about
Yep.
225, and it over the span of the last month, it cooked Texas and overcooked Texas like you do to a steak on your backyard grill.
Yes.
It just it
Oh
completely
yeah.
ruined it. So yeah, I mean, look, Jared Spencer's a big loss, but that's for a while it was wow, look at how resilient the Longhorns are. They lost Jared Spencer and they lost their preseason All-American Max Ballou for like 30 games, and here they are. Texas rose to the number one team in the country after both of those guys got hurt. So to the point of it didn't just happen right away where they just fell off a cliff. Like they actually got better right after those guys got hurt, and they kept winning, and they climbed to the top of the polls, and then yeah, it all started to fall apart. Ruger Riojas, good for him. He pitched the K-State game
Yes.
yesterday. Obviously, the Texas offense exploded. They scored 15 runs, so Riojas didn't need to be great, but he battled and had his best start for a while. But yeah, Texas was losing a bunch of Friday night games, and that set the tone, I think, for this sort of slide to start. The offense wasn't coming up big when it needed to. The defense was making some mistakes, and yeah, it became too much. Like Texas overachieved in the regular season. I think that's safe to say. I know it's Texas baseball. I know what the expectations for this program are every year. I know people will throw up in their mouths when they say something like that because it's Texas baseball and we're the freaking Yankees of this sport.
Yeah, but
But
it's
they
in good
they
hands.
overachieved.
The thing about it's in great hands.
That's it. Yeah, like again, right now it hurts, and we'll obviously talk a little bit throughout the offseason about the future of Texas baseball. But here's what you have to remember: as much as it stings and hurts right now, and talking about it feels like we're pouring a giant funnel of salt in a wound. But here's the reality: here, it was year one of the Jim Schlossnagle era. You've got an elite coach who has won everywhere he's been. You've got the number one recruiting class in the country right now. Now, the MLB draft is in July, so we'll see what happens next month. A lot of the guys committed to Texas are going to be high draft picks out of high school, so they'll
Right.
have decisions to make. But either way, like Texas is going to recruit incredibly well. They're going to hit the transfer portal to address some needs. Like, think about how good of a job Schloss did in the portal last year, right? I mean, Jared Spencer was a portal guy. Ruger Riojas was a portal guy. Ethan Mendoza, your leadoff hitter, was a portal guy. Like you hit the portal hard, and that was just selling hope, right? Like, oh, it's a new coach, but we don't know exactly what he's going to do. Now we know what Schloss is capable of. Now we know what Texas baseball was kind of capable of under Schloss. He's going to be able to go and hit the portal incredibly hard, and
Yes,
recruiting's going to be even easier for him this year than it was last year.
I
So
would
the
agree.
future's really, really bright. It sounds crazy to say because again, Texas was number one in America for a large portion of the season. This is going to be one of the worst rosters Jim Schlossnagle has at Texas, and they still did a lot of great things this season. And you're right, Buck. I mean, it feels like glass completely shattered today, but the glass half full mindset is this thing is going in the right direction.
Yeah, this doesn't change the fact that you've lost 3 in a row to beep beep. I mean, really.
Yeah, yeah, and all the UTSA fans are coming out of the woodworks. The UTSA fans who root for the Longhorns for most of the year in sports, now they're bringing out their 210 gear and their blue and orange out of their closets. They're dusting that off.
Yeah, I feel very similar to, well, no, it's baseball. I don't feel that same, so I shouldn't even pretend like I do. It's almost like the toss sweep, but no, it's not the same. It's not the same feeling.
Oh man, no. Well, it's different. That was one moment in time, right? Like this was kind of.
This weekend seemed like one moment in time.
You're right. Now every game against UTSA felt like one long
Oh,
toss sweep.
oh my, yeah, one big toss sweep.
I'm telling you that that Saturday night collapse felt like the Jack Sawyer strip sack fumble,
Oh,
just over and over again. And again, it was Texas. Texas was their own worst enemy.
yeah, they
UTSA is a great team. They're a great team. They're a great team. They're a great
just
team.
hang in there. Somebody's going to
But
screw up, it looked like.
it was a lot of the things that we saw from Texas in 2024. Like why David
Yes.
Pierce lost his job. It was just like, how is this? It's Texas. These guys are too good. How are they making these mistakes? And we didn't see that from the Longhorns in February, March, and April. But it all started in May, and it trickled over again into the very start of June. Obviously, the season ends on June 1st.
The
So
Fun Belt group. Yeah, that weak ass SEC. It
not
just
the
means
Fun Belt. They're in the AC, a
yeah,
little
I'm
better
sorry.
than the
Oh,
Fun Belt.
you think they're better than the Fun Belt?
Yeah, not much, but yes. Yes, they
That's all
are.
right.
And we'll
Yeah,
see. Look, I think I'm rooting for UTSA. I normally root against the teams that knock my team out, but I don't know. Good underdog
I
story.
think teams gonna have a hard time beating Arkansas because they're playing that even keel kind of ball right now.
Well, they
Where
don't
they're
play Arkansas. They play UCLA
yeah, but
next.
Arkansas is just kind of, you know,
They're good.
they were good. They've been good all year too.
Yeah, yeah. Arkansas is good. They punched their ticket. We've seen a lot of national seeds go down, and I think there are either 6 or 7 more regional hosts who are playing in a game 7 today, where it's win or go
Yeah,
home for them. So we've already seen, I think, 4 national seeds, maybe 5 drop out already. We've seen some parity early on in this tournament, and we might see a hell of a lot more of it today.
yeah.
So,
LSU sliding on by there.
well, LSU still playing. They lost to Little Rock last night, so they've got a game 7 against Little
Yeah,
Rock today to keep their season alive. So it hasn't been the smoothest of sailing for the regional hosts. And again, you've got your top 2 national seeds already out. The SEC regular season champs, the SEC conference tournament champs are already out. And yeah, oh, I used to relish in the SEC's misery. It was always the best thing ever when the SEC would get overhyped in the regular year in any sport, and then they'd crap the bed, in the tournament, whether it was basketball or baseball or softball or volleyball, whatever. And now it's like I can't do that because we're a part of that. Now we're the team crap in the bed.
now we're in the SEC crap in the bed. Hey, we won the championship, the regular season. Hey, we have the coach of the year.
Hey, that matters. That means something. That's still a big deal. But
Well, it'll mean a lot in the second year when you go out there to try to recruit or try to get in the portal and get some pitching.
For sure. For sure. All right. We'll take your thoughts. Plenty more Texas baseball to dive into. Again, a much earlier autopsy than we were hoping to perform on the 2025 Longhorns. A lot of good, a lot of reasons for optimism for the future, but some obvious disappointment and a little bit of embarrassment as Texas loses 3 times to UTSA this year, obviously twice this weekend in Austin. The Roadrunners, for the first time in program history, are headed to the Super Regionals. And Texas baseball is
Oh, I keep hearing that. I heard that last night just in my dreams. Really?
Texas baseball is going home. All right, we'll shift gears. We got some good from the weekend. We got to give some love to this Texas softball team who
Yes.
is 1 win away from the Women's College World Series Championship Series. We'll talk about that in a second. But before we shift gears, how about our first round of sponsor shout outs, Buck?
Folks, getting the right support was very important for me for a long, long time. I had difficulty with my bad back. I had total thoracic back surgery years ago. And once I got over to our good friends at Relax the Back, it's been nothing but pain-free each and every day when I'm in this wonderful chair right here. I love this chair. And if you've got thoracic back problems, shoulder problems, lumbar area, hip problems, please contact the folks at Relax the Back. They have select office chairs available for you, zero gravity recliners, Tempur-Pedic pillows and mattresses, all kinds of little gadgets over there. They're going to help you with your shoulders, your back, your hips, and the whole works. 2 great locations in the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, in the North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck and relax the back.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to them. Also, some love to our friends at McCall Custom
Oh,
Homes.
yeah.
If you are looking to upgrade your home here in 2025, new bathroom, maybe a kitchen remodel, maybe you want to add some new life to your outdoor space. I know the Buck is in contact with McCall Custom Homes right now, looking to get something done to his outside. Our man Rodney got a bathroom, his master bathroom, renovated recently with McCall Custom Homes. We trust them with our homes. Y'all should too. And look, we're not alone. They've been in business in Central Texas for 40 year. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Don't just take our words for it. Head over to the website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Check out some of the pictures of the jobs that they've done. Check out the testimonials online. Maybe get some ideas for your home and then reach out to them. Right now, they are offering free estimates to TSU listeners. Just head over to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com, for more info. Again, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. It is McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
I had 3 square meals, and I've been doing that for the last 4 or 5 days straight. And I was thinking about maybe today is the day that I head to Hat Creek Burger for a little breakfast. They serve pancakes, sausage. They have the whole works, tacos, the whole works. Some of their locations have breakfast starting as early as 7 a.m. But what you really like is that lunch special, the great lunch specials that they have for the double meat, double cheese at Hat Creek Burger. Love it. They've got over 25 locations in the state of Texas, born and raised right here in Austin, Texas. Not just about the burgers, it's about the shakes and the great fries. And plus, they got the playscape for the kids. Going to give kids a special little treat. Send them over to Hat Creek Burgers. Mom and Dad, if you want to sit down and have a nice little cocktail, you also can have that at Hat Creek Burger with their wonderful locations in Central Texas. Love Hat Creek Burger. I think I may stop by this morning and grab a little something.
Come on, man. You've been the
I got one
fat
in my
man.
area that has a 7 a.m. breakfast.
There you go. Get you some of that breakfast at Hat Creek Burger Company. Fantastic stuff there. And we're about to talk Texas softball. Hey, if you want to go support the Texas softball team in Oklahoma City, head over to centextickets.com. You can get Women's College World Series tickets right there at centextickets.com. The Longhorns playing today at 11 o'clock. Hopefully they win that first game, and if they do, they are headed on to the Women's College World Series final, which will start on Wednesday. So if you want to cheer the Longhorns on in their hopes to win a national championship, you can get your tickets at centextickets.com. Of course, the Texas Stars are playing in Cedar Park tonight. If you want to be at the HEB Center for that game, you can. Concert tickets, sporting events, comedy shows, you name it. It's all there. You can get your tickets at centextickets.com. Don't forget to use the promo code CENTEX10 at checkout, and you'll get 10% off of any ticket purchase.
Sounds great.
All right, the Texas softball team, Buck.
I've been watching.
We were a little disappointed on Friday's show. Remember, Texas won its Women's College World Series opener on Thursday against Florida. A 3-0 shutout. Tegan Cavan was magnificent. Texas hit 3 solo home runs. It was a great start for the Women's College World Series. For a while, it was looking like Texas was going to avoid Oklahoma because OU was down 3-1 to Tennessee in their first game of the WCWS. And then the Sooners hit a 3-run walk-off home run in the bottom of the 7th to win that game against the fake UT. And it set up a Red River shootout matchup on Saturday, Texas and Oklahoma. And look, the Longhorns have had a little more success against OU in recent years, but not so much in the Women's College World Series, and really not at all in the state of Oklahoma. Texas had never beaten OU in softball in the state of Oklahoma. And I'm like, oh my God, here we go. Like that was a fun first win, but now we got to go up against those dudes.
Yeah, those dudes were hitting too, man.
And Texas got the win on Saturday, 4-2, the final score. Tegan Cavan, after pitching that 2-hit shutout against Florida last Thursday, she pitches a complete game against Oklahoma on the day her grandmother passed away. That's a big storyline. Yeah, the broadcast was talking about it a lot. She said she wears the number 17 in honor of her grandmother because that was her favorite number. She literally passed away Saturday morning before the game. And then Saturday afternoon, Cavan goes out there and throws a complete game, gives up just 2 runs, only one of them earned, 8 strikeouts, 130 pitches. She was magnificent against the 4-time defending champs of college softball. And Texas gets a huge win, and they're now 2-0 in the Women's College World Series, Buck.
Yeah, I mean, they've really played well. Their bats just came to life. I mean, stealing bases. You talk getting on the base pads and taking some extra bases. Boy, does Texas have some speed.
Yeah.
And then, I watched those dudes play last night again, they beat down Oregon. I thought Oregon, I was just, come on, Oregon, let's go. And I should have known better. You knew those dudes are going to smack a bunch of home runs, and they did.
Yeah, that's what they do. those dudes. But you're right.
Man.
I'm glad you brought up Texas on the base pass because the Longhorns struck first. They had a double steal in the first inning
Oh
that led
yeah.
to the first run of the game, right? Like they put some pressure on Oklahoma's defense to make a play. They didn't. The shortstop threw it away. Texas scored. The Longhorns got another base runner to third on that play, and then Reese Atwood brought her home with the sacrifice fly. So Texas jumped out to a 2-0 lead right off the bat, and that was great. And then, oh my God, in the next inning, Oklahoma scores 2 to tie it up, and I'm like, oh my God. Like it's like, oh, we scored 2 runs. This is great. We've got the early lead. This is awesome. And then you give it right back literally in the next half inning. And I'm like, here we go again. This is just what happens every time Texas plays OU. Like we think we've got them. And then the dudes just do dudes things.
Dude, those dudes, and it's those young dudes, those freshman dudes can get it done.
I
Wow.
know. And it stayed 2-2 in the fifth. Again, Tegan Kavan kept the Longhorns in the game. And then Caden Henry, the solo home run in the fifth inning to make it 3-2. Jolie Mitchell, who hit 2 homers against Florida, she hits another homer against Oklahoma in the sixth inning. That made it 4-2, and that was enough, more than enough for Tegan Kavan. So, yeah, Texas, a huge.
Yeah, Texas has got plenty of speed to win this whole thing.
They do. They do. It was it's hard to call it a disappointing season for Texas softball, because they're the number 6 national seed. But let's not forget, the Longhorns started the year as the number 1 team in the country. They were preseason number 1. So, there was hope that they could win the SEC, and there was hope that they would be better than Oklahoma this year in the regular year. And instead, Texas was 3rd in the conference. They weren't bad. They're the number 6 national seed. They did a lot of really, really good things, but it was kind of an up and down year for Mike White and company, and the consistency wasn't quite what we want it to be. Well, unlike Texas baseball, Texas softball's turned it on at the right time. They've got hot at the right time.
Softball is so weird and different. If you get the right dude on the mound, like Texas Tech, they got that dude can fire.
That dude
can fire that ball.
I thought it was only OU who had the dudes.
No. Texas Tech's got a dude that's on the mound.
What do you mean when you say dude? I thought I knew, but now I'm not so sure I know.
Strong, not girly, strong, physical.
Butch?
Physical look. Yeah. Oh, you don't think what's her name on the mound is physical? When she takes the mound, she looks like she's 6'6". I'm thinking, no, my God, it's Giannis on the mound.
Oh my God, you're comparing Nigeri Kennedy to Giannis?
Oh my goodness.
Are you calling her a freak?
She is something, man. When she fires, I'm like, I'm not taking one for the team. Hey, dude, I'm not taking one on the elbow with her. It would shatter my elbow.
Yeah. Well,
even with a pad on there.
Texas Tech is still alive, and I guess we have to root for Texas Tech. So here's the scenario. Here's what's left. There are 4 teams left in the Women's College World Series. 3 of them are in the SEC, and then Texas Tech is the 4th. So you've got Texas, you've got Tennessee, you've got Texas Tech, and you have Oklahoma. 2 of those 4 will square off in the Women's College World Series final. Texas is in a great spot. The Longhorns are 2-0. Yes. They play Tennessee today at 11 o'clock Central Time. The Longhorns have 2 chances to win 1. So if they beat Tennessee at 11 o'clock today, the Longhorns are moving on to the finals. Tennessee's season is over. If Texas loses game 1 against the Lady Vols, they will play again immediately after, at 1:30 this afternoon, in a win or go home, game 7 type of game. So again, the Longhorns in a great spot. They've got 2 chances to win 1. Tennessee has to beat Texas twice. Now, Tennessee did beat Texas 2 out of 3 in the regular season in Austin. Tennessee is the number 7 seed. Texas is the 6th seed. So these are great teams. Texas is going to have to be buttoned up to take care of business today. But obviously the Longhorns in a very favorable situation there. The other side of the bracket, Texas Tech and Oklahoma. Texas Tech is 2-0. Obviously, OU has the loss. So Texas Tech will have 2 chances to beat Oklahoma 1 time. Those games are this afternoon and this evening. So I think the first game's at 4 o'clock. Texas Tech wins. They're moving on to the final, hopefully to play Texas. If Tech loses that first game, it'll be Tech and OU squaring it off. And again, a win or go home type of matchup. So if Texas moves on, they will play either the hated Oklahoma Sooners or the hated Texas Tech Red Raiders.
I'll take on Red Raiders and that dude on the mountain and that group. That other group has a bunch of dudes.
Yeah.
I mean, and they're young and they can play. They've got veterans on the over there on the corner there. I mean, that's a good, solid softball team. And Texas right now is, if they can, especially if they can get the first win, if they can get this 11 o'clock win, that's going to be big for them. That's going to be big for the psyche of this team. They feel pretty good right now because I think they're the fastest team that's out there. I think it's a team filled with speed, them in Oregon. But and they've got enough power, but man, those dudes from Soonerland, wow.
Yeah, well, it's
They're
four
never
great
out of
teams.
it. They're never out of it. I mean, you go to seventh inning, they're down 2, and they put somebody on base.
No, I
Man,
feel
man.
like we're gonna get Texas OU in the final. I really do. Again, I know Tech is in the driver's seat right now. They've looked really good all season. They won the Big 12, and they're 2-0. They're in the driver's seat on that side of the bracket. But I feel like Oklahoma is inevitable
What
in
is
the
it with
Women's
is
College
it
World
very
Series.
similar to baseball, BK? Because or is it if you get 2 solid pitchers in softball, you really can cruise because they can pitch numerous times. I mean, I like when you go in the game early and you can come back in the game again. That's kind of cool.
Well, that's why Texas having the success that it has so far in OKC has been so important because Texas has had days off between every game so far.
Yeah.
Right? Like because they won on Thursday, they didn't have to play on Friday. So Tegan Kavan was able to pitch on Thursday and Saturday. Because Texas won on Saturday, they didn't have to play yesterday. So Tegan Kavan's going to be able to get the ball, presumably in the first game today. So it's like if you do that, then you only need one stud pitcher. But if Texas loses game 1 today, then I assume it'll be Mac Morgan who takes the ball in game 2. Like you can't throw 2 games on the same day.
Right.
And in the regular season, like the pitcher doesn't pitch on back-to-back days. So you
No.
get to the finals, which is best 2 out of 3. It's I think Wednesday night, Thursday night, and if necessary, Friday night. Then your pitcher can go 2 days, but she's not going to go all 3 of those games. So
But you can bring her in, I mean,
you
in
need to.
a late inning to
Yeah,
shut somebody down for an inning.
you could. Yeah, that's one of the biggest differences between softball and baseball. Is baseball you start one game, then you're done for the week. Softball, you start one game and you could pitch, the next day or 2 days later at worst. So
Yeah, and but Tech has the $1 million dude on the mound.
yeah, well, Tech. So look, if you're Texas, you're rooting for Texas Tech today. Like you have to,
Yes.
don't you?
Well,
Like
I don't want to play Oklahoma. Who the hell wants
no,
to play them? Nobody.
believe me. If you're guaranteeing me a win over Oklahoma, then yeah, I'd rather play and beat Oklahoma in their home state. But you don't get guaranteed wins in championships. I'd be terrified, even though Texas just beat OU. Like they beat Oklahoma 2 out of 3 last year in the regular season. They met in the finals. Oklahoma swept Texas. Like I would be terrified to go up against OU because they're just them. So you'd rather go up against Texas Tech, but they do have the best pitcher in the nation with Nigeri Kennedy, who Texas Tech spent over $1 million to get out of the transfer portal.
And
Now,
that dude Sam is always on the mound for Oklahoma with the
yeah,
glasses. She's always every time I turn around, she's pitching. Does she ever take a day off? She's on a
probably.
rubber arm.
Yeah, she pitched against Texas on Saturday. Did she pitch last night against Oregon too? She
Yeah,
came
she
in at.
got in there.
You're right. She was out of the bullpen. I was like, I feel like I saw her in that game. So she'll probably pitch today for OU at some
Wow.
point. But yeah, look, Texas Tech is really good too. They've got the best pitcher in the country. But Texas, I'll mention this real quick. Texas played Stanford twice in the Women's College World Series
Right.
last year, and they beat them twice. They beat Nigeri Kennedy twice last year. So different team. I'm sure she's gotten better, but against that same pitcher in this same ballpark, they went 2-0 last year. So that's something that, again, if we do get a Longhorn Raider Rash matchup in the finals, Texas can hold some solace in that. That'll give them a little extra confidence at the plate. But obviously, Texas has to take care of business today. Don't want to assume anything yet because
No.
Tennessee's a great ball club who again won the regular season series in Austin against Texas. So the Horns are going to have to take care of their business today to punch their ticket to the finals. But hell of a start to the Women's College World
Yeah, and the
Series for
last innings
Texas.
of these softball games, you can't turn your back on them. You got to watch these to the very end.
It's intense, man. And these games are generally lower scoring. So you don't see too many blowouts this time of the year in this tournament. And yeah, I mean, one swing of the bat can change any game. Make sure you step on home plate too,
Oh
UCLA.
my, I saw that.
Oops.
How do you miss home plate? And don't you have to tell all your teammates, get away from the plate, let me touch it, and then you can do all your cheers and stuff. I mean, really, it wasn't even close. She jumped right over the plate.
Right over the plate. Yeah, like the most important thing to do is, touch home plate when you hit a home run. And yeah,
It's
that
not
was
reviewable. Why isn't that reviewable? That seems weird. Pretty easy to review, it looked like.
well, they reviewed it for like 15 minutes and then they said we can't review it.
Yeah, I mean,
Like, they literally put a headset on. There was a huge delay in the game, and then they came off the headset and were like, "Oh, actually, that's an unreviewable play." It's like, what were you just talking about? What you were going to have for dinner after the game? Like, what were you talking about? Talking to
yeah,
one
but
of
it's
your
in the rule book
friends?
that you can't review it. What are you reviewing it for?
Yeah, that was a weird moment in the UCLA Tennessee
Then they
game
said you can't
yesterday.
help her back. You can't assist her to come back and touch the plate.
No,
That
yeah,
doesn't seem
that's
right. It seems like you should be able to drag her from the dugout if you want to and lay her body across the home plate if you need be.
yeah, maybe.
You can't assist her.
I don't know. I
That's
don't
such
really
a
know what
weird
happened
rule.
there.
If
Yeah,
you miss it, you miss it. If they catch you and you miss it, your ass should be out.
what if she like broke her leg rounding first base as she's trotting around the base paths and like she
Got to
can't
crawl
move?
there. You got to crawl to that. Got to crawl to home plate and touch it.
Yeah, she can't be assisted. Like no one can go out there and help her run the rest of the bases. She's
No,
done.
no, you have to limp all the way through and drag that leg, drag that peg all the way around the base pad and touch and lay on home plate. And then
Oh
let
my
them do their
god,
cheers around you.
yeah, that was a wild scene yesterday. I didn't know the rules. I still don't think I know the rules after seeing all of that. But there you go.
I mean, it should be just a no play then. No foul, no harm, no foul.
It
Let's
should
all
be
go.
she.
Let's
Well,
all go
here's
back to our spots here.
Buck. Do you ever play beer league softball back in
Oh
the
yeah, I
day?
was a beer league. I was a fantastic beer league second baseman.
So if you hit a home run in beer league softball, you don't run the bases. Like you just hit a home run and that's it. Like, okay, it's a run for your team. You don't have to go around.
Oh
Everyone
no,
knows you
no,
hit a
no,
home
no!
run.
You had to let people know who you were going around those bases. You had to have bat flip and everything.
Oh, I mean, you could bat flip, but you can't run the bases. At least in every beer league
You played
softball.
drunk league softball. That's what you played. Totally
I
drunk.
played.
There's no sense in having a guy pass out on second base,
You're right.
running around the base pads.
Yeah, no, people think the leagues are separated by talent. It's really separated based on drunkenness.
Yes.
So I was in the A league, the blackout league, as some call it. But no, in softball, it's you hit a home run, slow pitch softball, you hit a home run, and that's it. You don't have to run the bases. You add the run to the score, and the next batter comes up to bat.
Wow.
So to me, look, I'm in favor. I'm not trying to get rid of the home run trot in any sport. I think it's great, but like the ball leaves the yard, the runs count.
Yes.
The runs like I have to touch all of the runs count. They hit a home run, so I don't even understand why it matters.
Why it causes the confusion?
Right? Yeah, it's whatever. So there you go. There's
I
your
know this,
softball.
that when some of those dudes on the mound fire that ball, when that ball hits them in the leg, and some of those girls don't flinch and they don't have shin pads or it hits them in the hamstring or the knee, dude, that would buckle me. You would hear stuff snap. That looks like a brick that they're throwing up there.
Mm.
A round brick. I'm like, oh, would that hurt if that thing hit off your knee?
Somebody on the Coda text line has chimed in and said that's happened before. The other team carried her and put her leg down on each base. And Jason says the same thing. There was a girl who hurt her leg rounding first after a home run, and the opponents carried her. Oh, so her teammates weren't allowed to assist, but the opponents could. So they helped
You
her.
like that kind of sportsmanship. You don't like that. What would you do? Break the leg?
I know it's Pride Month, so apologies, but that's gay. Don't let her score. No way. You got to trot the bases yourself. Otherwise, this run's not counting here.
You're not helping her across, huh?
We got a game to win. All right. Now, look, if your team's losing 15-0, then whatever, help her out. Or if your team's up 15-0 and that makes it 15-1, then whatever, help her out. But no, if we're
Not in a tight ball game, we're not helping her around the pad.
figure it out on your own, Chief. Sorry. Hey, you hit the ball, you can trot around the bases a little bit.
Hey, the cheers got less and less as they get closer to World Series time, championship time. There's less cheers in the dugout now. I noticed this weekend.
There's plenty of cheering going on this weekend. That's good. I'm glad you're focused on the on-field product instead of just the cheers in the dugout. That means you're paying attention to the game.
I'm watching.
Yeah,
I'm thinking you need to have two really good pitchers, though. You got to have an ace. Your ace can go every night if they need be, but there's got to be a second pitcher that's pretty damn good for your team. You can't have anybody lobbing up the 10-footers like the beer league 10-foot, slow pitches. You got to have somebody that can still fire it in there pretty good.
Sure, absolutely.
Because your starter can come back in 3 innings later if need be. That's what I like.
Yes. I mean, they can't start the game, leave, and then come back in the same game, but they can start one game and then come out of the bullpen in another game. So, yeah, look, Texas, it's been a hell of a ride so far. Hopefully the Horns get a win today. And look, they're 3 wins away from their first national championship in program history.
Okay, so straighten me out. You can't start a game, be gone for 4 innings, and then come back. Is that true? That's the way that is?
For a pitcher?
Yeah. Can a pitcher start a game but come back in the 9th inning if they pulled him out? I mean, says she was getting beat. Can she come back then? I don't know. For some reason, BK, I was thinking that you could do that.
I don't think you can. I mean, they've got designated players. There's a lot looser substitution rules for softball than there is for college baseball.
Oh yeah, I know you can't do it in college men's baseball, but in women's, it's like me trying to figure out the rules of rowing.
Have you figured out the rules of rowing?
I have no clue what if there's. I know there's a start line and then there's a finish line, and somebody at the end of it screaming in a megaphone at the people rowing.
Yeah, no, I don't know the rules of rowing, but no, I don't think you can start a game as a pitcher and then come back into the game as a pitcher once you leave.
Okay,
Jason with the clarity here. Pitcher leaves the game, cannot re-enter. If your pitcher goes to play outfield for a couple of innings, she can come back in to pitch. Thank you, Jason.
Oh, okay, so she can play another position, but then
so as long as she doesn't leave the game altogether,
I see.
She could go back in to pitch. But if she if they take her out in between innings or if they take her out during an inning, she can't get reinserted.
There's our rules expert. That's what we need.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jason. Appreciate that.
You know how those women are tested there? Those dudes are tested, Jason. So if you know the rules,
you're making some people mad on the Coda text line by calling all these people dudes. I'm letting you know.
Their coach called them dudes.
Who called them dudes?
The head coach of Oklahoma calls them dudes.
She called Texas dudes or Oklahoma dudes?
No, she calls her own group a bunch of good dudes.
Oh, there you go. All right. Well,
it's an endearing term. It's not, and I mean it in an endearing way too.
You always do.
Like I said, they're just a physical bunch that plays very physical.
But,
I mean, it's not like they're not I didn't say they're not talented. You can be a dude and be a physical finesse. You can be a little bit of everything.
Yeah, you're saying, oh, he's a dude. Like, yeah, she's a dude. She's a dog. Something like that.
Yeah,
okay.
Same thing.
All right. That's I'm with you. I'm following you here.
I'm not saying that she has a penis. I'm not saying that. No.
Thank you.
You know what I'm saying?
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, maybe that's what people were thinking I was trying to say. No.
They're
dudes. They can play. They're good.
Different kind of tip for kids in the car line this morning, huh?
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
I'm not saying that. No.
Before we all get canceled here, let's move on. All right, 11 o'clock again today for Texas and Tennessee. If they lose, they'll play again at 1:30. If they win, they're moving on to the finals. I've said that 3 times. That's enough. Okay, we've got more Texas baseball to dive into. We've got the NBA Finals set as the Indiana Pacers knocked out the New York Knicks on Saturday night. We've got to talk about Scotty Scheffler. He's in another one of those runs right now.
Wow.
We're less than 2 weeks away from the U.S. Open, so plenty to get into before we dive into hour number 2. How about another round, of sponsor shout-outs?
Shout out to our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway. Big parties coming up for folks out there. Lots of graduation, lots of weddings coming up, ceremonies. If you need to get alcohol, please. They are a wholesale distributor. They can get the alcohol to you for weddings. They can get it to you to your bars and your golf courses. They can get it, but you can stop by the store, folks, at 4601 Southwest Parkway and pick up everything that you need for a great time, a great weekend, a great party, great get together at 4601 Southwest Parkway. You'll find Altstadt Beer there. And boy, it's starting to get towards Altstadt time. I guess any time is Altstadt time, BK, but it's going to start warming up here again. I'm still calling for a weather event here before the summer's over with, making me nervous. I'm a little nervous about what's going on out there in the Gulf, maybe a hurricane coming this way. I know we need the rain, but damn.
Don't need that.
Huh?
Don't need that.
No,
No, rain is
no,
okay. Hurricane, not.
not okay. No.
No, but yeah, you can get your Altstadt beer if you're drinking away your sorrows from Texas baseball season coming to an end. If you're drinking to celebrate Texas softball's 2-0 start, hey, maybe you'll be watching the games today. You want to have a ice cold beer watching Texas softball. You can do that with Altstadt beer, whatever the occasion. Your sports watching, your summertime fun, you're grilling out, you're hanging out by the pool, by the lake, you're just staying inside, avoiding the heat. It does not matter. There's never a bad time for an ice cold Altstadt beer. And they've got a bunch of different brews as well. Something for every beer drinker out there. You got to try this summer seasonal peach rattler. It is fantastic. I'm not a big fruit beer guy, but something different about the peach rattler, made with real Fredericksburg peaches, super light, super easy to drink, super refreshing for these red hot days in Central Texas that we are about to have. If that's not your cup of tea, that's fine. They've got a great German-style lager. They've got a great German-style Kolsch, a Hefeweizen, a light beer. I'm telling you, something for every palate out there. Get you some at 34 Wine and Spirits or any grocery store that you go to that sells beer. It is Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Very nice.
Yes, also some love to our friends at Covert Bee Cave as well. You know what? You've heard enough from us. Let's let you hear from our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Yeah, man. Love the Covert family. Love the Covert Auto Group. If you're looking for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, go see our friends at Covert Bee Cave. All right, Buck. Got to give you some love because you helped the people again this weekend.
Oh no, I'm just gonna leave my stack of money. I'm gonna leave it. I'm just gonna leave it be because it's got to go. It's going to the bank today. Okay, it can't remain. It can't remain in my house in all cash. Sorry about that to my cousin because my cousin doesn't deal in checks. He deals in cash and cash only.
That's preferred,
I'm hitting
right?
him hard. Myself and Robert are tearing him apart.
Oh, you and your imaginary friend are
Robbie.
cleaning out your bookie right now?
Robbie.
Oh, now he's Robbie. He started as Bob, then he went to Rob, then he went to Robert. Now he's going by Robbie this week, huh?
Yes, Robbie.
New week, new name for your fake friend.
Yes, indeed.
I like it.
Hey, he's not wealthy. Right now, he's just rich because he can spend more than I can. But that's okay. He says being rich is okay. He doesn't have to be wealthy. Rich is okay with him.
You're giving him giant wads of cash.
He expects that he will be wealthy when football rolls around, though, when I start bringing up those.
There we go. Well, hey, you had 20,000 units on the Indiana Pacers closing out the New York Knicks in Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Finals on Saturday night. The line was 3.5. It wasn't nearly enough as the Pacers win 125-108. This was a great game in the first half. I think Indiana had a 4-point lead going into recess, and the Pacers just pulled away and never looked back in the second half. I watched that game in New York City, by the way, with a bunch of Knicks fans, and I very much enjoyed it because I kind of get off on other people's sports misery.
Were they miserable?
Oh, man, stomping, yelling at the TV, like slamming their fists, getting very drunk.
Like they've been there before or something?
Yeah, yelling a lot. I mean, a lot of expletives. It was perfect. It's everything you want to see if you enjoy watching other people suffer. I'm a horrible person, so I enjoy things like that. And yeah, it was. I won't lie to you. I was kind of hoping the Knicks won that game on Saturday to force a Game 7 because I was going to go back to the city tonight just to experience what a Game 7 near MSG would feel like. I wouldn't be able to afford to go in the game. I don't know with all that cash that you have, you would have been able to afford to go into a Game 7 at the Garden with a trip to the finals on the line.
Let's just say with the cash that I have, yes, I could have.
Maybe. I saw, before Saturday, obviously we don't have a Game 7, but you could have bought tickets to Game 7 before Saturday. Courtside seats were going for like $100,000.
I don't like basketball that much.
Obviously, that's courtside. That's
By
not.
the way, I don't like football that much.
No, that's I don't either. There's no sporting event in the world that I would pay, even if I had that kind of money just laying around to spend
Yeah.
on any given night. I wouldn't be paying it. If you maybe guaranteed my team would, no, even if I had a guarantee that my team was going to win,
No,
I
I'd
wouldn't
rent out
be.
a hall and bring all my friends to that event where I am.
Do that instead, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so tickets would have been pretty expensive. So I was hoping they were going to win on Saturday and then get all hyped up and, oh, we're back home and we just overcame this 3-1 deficit and we're going to win this game and the Pacers are the chokers now, not us. And I hope they would lose tonight, but we didn't get there. Instead, the Knicks lose on Saturday. And the Pacers have kind of owned the Knicks this century. You had 2000. This is the fourth time since 2000 that the Pacers have eliminated the Knicks from the playoffs. 2000, 2013, and then in each of the last 2 years, Indiana has ended New York's championship hopes. So, and this Indiana team, they continue to be a great story. They were underdogs in this series. They were underdogs against Cleveland in round 2. They were a 4 seed at the start of the playoffs. I guess they still are. But they've continued to find ways to win, and you just feel like you
I'm
can't
about to
count
give
this
you
team
some
out.
money on OKC. I'm about to make some more cash for my friend
Yeah.
Bobbas.
Bobbas now.
Yeah, Bobbas is going to make some money now.
What's the language of origin for Bobbas?
White.
That's not a
English.
language of origin.
He's in England. He's an English man.
Is white a language now?
Yeah, it's part. Yeah, it's a language also. Yes, he's about to be wealthy. He's waiting for the football season. He wants me to be very careful of how I treat the Pacers here with OKC. He thinks they may be able to hang. I'm like, they're not hanging with OKC.
You reminded me of the movie Airplane. Stewardess, I speak jive. You speak white, huh?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I was about to go on this rant about how you can't count out the Pacers because they've beaten a couple of teams they weren't supposed to beat. But God, I feel like Oklahoma City's a hell of a lot better, don't you?
Yes.
Game 1's Thursday night, so we've got a few days to rest and do some research here. A little bit of background on this matchup. We'll obviously dive into this a little bit deeper the closer.
I don't like the fact that they're letting that dad back in these damn games. All of a sudden, that dad's back.
You wonder if Halliburton is going to be allowed to go to the road games. He'll be in Indy for games 3 and 4 when the series shifts back to Indianapolis. But will they travel with John Halliburton to Oklahoma City? They're going to take him on the team plane just to make sure that he's there. And will they let him sit courtside on the road to try to get into SGA's head the way maybe he got into Giannis's head in round 1? They should, right? You got to pull out all the stops.
That's who he's going to cover, isn't it? That's going to be that's. I got to believe they're going to cover each other. That's going to be a hell of a matchup.
Well, I don't know if Halliburton's quick enough to cover SGA.
He's long enough. They're both kind of long guys too,
I would think Nembhard or somebody else would be lined up against SGA because you need Halliburton on offense.
Yeah, you
too.
do. You don't need him to be in foul trouble because SGA will be laying on the ground. But he'll have 3 fouls in the first 5 minutes against that dude.
And my guess is Lou Dort, who's the Thunder star defender, who he put Anthony Edwards in a straitjacket in the last round. I think Lou Dort's.
Why wouldn't they do that? You're right.
Yeah, and Caruso will probably get some run against Halliburton. So yeah, look, we talked about that in the West Finals. It's like who's going to be better, SGA or Ant-Man? And Ant-Man turned into Cant-Man with how bad he was. SGA looked like the MVP, and the Thunder won that series in 5 games pretty easily. That's like Halliburton it's going to be tough. SGA is the MVP. SGA is a better player, but Halliburton is going to have to go tit for tat with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander for the Pacers to, I think, have a chance in this series.
Yeah, when does my hockey start? Because I'm feeling pretty good about the Oilers.
That's Wednesday night, game 1 in the Stanley Cup final. So, wow, okay. You're leaning Edmonton.
I'm leaning game 1 Edmonton.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Edmonton does have home ice this time around against Florida. Obviously a Stanley Cup final rematch in hockey, new blood in the NBA. But yeah, no games tonight, no games tomorrow in either of the, big postseasons going on in professional sports. But yeah, hockey starts Wednesday, basketball starts Thursday, and I think we'll get 1 game a night moving forward. So hockey will be Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. Basketball will be Thursday, Saturday, Monday, and so on and so forth. Second trip to the NBA Finals in team history for Indiana. They're going for their first ever ring. And this is Oklahoma City's second trip to the finals as the Thunder. They get to claim the Sonics history for some reason.
Yes.
Every Seattle sports fan hates that. I don't think Oklahoma City really cares for what happened in Seattle either. But the Sonics won it all back in the 70s. But in Oklahoma City, the Thunder are going for their first title. So, Buck, a lot of talk about this being an underwhelming NBA Finals matchup. I mean, it's two of the smallest markets in the NBA with Oklahoma City and Indiana. It's not two model historic franchises. It's not a ton of household names on these teams. Your thoughts on just this matchup and these two teams playing in the finals?
NBA basketball, this is, for those that pretend they follow it all year round, which most of them don't. This is a good deal. I didn't even want Milwaukee. I never wanted Giannis to be back there again. He's already won a championship. I like the fact that Indiana and OKC are playing in it. The Celtics are out. It's about time the Philadelphia 76ers get to go back again. Do you have to earn your way? Oh, do you have to earn your way in? You just can't be a big city, big market?
You got to earn your way in. Well, you got to get to the playoffs first before you have a chance to.
I guess. I like it. I like it for. I told you about Indianapolis. I like that city, and I think it's great for the Pacers to be in this thing again. But
yeah,
I'm gonna probably lean more towards OKC. I just think their bench is deep no matter who they play against.
Yeah, Oklahoma City's better. I mean, they won 68 games in the regular season. They were the best team in the league all year long. So they're heavy favorites, by the way. I think I saw that they're minus 750 to win the series. Indiana's like plus 525. So if you like the underdog here, you can make some serious coin.
Yeah, you could on the series.
Betting on
Indy in the series. Game and a series bet.
Yeah, and I'm seeing, we'll get your pick on Thursday for game one, but the early line for the series opener, Oklahoma City minus 9.5.
Wow.
So, yeah, on paper, it's advantage Thunder. We'll see what happens. And this run for the Pacers, a couple more nuggets right now on this series. The Pacers had 50-1 odds to win the championship at the start of the year. It's the third longest odds of any team to reach the finals. Obviously, they haven't won it yet. You don't need to for this stat. The third longest odds of any team to reach the finals in the last 40 years. You had the Miami Heat in the bubble in 2020, which that was weird. And then you had the 0-2 Nets, who were, I think, 60-1 odds at the start of the year. So Indiana, again, they were not super highly picked going into the postseason, but at the start of the year, like nobody thought they'd get here. And there's only been two teams in NBA history seeded lower than 3 to win the championship. The Rockets in 95, of course, when they went back-to-back, and then the Celtics in 1969. So Indiana trying to do something that has not been done very often in the history of the association. And it's strength on strength. Pacers had the number 2 offense in the league this year. The Thunder had the number 1 defense in the league this year. To me, this kind of feels like, early thoughts on this series, Buck, I'm with you. This feels like Dallas and Boston last year. Obviously, a lot of differences. I'm not saying necessarily in terms of style and play, but it's like, Dallas was the team that made the improbable run and pulled off a bunch of upsets to get to the playoffs. And they were going up against just a juggernaut in Boston, who was the best team in the league all year. That's kind of like Indiana feels like Dallas and Oklahoma City feels like Boston to me.
Yes.
And that was a 5-game, pretty easy series win for the Celtics. I'm thinking Thunder in 5 is going to be my pick when we get there.
In order for them, Indiana really be, Turner would have to be, he's had a really nice year and he's had a good playoff. He would have to be an exceptional center now in this. And I don't think it'll be enough. I don't think he can score enough points as a center in this.
No, they're going to have to. And Oklahoma City won both games in the regular season, and they did it with turnovers. And that's what OKC has done like all year long. They force you into turnovers because they're so good defensively. So Indiana's got to be smart with the ball, and they've got to make a lot of threes.
I expect that dude Hartenstein to have a lot of rebound to just take over the boards now.
Yeah, OKC's good. But congrats to you. Up 20,000 units this weekend. You're now up 68,000 units in these playoffs. That ties a postseason high. That is not your best in these playoffs. You got up to 68K once, and then you fell all the way back down to, Well, at one point you were down 7,000 units in these
That's
playoffs.
why you have to stay. You have to stay with a good thing. So if you got a good thing, you got a good girl or a good guy, hey, stick with it. Things will be a little bumpy here and there, but it's not all the same. Don't tell me that what is all the same. It's not. It's not the same stuff. Believe me.
Well, hopefully you stay hot. Last time you got this hot, you cooled off very, very quickly. Hopefully that is not the same. You can keep it rolling here. It'd be nice.
Glad I don't have to do anything with softball. Yo.
You could.
No.
If you wanted to.
Oh, no. I'm
Okay.
not betting against those dudes from Soonerland. There is no way.
You can bet on those dudes from Soonerland.
No, I don't want to bet with those dudes. I know the Aggies must be having some fun this morning.
Why? They're not playing.
Yeah, but they still have to have fun at Texas.
Oh, at Texas baseball's expense? Yeah, I'm sure Aggie fans have taken to Twitter over the last 12 hours or so to take their shots.
I wonder what their message boards are like now.
Sure, I'm sure they're enjoying it, and that's how it goes. I mean, the easy response if you're a Texas fan is, "Hey, who did you play this weekend?"
No one.
Crickets, right? So I don't know what kind of trash A&M can talk. They got swept by Texas this year, and Texas won the SEC. A&M hasn't been able to do that since.
Who's their nemesis besides everybody? The Bobcats? What was it? They didn't play the Roadrunners. Yeah.
A&M lost to UTSA this year too.
Oh.
So they can't. I guess they only lost to them once, while Texas lost to them 3 times. So if that's what they want to point to, but UTSA. Trying to think, are there any other Texas teams still playing baseball? I don't think there are. Tech didn't make the tournament this year. A&M didn't make the tournament this year.
Sooners are still in on the men's side too, correct?
Yeah. That's not a state of Texas team, but OU is playing.
They are playing. OU still. That's a rival. They're still playing.
Game 7. They are in Chapel Hill. They beat North Carolina last night to force a Game 7. So that's win or go home. UNC, I think they're the 5 seed overall. OU's got a chance to move on to the Supers today under Skip Johnson. So they're still alive, but their season may come to an end in the regional round as well. But UTSA carrying the flag for the state of Texas.
Wow.
Right now. And didn't see that one coming. Roadrunners headed to UCLA for the Super Regional next weekend. All right, we'll get to a little bit more Texas baseball as we continue to unpack what went wrong for the Horns at the Dish this weekend. Before we do a few more sponsor shout-outs, though, we got to give some love to Scotty Scheffler, Buck. Again, a lot of good. Obviously, the worst for the Texas Longhorns this weekend was what went down in baseball, but softball doing what they're doing in Oklahoma City is great, and Scotty Scheffler continuing to just dominate the PGA Tour. Another great storyline for Longhorn fans everywhere as Scotty wins the Memorial for the 2nd straight year. He's only the 2nd golfer to win at Jack's Place in back-to-back years, joining Tiger, who won 3 Memorials in a row from 99 to 2001. But how about 3 wins in Scotty Scheffler's last 4 starts? Of course, you've got the PGA Championship in that stretch. He is red hot once again, Buck.
Yeah, I mean, he was pissed that Rory won the daggum Masters, obviously.
Yeah.
But since then, he's been on fire.
On fire. How about this stat? A little cross-sports statistic here. Since May 4th, Scotty Scheffler has the same number of wins as the Colorado Rockies do.
Wow.
Scotty Scheffler has played in 4 tournaments. The Rockies have played in 25 games, and they both have 3 wins in that stretch.
Are the Rockies at 10-win total yet?
And I think they're at 9-50.
Oh, my God.
The Rockies are awful. They are historically bad in baseball, but that's, even with that, what Scotty's doing is ridiculously impressive right now. Closed out Saturday with a bang, 4 birdies in his last 5 holes, gave him a 1-shot lead going into yesterday. And, he didn't need to do a ton. Everybody around him kind of collapsed. Scotty shot just 2 under par yesterday, but that was more than enough to win. And an extra $4 million going into Scotty Scheffler's bank account right now. He could afford those Knicks tickets if he wanted.
Yeah, he could. He could. Absolutely.
You not so much, but Scotty Scheffler definitely could. The 16th win of his career. Only Jack, Tiger, and the great Sam Snead got to 16 wins quicker in their professional golf careers.
Yeah, that was quite a display.
Yeah.
And I thought I was watching it Saturday, and I didn't know how he got to first place. Something must have happened with the TV that I lost it at the end there because he was down by 2 strokes, and all of a sudden, going into Sunday when all this stuff, I didn't watch much of because I was so deep into, of course, women's softball by Saturday night. I mean,
Sure.
I couldn't get anything else on the TV, but all of a sudden on Sunday, the dude's leading. I'm like, he's leading by 2. They're not going to catch him.
No, he birdied 4 of his last 5 on Saturday, and he was up by 1 going into yesterday.
Okay.
And early on, he extended the lead. And Ben Griffin was all over the place. I think it was down to 2, maybe 3 holes to go. But Scotty Scheffler didn't fluster, and Ben Griffin went overly aggressive and ended up bogeying. So Scotty wins by 4 strokes when it's all said and done.
Yeah, Ben Griffin over the last couple of weeks have been playing that consistent, not taking any chances. But in order to beat the world's number 1, he had to take some chances.
Yeah.
And it didn't work for him.
That's great. I mean, he gets $2.2 million to finish in second place.
Yeah, I like that.
So I'm sure he's disappointed, right? He was that close, and it would have been a great story for him, but he walks away a winner, I would argue, with that paycheck. So, Scotty will be the favorite. The U.S. Open is 2 weeks. You've got the Canadian Open this weekend. Scotty is not playing in that. He's already announced. So the next time we'll see Scotty is at the U.S. Open, the 3rd major of the golf year, and we'll see. We'll see if he can do it again.
That'd be Father's Day weekend.
But it goes without saying he is the hottest golfer in the world right now, and he continues to be the best player in the sport. Jordan Spieth finished tied for 7th. Good to see him. He was in the mix this weekend, and that's not what we want. We're hoping for a couple of wins for Spieth.
Yeah, I mean he has some wayward. I mean his tee shots have been really good. His iron play has been kind of sketchy. He's had some shots where his tee ball is right in the middle of the fairway and he ends up in a rough or up in a tree somewhere on his second shots. He's talking to his caddy an awful lot, and they don't seem to be on the same page right now when it comes to his iron play.
Yeah, and he shot a 74, a 2 over 74 yesterday. It was his worst round of the weekend. So, I mean, he needed to do something special to catch Scotty. But it feels like every tournament, whenever Jordan Spieth is in contention for a day or two, he just has that one bad round where he kind of gives it all back.
Yeah, there comes a point, BK, where you've had this same caddy since the day you started, and you had such great success to start out. But now you've had a couple years where it's been kind of, are you ever going to get it back together? There may need to be a separation there soon.
Maybe, yeah.
I mean, everybody. I mean, they all do it. They all do it eventually. I mean, Scotty Scheffler, maybe at some point in his career, may end up doing it, but not right now. I mean, he's at the hottest point of his career. But, I mean, all of them do. Everybody's done it. It seems like had a different – you get into a 3-year deal where it's like you can't even make contact. You got to start talking to someone. You got to do everything you possibly can, and that's a part of it.
Yeah, no, you're right. That's you wonder if a new coach or a new caddy or a new everything could be in the cards for Jordan Spieth at some point. And I think, look, he's a loyal guy. He's a great friend. Like, people always speak very highly of him as a person.
Well, that dude's made plenty of money with him.
Yeah,
he worked for it, but he's made plenty of money, I would think.
For sure. And I'm sure he wants to stick it out, and he's confident in himself that he can get things turned around, and he and his current team can get things turned around.
Right.
But, that's a fair question, right? You do wonder at one point if a change will be made, because I think a lot of golfers in Jordan Spieth's shoes, who are obviously so good early on and have just kind of fallen on hard times the way he has. Like, I feel like a lot of guys would have made some more moves than Jordan Spieth has.
Yeah, I mean, he has fallen on hard times for a guy of his stature right now. This is how many years? Am I wrong? It's more than 3 years, isn't it?
For a PGA Tour win?
Yeah, when was his last win now? Am I talking 5 years?
Well, let's look this up. I mean, I know his last major was 2017. His last PGA Tour win was – this is good stuff here. Y'all are welcome. We got you covered. Last PGA Tour win, 2022. So 3 years. April of 2022. Okay. Then he won in 2021. Before that, 2017 was his last win.
This has been a kind of wild stretch for him.
Yeah, he burst onto the scene, winning those 3 majors in the span of 3 years. He just felt like he was on his way to being the next Tiger. Everybody wants the next Tiger, right? And now it feels like Scotty Scheffler is
Oh
that
no,
guy for
we're
Texas.
seeing the next. We're not just seeing the next Tiger. We're seeing the next greatest golfer. Period. Possibly. I know it's a long stretch, but that guy has 16 wins now.
I know. I mean, he's been amazing, but think about what you just said. Buck.
I know.
I mean, I hope you're right. Like, no disrespect to Tiger, but love Scotty.
Yeah, he's had his hand injuries. We know he's not going to have. Well, we don't know that. We're not know he's not going to be hitting the head with a 9-iron in his driveway, but he's had his. He's gone through his injury already with his hand. He's bounced back from that, but we don't know about knees and elbows and hips and all that other stuff. Better get himself a nice, relaxed back chair. I'm pretty sure he has a few of those in his house.
I think he's okay. Yeah. Well, the thing that separates Scotty, I mean, look, he's obviously an all-world player, and he's got all the physical tools that you need. But up here,
oh yeah,
like he is and you've been watching golf a lot longer than I have, so you can speak to this way more than I can. But like, he's the sharpest mental player I've ever seen. Like,
yeah, he doesn't take a lot of chances. He's not a lot. He's not a. If he only takes chances when he has to. He doesn't. Everything else is, I'll put it in the middle. I'll make a long putt. I'll 2-putt and go on my way.
Yeah,
I'm not going to take a chance and just screwing up things. He's not like that.
Think about the PGA Championship. Like, nothing was going his way in that final round, and yet he's able to stem the tide. He adjusts his swing in the middle of a round. Everything, all of his tee shots were going left, and in the middle of a round, he's able to correct something and get it fixed. And it's like that. There aren't a lot of players who just have the mental wherewithal and composure to do stuff like that. So as long as he has that mental game plan, like he's going to be around for a long time.
And he's well grounded. He's a pretty grounded guy. He doesn't. He's not going to be headed off to Vegas for a weekend or something like that, unless it's to play golf.
Yeah. So an easy guy to root for, and congrats to Scotty. Another huge win for him at Jack's place, and Jack was giving him a ton of praise yesterday after he won. So it's surreal to watch what Scotty Scheffler is doing, and he will be the heavy favorite at the U.S. Open next weekend. We'll obviously talk about that. We'll probably do another TSU Pick'em contest for the U.S. Open next week. So be on the lookout and listen out for that. All right. We'll dive back into some Texas baseball. Plenty more to unpack from the disappointing weekend it was. We've got a little Texas football to talk about. I've got some Delta Airlines takeaways for my flight up to New York City. So we got plenty more to dive into. But before we shift gears, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Tell our friends over at Sue Patrick, of course, 5222 Burnett Road. All the items that you need. Incredible selection of Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories. They've got it all there. Father's Day, a couple weeks away. Now, I think it's 2 weeks from Sunday will be Father's Day. So Dad would love to have one of those great golf shirts that they have over there, the different polos. It's 1 week away from this week.
1 week from Sunday. Yep.
Nice. Very nice. They've got all the apparel, men's and women's clothing, folks, over there. They offer free shipping on online orders over $49. And we know there's plenty of parking over there, so you don't have to hassle around in a 100-degree temperatures trying to find a parking space and walk a mile to get to the store. It's right there, right in front of you. They have it at all. And for more information, go to SuePatrick.com. I guess we'll be going over to see Jay here soon for Father's Day, getting your dad something good. Mom will come in there. The kids will come in there. Dad, you're not getting an ashtray this year. Even if you're smoking 6 packs a day, we're not letting you get away. We're not letting the kids get you an ashtray. You're getting a nice polo or nice ball cap. Oh, you're wearing a ball cap today?
Got the Sue Patrick hat on today.
There you go.
6 packs a day? Are people smoking that?
No, you can't afford 6 packs a day.
Yeah, you're right. That'll run you like $60 nowadays.
Holy moly.
God, that will also, you'll be dead before you run out of money, I guess.
There you go.
So maybe there's the silver lining there. Love our friends at Sue Patrick. And, we've got a new sponsor here on TSU. There's a new lawyer in town.
Nice.
When the storm hits, you call Hurricane Hecht. That's Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney right here in Austin.
Sweet.
Proud Longhorn, fighting for fellow Texans. He's not just a lawyer. He's a Longhorn through and through, and he brings that same fire and pride to the courtroom. So if you've been hurt in a car accident, if you've been hurt on the job, if you've been bit by a dog, any sort of injury, you got to call Hurricane Hecht. He's been fighting for justice and big results for more than a decade. And the best part, you don't pay unless you win. There's no fee unless Hurricane Hecht gets money into your pocket. Let him flood your pockets with cash. How about that
Sort
for
of like the
Hurricane
Buck.
Hecht?
Yeah, man.
Do it like the Buck. He's aggressive in court, but he's a great dude. Ryan's been a friend of mine for years. He's great at what he does. He's from the Houston area, Texas Longhorn, a son of Longhorns, Austin-based, Texas proud. He is a friend of the show and a fighter for the people. Don't let insurance companies push you around after you've been in a wreck or you've dealt with some sort of injury in the workplace. Call Hurricane Hecht today, 512-938-8929. It's 512-938-8929. You can shoot him an email, ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com, and tell him Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you.
Yeah, man. I mean, I need that personal lawyer. If I played softball and one of those dudes hit me with that fastball, I may have to call on my man.
There you go. Hurricane Hecht. He's got you covered. He has got you covered. So shout out to our newest partner on TSU. And also some love to one of our OG partners, AV Consultations. We told you earlier the Texas Stars are in action tonight. Game 3 of the Western Conference Final at the HEB Center at Cedar Park. And our man Tom McKay, Texas Stars season ticket holder, big Stars fan, he wants to make sure that that place is filled up tonight. So if you're looking for something to do, hey, Texas softball plays during the day. You need something to do tonight. Head out to the HEB Center at Cedar Park to watch the Texas Stars take on Abbotsford this evening. There's 3 home games this weekend. So get your tickets at texasstars.com or centextickets.com and go say what's up to our man Tom McKay at AV Consultations and make sure you get your home TV setup done
Get
the
that
right
thing
way.
hooked up for U.S. Open for Dad.
Yeah, boom. There's a Father's Day gift right there, isn't
Nice.
it? Hook your dad up with the TV setup he's always wanted so he can just sit his ass on the recliner and watch golf.
Yeah, you cook for him and let him just sit back.
Yeah, that's all he really wants to do anyway.
He
So
won't say that, though. He's not allowed to say that.
I'll say it for the dads out
Yeah.
there. That's
I don't have any kids around me. I'll say it for myself. Just
Mhm.
let me be. Let me have my day. You don't have to do anything for me. Send me a card. Hey, hit me with a text message. I'm good.
I'm good. That's it. That's all it takes. Yeah, don't even call me. I'll be watching golf or I'll be sleeping. All right. Shoot me a text. Let me know that you love me. You can say thank you if you want, but yeah, that's all we need.
That's all we need. We don't need a lot.
No.
You know why? Because we don't get a lot.
No, yeah. Here's your ashtray, Dad. Here's your little clay pot I made in school, Dad. Enjoy this. I'm sure you'll use it all the time.
Oh, man.
That's how it works. All right. Shout out AV Consultations, avconsultations.com, 512-255-8678 to get that home TV set up. Buck, more Texas baseball here. Obviously we opened up the show talking plenty of Longhorn baseball. If you want our deep dive, you can scroll back to the beginning of this video if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook, and definitely check out the podcast once we upload it following today's show. But a disappointing end, and a lot of questions stemming the weekend, and a lot of what ifs for Texas baseball. And that Saturday game is going to hurt. I know last night was the game that officially eliminated Texas, but you have a 6-1 lead in that first matchup against UTSA this weekend, and you were your own worst enemy. I mean, errors and hit batters and walks and base running blunders, and you just couldn't find that timely hit at the plate. We had hoped Texas had turned a corner, right? They took 2 of 3 from OU at the end of the year, and we were hopeful that was, okay, maybe they're back to being the team that they were for the first 3 months of the season. And they lose that game in Hoover against Tennessee, but it's like, we don't really care about the SEC tournament. The coach basically told you he doesn't care that much about the SEC tournament, so maybe we don't put too much stock into that loss. We were hoping that Texas had maybe figured something out, and hey, this extra time off that they had was going to help them find their game again. But ultimately, it was the issues that plagued them at the start of May. They popped up at the worst possible time, and it led to Texas's season ending much earlier than any of us wanted.
Yeah, I just didn't see any individual players that kind of were going to, stand up and bring. We always talk about if you're a star, who do you pull along with you? I just didn't see any of those guys pulling along. The guys who were stars were even struggling themselves.
Yeah.
They got Blue back, they got their guy back, but he was still trying to find his way after being injured for a lot of the season. So it was hard for him. He's trying to get his own thing together. But the other guys didn't seem to pull guys with them. They had their own struggles as it was, and everybody had a struggle here or there. But the pitching we knew. I mean, there was nothing that was going to. That thing was kind of piecemeal together just to win a championship. Actually, to win an SEC championship. Once your starter went down, that thing could have gone south in a hurry. But they hung in there. It was that, like I said, it was that slow roast. But they hung in there enough. But I didn't see individuals pull other individuals, bring 3 or 4 different guys up. Now that's up to you. There's no reason to be losing to the Roadrunners over the weekend. And there's no reason to lose 3 games to them in a season, period.
Right. Yeah, it's a little tougher to do that in baseball than it is in other sports, I think, because only one guy can be in the batter's box at a time. So you can have one hitter go 4 for 4 with 4 home runs. The other guys can all go 0 for, and it's like, well, you can't blame the one guy who showed out. So
what I'd like to see the one guy show out for that.
Well, a couple guys, Casey Borba had a great weekend. I mean,
he did.
A few guys played well. It's baseball. It's a sport you fail 7 out of 10 times and you're still considered successful. So it's, not everybody's going to be red hot every weekend, but I think the biggest problem with this Texas baseball team, like their pitching was so elite for the first few months of the season. I mean, I think, at the turn of the calendar from April to May, Texas had the second best ERA in the country. And that's in year 1 of a coaching staff and in the best conference in the sport. Like that was absurdly good. And you kind of thought, all right, there's a chance this comes back down to earth. And then Jared Spencer gets hurt, and it's like, okay, this is very likely
it came crashing down,
going to regress to the mean. So the hope was, okay, the offense is going to pick up the slack, right? Like the pitching carried most of the weight early on in the year. Now you lose your ace, and Riojas is struggling. Like, guys are going through it a little bit. It's baseball. You're not going to be perfect all season long. You would hope the offense was going to figure it out because that was supposed to be the strength of this club going into the year. Right? Like we didn't, Jared Spencer was a transfer from Indiana State. Luke Harrison, barely pitched last year. Ruger Riojas was a transfer from UTSA. That was your starting rotation.
Yeah, and this kid Walker comes out of nowhere and plays.
Yeah. You had no idea what your pitching was going to be this year. The hitting, it's like, okay, well, you've got Blue back. You've got Flores. You've got Gasparino. You've got, Borba. You've got Schussler. You've got Galvan. Like you have all of these bats that were pretty good last year. And it's like, okay, with a better coach and Troy Tulowitzki still here as the hitting coach and another year of development, it's like that's going to be the strength of the team. And it never was. And when they needed to get better, again, it wasn't everybody. I mean, you had guys play well. Rylan Galvan was first team all SEC. So there's levels to it. But offensively as a whole, you needed Texas, the bats, to pick up the slack once the pitching fell off. And they never consistently did.
No, you're always searching. It's almost like you're always looking for that guy who was going to be that. And they never really couldn't find that guy. They were like piecemealing things, winning games, winning an SEC championship in year 1. It's not hard to be disappointed because you're still just disappointed in the moment. I mean, when you sit back in a couple of days from now, you're going to say, what a hell of a season that was for these guys, what they did and where they were. And as you said, they're only going to get better. I can't imagine this team going backwards.
No. Look, they're not going to win the SEC every year.
No,
they're not going to be the number 2 national seed every year. So, they could take a little bit of a step back from a regular season.
It'll still be a hell of a baseball team. You're right.
But as long as Schloss is the coach, you feel like Texas is going to be a contender in the SEC, and you feel like they're going to be a regional host more often than not.
But what I'm looking forward to is there are going to be some great arms coming through this program here over the next couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, they got the number 1 recruiting class in the nation. And again, the MLB draft is coming up next month. A lot of the guys committed to Texas will get drafted, and they'll probably sign with MLB teams. So we'll see what this class ends up looking like. But Texas, we talked about this a ton at the end of the David Pierce era, Buck. They were, David Pierce was not getting the NIL support he needed. Like the big money donors and a lot of the fan base had kind of lost their love for David Pierce, and he had fallen out of flavor with this Texas fan base. So Texas wasn't competing at the highest level from the NIL standpoint, and that was part of the reason why. Like, David Pierce just didn't have enough talent on his rosters to really compete. I think Jim Schlossnagle, look, the hire people were pumped. Not only is he a great coach, but you stole him away from Texas A&M. So that was already like, okay, that got a lot of people reinvested into Texas baseball. Now that they saw this year happen, right, you win the SEC in year one, you were the number one team in the nation for like a month. I think that the investment financially and just everything else, but financially, we know how important that is in college sports in 2025. That's about to be through the roof for
Yes.
Texas, which is only going to help as this thing goes forward. Now there's tangible evidence that you've got the right guy as your head coach, and I think that's going to, again, bring a lot more money and support into this program.
Yeah,
But
like I said, this is a short-time disappointment for
yeah,
a long range for your long range goals are right there. I mean, and it will get better and better, I think, each and every year. It's not I don't see it all of a sudden going backwards. Like you said, this was a hell of a start jumping out the way they did. And baseball is one of those you just ride the momentum. But when it goes, it can go in a hurry. And it can go against, it doesn't always have to go against the best teams that you play. It can just be a bunch of guys that have your number. And
yeah.
it seemed like this group from San Antonio just had their number.
And look,
All in
UTS,
all, still, they shouldn't be losing 3 to that group.
no, they probably shouldn't be losing one to that group.
You're
And
right.
yeah, I mean, look, if you won last night and lose today, it still hurts just as much
Absolutely.
because your season's over. But yeah, you didn't win a game against a in-state feeder school
And I don't give a
that you
rat's
have.
ass if it's on a Tuesday, Monday, or Sunday. That shouldn't be happening.
No, it shouldn't. And again, you tip your cap to UTSA. They're having their best year in
Well,
program history.
what a great year for them.
They won the American by 5 games. They were 23-4 in conference play. They beat some other good teams this season, but just the history and the investment into Texas versus UTSA baseball, it's no contest.
Yeah,
It's not.
and yeah, it can happen in year one. And there have been those that have taken their teams to probably Omaha and won championships in year one. I mean, it's happened. Yeah, but most of the times not.
No, and
You know.
again, that's why it's kind of conflicting, right? Like in the moment, it sucks, and that's you're the number 2 national. I think it's only happened like 7 or 8 times in this current college baseball 64 team format that we have, where a top 2 national seed has lost before the Supers.
Oh yeah, if you're
Actually,
going to shit the bed, you might as well unload yourself.
well, I'd rather lose in the Supers than lose in the regionals. So I disagree with that. It actually happened twice this year because the number 1 seed Vanderbilt also lost. So it's very rare that 1 or 2 goes down this early. So that's like, well, it doesn't happen because it's not supposed to happen. So that makes it sting. But again, you feel like the future's bright. You accomplished a ton of great things this year. So it's just weird. Like it's a weird thing. If Texas finishes, like if they choked away the SEC title, Buck, down the stretch, and then they lost in the regional. It's
Oh
like,
boy,
that's, you won a lot of games. That's great, but you didn't win anything of significance. This year feels like a total
it
waste.
doesn't matter. They're going to talk about the SEC being not as tough, but there's still a bunch of teams still hanging in there. So
Yeah, and then the SEC's won, I think, 5 straight national
right.
championships, and there's a chance at 6. Unfortunately, it won't be Texas being that 6th, but it's still the best conference in the sport.
There's no doubt.
And it's a big deal to win it. I don't care what any Texas hater says. It's a big deal to win the SEC. So you've got that. That's a great thing. But yeah, I mean, you lose in the regional. Like, again, at the start of the year, I thought Texas was a regional/super regional team. I thought their ceiling was getting to a super. You make it that far, you never know what could happen. You get a favorable matchup. Maybe you do make it to the College World Series. But before the year, I kind of thought this is about where Texas would be. But you're the number 2 seed on Selection Monday, then you think, all right, like we should be making it to Omaha here. Forget just a super regional. Like we're playing all of these games at home. We win a regional, we get to host a super regional. Everything's here in Austin. We've been great at the dish all season long. You got to get there. The expectations changed. The bar was raised, and Texas couldn't get there. So
PK, where is SC Upstate? Where are they from? I kept seeing that over the weekend. Is it SC Upstate? Upstate where? What state? Is that South Carolina Upstate?
I
There's
assume
a team
SC
called
is
South Carolina Upstate.
I assume it's SC. Yeah, South Carolina. It
Is
would
it
be
South
like,
Carolina? It's not Southern Cal, is it?
yeah, it wouldn't be what, Southern California, upstate. That
Upstate,
takes
upstate where?
yeah,
Upstate where? I
that
kept
takes
seeing that
away the
group.
Southern. You can't be Southern and upstate, right? Upstate is up and Southern
Yeah,
is down. Like, do
down.
I
Yeah,
have
I
this right?
guess. I don't know. I kept seeing that team. I'm like, where the hell is that? South? I guess it's South Carolina. What
Oh,
part of South Carolina are they?
dude, I don't know how many cities can I name in South Carolina. We've got Clemson is there.
Yes, Greenville.
Greenville, I think I could have gotten there. Columbia is where the fake USC is.
Gaffney. You couldn't get Gaffney. That's where my father's from. Gaffney, South
Okay.
Carolina.
Sorry about that, Mr. G. Could not have guessed that one.
No,
I don't know.
you said Columbia, right? We're South
Is
Carolina.
Myrtle Beach south or north?
I'm going to say Myrtle Beach is one of those beaches is south. Let's go with Myrtle Beach being South Carolina.
We're going Myrtle Beach south. All right, that's five. That's five cities we got in South Carolina. I don't know if upstate's a city or if that's just an area and SC Upstate is in.
It's got to be a city, doesn't it?
Who
They named their city Upstate.
who did they play? Where did you see them?
I swear I saw that
They
during
were in the
these regions.
tournament somewhere. Okay, I'm sure. Yeah, they might have been a
But
4
it may
seed.
have been softball because I was so dedicated to my softball watching.
They were not in the Women's College World Series in softball. That'd be an unbelievable story if whatever SC Upstate is made it to the Men's or Women's College World Series. That would be pretty remarkable there. All right.
It's near Appalachia. Maybe it's near the Appalachian Mountains or something. Who knows?
Is that a
I never
city?
heard of it before.
I don't either.
It's South Carolina, I believe, somewhere in South Carolina.
I've got no answers here.
It's
Big
upstate.
decisions.
It's upstate South Carolina, I guess.
Thank you
If they
very
call
much.
it upstate. SC
Big,
upstate.
Yeah, I don't. Sure. SC Upstate South Carolina. They won the Big South baseball tournament. There you go. That's how they got into the NCAA tournament. I can't help you. I wish I could.
Do they have a city? Do they have a city that they're in? Or is that the name of the city?
You want me to look this up?
Find out, because Miss South Carolina may be from there. Maps and such as.
Maps and like such as. It is in Spartanburg.
Spartanburg, yes, I've heard of that, of course.
There you go. Congratulations. Upstate South Carolina. SC Upstate in Spartanburg. SC.
Wow.
There you go.
Seems like a lot, doesn't it?
There's a lot of college baseball teams. It's the same thing with college basketball. I was talking to the girl about this. She's like, I got 64 teams make it. Isn't that everybody? And I'm like, no, not even close.
No.
Not even close. All right, there you go. Texas base. By the way, some big decisions. Not a lot of people have to leave this Texas baseball team. Kimball Schuessler has to leave. He was in his grad season, so he's out of college eligibility. There are a couple of other lesser known, or at least lesser important players that are graduating and they're done. But obviously some big decisions. I think Max Ballou is going to go pro. Even though he was hurt this year, I still think he's going to be a pretty high draft pick and he'll take his talents to the next level. But you wonder, Jalen Flores, again, we talked about him earlier, a guy who, made a decision that everybody loved last year around this time where he announced he was going to come back for one more year. He was very disappointing. And I think Schloss would want him back, even though 2025 was very disappointing. But you wonder for him, is it like, okay, I'll just go now in case I have another bad year and my draft stock falls even more. He's one of those guys with the big decision. He'll lose a couple of other, Jared Spencer, I think, is probably gone. I don't know what his arm situation is. Luke Harrison, another guy who will have a decision to make. A lot of guys are coming back. You've got a great group of freshmen. Dylan Valantis, one of the best pitchers in the country. He will be here. Jonah Williams will be back. Adrian Rodriguez will be back. I think Will Gasparino will be back. So there are a lot of guys who.
They've got a young team.
Will for sure be back. You've got some guys with some decisions, but obviously it'll be a different roster. And it was a talented bunch this year. And again, to lose in a regional, it stinks a little bit. So. There you go. All the shows will be talking Texas baseball all day long today. Again, we talked about it a lot more in depth for the first 35 to 40 minutes of today's show. So if you want to hear the Buckeyes deep dive thoughts onto Texas baseball losing in the Austin Regional, definitely check out the podcast or scroll back to the start of this video. Buck, do you mind if I indulge you in some Delta Airlines stories here to
Of
wrap up
course,
the
it's
show?
that time of the day. I need to find out. You can't have a clean weekend without a Delta story.
You know, overall, I would say it was a solid Delta experience. Departed on time, landed on time. My ticket actually worked. I was able to board the plane with
No
everybody
episodes
else.
in the plane.
No, unfortunately, no nudity on the plane.
Wow.
Unfortunately, no crazies on the plane. You know, most people are like, God, I really don't want to see that. Like anything I can do to avoid seeing a crazy person on my plane, I'm like, I want it. I want that stuff.
You want that? I don't want that stuff. I like flights are that I'm already. I have enough anxiety about getting to a place on time. I don't need to see a crazy person
Now,
on a
see, look,
plane.
I don't want an act of terror. Let me go ahead and clarify that. I don't want anything like that insane where people's lives are on the line. But I would like to see somebody seeing ghosts, or I would like to see someone stripping down and giving us a little bit of a show.
Somebody peeing in the middle of the plane is okay with you?
Peeing is fine. If we're talking number two here, that's where I draw the line, because then I'm the person who's committing an act of terror on that person.
Yes, there you go.
Yeah, and I would argue taking a deuce on a plane is an act of terror.
And by the way, you didn't get there in time to actually look at the people that were boarding. You probably were the guy running onto the plane.
Yeah, it was close. I mean, look, our show ended at 9 and my flight was at 11. So it was like,
Wow.
didn't have a lot of time, but thankfully a little surprising. Maybe it was because it was the week after Memorial Day weekend, right? Big travel weekend. There weren't a lot of people at Bergstrom on Friday. And I love Bergstrom. It's like when it's too small. There's no doubt it's too small. But if you can catch it on like a not overly crowded time, the food selection's great. Enough space to go get some work done. If you need to, like I was putting up our podcast for the show at the airport before getting on the plane. So I'm a Bergstrom guy. But anyways, here's the one sort of scare. And there's actually a few things we can dive into here. So Delta Airlines, they announced that it was a full flight, right? We're at the gate, we're checked in. They say it's a full flight and they're looking for volunteers to check their bags.
Oh boy.
So the girl already had a checked bag because she's staying in New York for like a few weeks longer than I am. So she brought a big suitcase. She had already checked. So I'm like, all right, we're gonna have to go to baggage claim anyways. I'll check my bag. I'll be a hero. I'll be a martyr here. Everybody look at me, applause. Brad Kellner being the guy.
You wanted to be that guy, huh?
I wanted to be that guy. So look, I'll take one for the team, whatever. So I give my bag to the desk agent and she puts a tag on it. And she tells me, she's like, all right, yeah, we'll make sure it gets there. I asked, is there anything I need to do? Do I need to put it anywhere? She's like, nope, like it'll be on the plane. It will get to where you need to get.
Let me fling it back here.
Get it at baggage claim. So she keeps it behind her at the desk and everyone's boarding, right? And I'm a journalist here. We're doing the basic economy. We're like the second to last group to board.
Group 6, plane. You like group 6?
I think we're like group 8 out of 9. They were putting homeless guys on the plane.
Oh my God! Try to get them in a different states. Nice.
Anybody just want to get on? You don't even need a ticket. You're getting on before these guys get on. So and it's Delta. It's assigned seats. It's not Southwest, so we've got our seats. It's no big deal. But everybody else who like volunteered to check their bags, I see them taking their bags with them, and I'm about to scan my boarding pass to get on the plane. There's probably like 7 or 8 people behind us. Like we're that close to the end of the group. And I'm about to scan my boarding pass. I turn around. I still see my bag behind the desk with that lady. And so I'm like, hey, yell. I'm like, hey, do I need to take my bag? And she says, oh my God, yes, please. I almost forgot.
What?
She said that to me. She was going, like, if I didn't do that, she was going to just leave my bag there, and my bag wasn't going to make it on the plane.
She was going to go run off to lunch.
I think, yeah, she was going to go run off like, okay, everybody's good, and everyone's on the plane. My job's done. I'm going to go take a break here. And my bag was just going to be sitting behind that Delta desk for who knows how long. Now, look, maybe it's my fault that they say don't leave your bags unattended. So maybe I should have just kept my bag with me, even though she told me I needed to leave my bag with her. Maybe I should say, no, I'll take it myself. Thank you. I know where I'm supposed to take it, at the bottom of the tunnel. But she literally said, oh my God, yes, please, here, take it. I almost forgot.
Did you have a question for the people at the end? Is this going to get on when you got down there?
Yeah, I was a little nervous, but I saw like 15 other bags there. I'm like, they're not going to forget all 15 bags.
No,
Are they?
just yours. Yours is going to be separated from all 15.
Just mine. And oh, by the way, again, they said, oh, we don't have any overhead space, right? It's a full flight, so we need you to check your bags. When we got to the plane, we were sitting close to the back. There was so much overhead bin space. The flight attendant was actually closing bins to make it look like they were full because they were so embarrassed that they had lied to us. There was so much bin space that didn't get used that they were closing the bins to act like they were full.
Oh, boy.
And a couple people were like,
My trip next week, my trip the week after next, once again, involves American Airlines. I'm giving the Americanas another opportunity.
yeah, I mean, it's, I think they're better than Delta. Who knows?
Are you sure?
I'm not sure because I haven't flown American in a while, so I can't attest to.
And the word is JetBlue and United are now coming together.
Really?
Yes.
I assume that's United buying JetBlue.
I think so, yes.
I feel like United's the bigger airline of that group.
They're coming together.
Mm. Also, one more question. Have you ever had a flight with no window on your row? Is that a thing? Because I had a window seat. There was no window on my row. There was one in the row in front of me, and there was one in the row behind me. I was probably
That's the
like,
one that came out the last flight. They just put a patch over it.
maybe that was it. I don't know. I'd never seen that before. I was excited because I like looking out the window, at takeoff, and especially when you're landing at a cool place. Like we're landing at JFK, like it's the city. I want to see what it's downtown New York, whatever. That's cool stuff. And there's no window. Just what did I pay for here?
Just turned over and looked at space. Come on, you could have been in the middle aisle. Could have been in the middle seat.
I know. Thankfully, I did get the extra space and the ability to lean against the window, which is why I'm team window over team aisle. But no window on a window seat.
I'm team aisle this trip. I love the aisle.
Yeah, I know. But then your knee gets taken out by that
Yeah,
beverage
that's
cart.
okay. I'll take that. I'll take that hit for the team because I want to get the person running up and down the aisle acting crazy. I want to trip them and then be able to get out of my seat to slam them in the back of the head with something.
My
Plus, I
favorite.
like the ability to get to the overhead just in case somebody shards themselves and people are thinking about landing at the nearest airport when I have to get on my vacation trip, when I'm going to take somebody's clothes out of their carry-on and wipe it up. That's what that's for.
You think that'll work?
It's going to always work with me. I'm going to make an announcement myself over the PA system that we cannot stop the flight. We must continue on. We have a destination, and you people that brought all this carryover with these extra shirts and underwear and T-shirt and shoes, let's just swipe the crap into one of your shoes, and we'll put it in a plastic bag and get rid of it. But we don't need to be stopping for crappers or peers pukers.
Are you going to ask for volunteers for that?
Oh, no. If I got the aisle seat, I'm just standing up, and the nearest one, which even could be mine,
Okay.
I'll take one of my shirts or one of my 1,000 pairs of underwear and use it.
Yeah.
By the way, I'll clean it up.
I think if you were willing to use your clothes, there wouldn't be much of a problem there. But if you're just grabbing someone else's shirt out of their bag to clean up someone else's crap, there could be an issue.
But if I had to do that for the remainder of the 70 on board, I would do that because that's taking one for the team.
I feel like you'd get arrested for that. I don't know what the crime actually is, but I don't think you can take someone else's clothes and clean up shit on a plane with it.
I don't think that's right. I think I should be deemed a hero, really.
If it's your clothes, again, if it's your clothes and you're willing to do that, people are going to think you're gross and disgusting, and I do already. But it'll be like, all right, well, that is really taking one for the team. That is nice. But if you just grab a random person's bag, just start running through their stuff. Okay, yeah, this is a sweatshirt. This has a little extra area
Hey, Jill,
here.
that was a nice blouse of yours. Do you mind if I use this to mop up this diarrhea here? Because they're thinking of stopping this plane, and we're not going to be on time for our next. I can't get to Spain. You know how I like to go to Spain. I can't get to Spain because, Jill won't give up her blouse. Hey, Jill, you're going to give up this blouse.
Hey, Jill Biden.
Hey, I'm actually going to wipe it up, and then I'll go wash my hands.
Hey,
that's fine.
I don't know why you keep calling out Jill Biden here, but hey, Jill Biden. Hey, I know you went to Vegas and got one of those sweatshirts that says, "Oh, I went to Vegas and all I got
Yeah.
was a stupid sweatshirt." Well, now you got a shitty sweatshirt. Congratulations, because it's being
not
used
gonna
to
put it
clean this
back.
up.
I'll stuff it in that puke bag, and we're going to continue on. We're not
Dude,
calling this hazardous. It's just shit.
I've never rooted against my friends because I feel like if I'm rooting for someone to crap on your flight, I'm rooting against you. But I almost think you want this to happen, and I want this to happen for the sake of the show. I want you to go viral for doing this on a plane. So
I
I
will
hope
do
it
it. I will
happens
do it
next
to get
week.
to my destination. I have cleaned up crap before, dog crap, baby crap, my own crap. It's just shit. When it becomes such a biohazard, it's just somebody's innards. I mean, what am I going to get from that? I always figure out what is the worst that's going to happen. You're going to get a handful of shit, and you can go wipe it off. I don't get all that stuff. I don't get when it becomes a biohazard. What is? I'm not going to eat their shit. I'm just wiping it up, and something can actually get on my hand.
It's not like salmonella, right?
No, I don't. I mean, can't you wash it off?
Because there's been times where I've gone, to the potty, and you go number 2, and you take the toilet paper and you wipe, and your finger slips through.
Yeah. I mean, as you get older, some of these mistakes, they may have happened to me younger, but I'm more careful now because I really take my time and do things the right way. But I don't understand where cleaning up somebody's crap becomes, that's why. And now I have a hard time of, of course, if it's in my own yard, I'm not going to clean up my dog's crap. And you guys, you got people throwing it in your garbage cans and everything, throwing it over the fence. But I don't get that. You can't stop a flight with 70 people because somebody called somebody crapped on the floor as a biohazard. It's just shit.
Yeah. Clean that up. Clean that up. Get some Lysol, some Fabuloso, and let's go, man.
There you get some Fabuloso.
The fibers are still in the air, though, right?
Yeah.
What do you mean in the air?
That's why you're smelling the shit particles. It's because the
Fabuloso will fix that. Fabuloso fixes that. You ever been to where they use that stuff, man? I don't know.
We've been over this, Rodney. It doesn't fix it. It masks the smell. It's just putting more particles in the air with the shit particles. The shit particles is still there. You're just getting Fabuloso particles in the air too. It's called chemistry, man.
But what does that do to you? I mean, is that what's ruining? Yeah. Hey, is that what's ruining our children? Is that what's ruining our children today? Somebody is shitting their shit in the air, and now they become crazy. I mean, is that what's making people crazy?
That's what it is.
I haven't gone down this. I'm going to go down this path tonight, Buck. I haven't gone down this path before. Now I'm intrigued.
I'm intrigued now too. Maybe that's what's doing our kids. Maybe that's what our kids are getting, those fumes from people shitting in planes and dogs shitting on the grass. Maybe that's what it is.
That's what they're shit sniffing.
Yeah. Oh my God.
It's not going to do anything.
I'd rather sniff a Sharpie, not shit. Given the chance, I'd rather sniff a Sharpie. But it could be the shit sniffing.
But you know this, Rodney. If you're on a plane, you're getting to your destination, and we're not going out of our way to stop the plane for somebody to drop something in an aisle or on a seat. We can continue to move on.
I ain't stopping. You just keep going. Don't lose any latitude or longitude.
There you go. That's what I like. That's what I want my pilot thinking right there. I don't want any longitudes or latitudes moved. We're going right to the destination.
Have you guys ever been on a flight? You were kind of mentioning right there about the flight with no window. Have you ever been on a flight? They always go and ask the people on the exit row, are you capable? Will you, in case there's an emergency, will you help out? Have you ever seen anybody say no?
Isn't that every flight?
You know what? Just late, I aboard one of these Delta flights. No? I had a guy who couldn't speak English. That I'm like, dude, answer this lady. He couldn't understand what she was saying. I'm like, you can't leave that dude there. He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand what's going on, and you're just going to leave him because he nodded. I'm like, dude, answer her. She wants a response, yes or no. And I could tell he couldn't understand what she was saying. I'm like, you're going to leave this cat here if something goes down?
Oh, just because he can't speak English doesn't mean he can't.
He didn't understand.
People on an airplane.
You got to understand what she's saying. I mean, you got to understand where you are, right?
Yeah, you got to be able to communicate, especially in an emergency situation. Here's I've been so angry, or not angry, just my anxiety was so looming At one point when I was on a plane, I didn't get the exit. I was like 2 rows from the exit seat.
Oh,
And this lady that couldn't help herself. Actually, I knew she's just one of those people that just couldn't help. She was already over 300 pounds. She needed the exit seat. I understand that. But after they came back and gave the brief in an emergency, are you able to do this? I couldn't hold my shit together. I reached over. I said, "Ma'am, we all know damn well that you ain't helping anybody." Ow! I was so upset. My wife was embarrassed. Oh my god! I was. It's
she
like,
said,
come on.
she had already said yes. She said yes, and then you
said yes, man.
Oh my god!
Then she gave you a DDT right there in the aisle. Was it a round-shouldered individual?
I'm sure she said the audacity of that man to ask that. I'm sure she said that.
Disgusted.
But I'm gonna go, you know what, man? I'm done with it. I'm gonna call you out on your shit.
And if half the plane is on fire and there she is, she can't get out of that belt. You're gonna be so pissed. You're gonna be the guy punching her in the
She's eating her fucking free bag of peanuts, saying everything's fine.
That is so horrible.
God, I'm doing the show at my girlfriend's parents' place, and
oh my god, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna need a new place to stay and a new girlfriend here shortly after this.
Right? Just tell them you got a Marylander or a New Yorker out there. They're fine.
There
they
you
get it.
You just can't. I'm just saying you can't.
Oh my
if
god!
you can't answer the question when the lady says, "You got to give me a verbal response," and you're just looking and staring at her, I said, "Lady, he doesn't understand what you're saying to him. You got him sitting in the exit aisle." And he doesn't understand. So when shit starts to happen, he's not going to understand any of this.
Well, but you never know, man. That might be the cagiest guy of them all, because I've said for the longest time that we need to let old El Chapo out of prison and make him work for us, because that dude can do some shit.
He knows how to he can organize people at the same time.
We need him on our team.
He can organize. Hey, what's exit Salida? I'm trying to think of. Is it
salida, right?
Salida. It's some type of salad. Anyways, that's how you get out of the plane.
Salida, not to be confused.
Hey, BK's about to do the Amtrak boys this week.
Who is?
PK. We're about to get our Amtrak stories. The way to go.
All right.
What's the Amtrak? Come fly? No, that's not Amtrak.
I don't think that makes sense.
Fly with me. What is Amtrak? What's the Amtrak jingle?
They don't have any jingle. They don't run
commercials
Amtrak anymore.
Amtrak had a jingle. They had a
Greyhound doesn't even do that anymore.
Amtrak had one. Come fly with me, and then I can't think of that. That's Frank Sinatra, but that's not Amtrak. Amtrak, damn it, I'm gonna look it up. Amtrak.
What's the one where OJ was?
They had a jingle. Amtrak had a jingle.
My grandfather, the man that raised me, was a conductor on the Amtrak.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
Wow.
Very nice.
Legend. That's a great story right there.
Railroad. He also had a hole in his throat from smoking Pall Malls.
That's even cool.
Hero.
Non-filtered.
So Paul Wall's not exactly not. He talked like, "You need to go to Frederick and get a damn job, boy."
Oh my god,
man! Urban Franklin. God rest his soul,
boys.
All right, guys.
Y'all have a great one.
Y'all be good. BK, I hope we didn't scare the in-laws. So.
Me too. I'll report back tomorrow.
BK's been me too.
And now that he's off,
welcome to a wonderful chaotic edition of Chaos Theory here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Now that he's off, I'll say it. He didn't deny in-laws. Smart man. You know, a lot of
maybe I'm thinking it kind of just went over his head and he didn't catch it.
No. He's smart because they can hear. You know, if he was in public, he
had the headphones on, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He heard. If we were at a bar and you said the in-laws are back home, he'd be like, "Shit, I ain't married. Nobody bossing me around." Yeah, but he's smart.
Man, they've been together for a while, man. Good couple, but good looking couple too, man. Yeah, they look good together. So they have fun.
Like you and your wife, good looking, handsome couple.
Yeah. My wife. Everybody says that I'm paying for my wife's company still. So.
Well, yeah,
that's what happens when you outkick your coverage.
That's
you know what I mean?
I get all the time. It's like, dude, you outkicked your coverage. I'm like, it's
dude. What's up, bro? How was your weekend? Good.
Depressing. Watch baseball.
Yeah, I thought Friday. I thought it was and then Saturday we had the winner there, and then Sunday I'm sitting here shitting bricks, and then after the first inning I was okay. So But yeah, Texas baseball was fun to watch. Well, kind of up and down, like just kind of like an emotional roller coaster. And you, my friend, are a fan of the mixed bag of emotions. Yeah, baseball was a little taxing at times.
You know, it was Friday when it started, you know, because we did Zay and I were doing the live cast. So that was fun. So that was a lot of fun. Then on Saturday, when that started, I was still kind of waiting. But then when you jump out and you have that lead, I'm like, okay, this is looking really, really good. But then you start falling back into things that have kind of gotten you in trouble down the stretch, you know, things that have just kind of been hampering you as the season has gotten longer.
Runs left on.
Dude. It was like 14 runners stranded. I mean, you absolutely cannot do that. And look,
that's terrible.
And I'm in a chat group with a bunch of guys, you know, whether it be from Alabama or Arkansas, you know, just racing buddies of mine. And last night it was like, so what's your excuse now? You know, I'm like, UTSA is better.
They beat us in the regular, or beat us. They beat Texas in the regular season too. So
yeah. I mean, you got beat in most aspects of the game is what happened. And to me, it was, I mean, Saturday night as that game went on, as UTSA kind of dug themselves back into it and then, you know, took control of it. It was like, okay, you're running out of arms at this point. So that's where I started thinking, and you go back and you look at the turnaround that you need on Sunday. It's like, there's no way in hell that you're going to be able to do this twice. And that was the case. And you left it all out there against Kansas State. And again, to Kansas State, I mean, they made a lot of mistakes too, but it was just, you know, it's sad, but at the same time, I think we need to be a little more positive here, and something that we've talked about. We didn't think that it would be this good.
Year
right?
one, right?
Yeah.
And I think the start that we had, and just the baseball, you can get hot. You get hot in baseball, right? And I'm not saying that Spencer's the missing link, but I mean, it was. The team was rolling just with a different type of thunder with Spencer on the bump, right?
Yeah.
And credit to Slosh too. Like, let's not take away what we had. It sucks to lose, especially when you host the regional, right? It's absolutely crazy. But teams were. I mean, I'm not trying to give Austin a pass, but this was happening all around the country this weekend. Teams were losing. All right, juggernauts were losing. So, yeah, it absolutely sucks. But expect a lot of people to throw some shit at us, right? You know, oh, you guys, you know, thumping your chest way too early. Yeah, but rightfully so. We won the SEC in the first year, so eat some shit.
And this is very much a thing to me where we talk about baseball being different than everything else. I mean, and a good point there about NIL and all of that, not so relevant in baseball, where baseball, we say it time after time, Wax, baseball is a bitch. Yeah, this lady is a bitch.
That's you're not going to win.
No, you absolutely are not going to win. Good call there by LB. But the thing is, it's one of those things where you go back.
Many batters put on.
Oh yeah. Yeah. You go back and you look at this, and we talk about the momentum, and we talk about peaking. This team was peaking in the middle of the season with players down. You mentioned Jared Spencer, and then Max Ballou is hurt, and the pitching staff is kind of, and we said at the beginning of the year it was going to be, this team was going to go the way of the pitching staff. The pitching staff fell apart.
But that's usually every team, right? Like,
yeah. And that's what got you. And it's, you peaked way too early, and you sputter across the finish line. I wish that I could take this back, but I'm not surprised that this happened, because of the way that you kind of limp across the finish line. It was just, it just, look, relish your championship, relish your regular season championship. I personally would have liked to have seen this team not peak so early and start peaking right now, even if you don't host a regional. But you know what? You can't go back and take that away. And when it all comes down to it, great job, UTSA. Great job for it.
Absolutely. I mean,
yeah.
And they, Rodney, to reiterate, they beat Texas in the heart of the middle of the regular season when Texas was on fire.
3 times in your own place,
right,
for the full season.
So let's just let that all factor in, that UTSA might just be a pretty damn good club.
Yeah. And that's what I love about college baseball.
Yeah, college baseball is different, man.
Yeah, we talked about this.
Remember when we were talking about the SEC? Remember when we were talking about Sankey kind of detaching and making a super league? This is what I'm afraid that you won't get if that happens.
Yeah.
Right. And of course you saw it through you saw it through the NCAA tournament this year, right? With March Madness. You saw a lot of the mid-majors that had studs transfer out and go to bigger universities. Right. And then they tried to spin the narrative as like, yeah, we got Cinderella stories, but they're just not Cinderellas anymore. They're on, big juggernaut teams. That's not a Cinderella story. Right, like UTSA, that kind of is a Cinderella story. Now I know basketball and baseball doesn't exactly compute or transfer over, but still, you understand what I'm talking about with the with the small market, with the smaller universities or mid-major universities.
Yeah, and it's one of those things to where you go back and you look at this, where with college baseball there's so much talent. There's so much talent out there in baseball that. And so many schools, and that's what Wright State just knocked off Vanderbilt. I mean, not to kind of cry wolf and kind of cast a little shade at Texas, kind of.
Yeah, that was a huge upset. That's what say. Like people were falling, like the juggernauts were falling down all around the country this past weekend. But I'm not trying to put a spotlight on that. Like the spotlight's still on us. You got to own and be accountable for your losses.
That's it. And we're not done, because LSU could go down tonight to a team that was 19-32 in the regular season. And that's just
wild, man. So you just got to get to the dance, bro. That's it.
It's just so
you hear the right song pop on and boom, baby, you're dancing.
Yeah. Well, it's this is the theme today.
Roadrunners, for sure. Right? I got that, man. That's what do they call that damn thing? It's Roadrunner, but
and the Wile E. Coyote was always chasing him.
I know that, but what would they call? What's the two of them?
Roadrunner.
The cartoon that it's called?
It's called what?
What's the cartoon called?
It's called the Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote. Looney Tunes.
It's not Looney Tunes. I forgot the actual name of the skit.
Oh, okay, because that used to be a part of Bugs Bunny and Friends, and that whole family with Daffy and your family.
Looney Tunes is the collection of the art, is the collection of the characters, right? That's the Looney Tunes.
Yeah,
but the Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner actually had their beef back and forth. Actually has a name. It's eluding me at the time.
Well, I always remember the Wile E. Coyote. The Wile E. Coyote would always go by Acme Products. Remember
Acme was the
Birdseed or the Hammer.
Right.
Would
well,
come
Acme
down.
was the studio, wasn't it? Or what? Acme Studios, and then turned to Universal.
Falling off cliffs and getting hit by hammers and all that. I never really thought about that. I'm like, I don't know how that dude lived. Wile E. Coyote.
When we go to our first commercial break, I'm gonna look that up and find out what it's driving me nuts. That and the damn Amtrak jingle. Like they're right here and they're not coming out, man.
Well, hey, if you want to do it now, here's Jim Schlossnagel after all of this mess.
Yeah, I was at dinner over in west of town, just quick dinner, and somebody sent me a picture. I mean, the storm had blown through over there, but I don't.
That's the wrong thing.
I don't know what you're. I'm gonna go back to doing the producing.
I was trying to buy you time there.
I appreciate you, good sir. But on the fly for Rodney is for both of us, I guess it's kind of a little off the cuff. When we get off the beaten path, we kind of get more chaotic to the show. Or bring more chaos to the
beaten path. But so I guess looking at this right now, because that really is the whole story with this, to where you do have so many of the what you would call potential national championship teams that have gone down. UTSA will take on UCLA. West Virginia's in. Arkansas
Virginia, man.
I know, right? I mean, so I would think now Arkansas would be the perennial.
I got the Hogs. I think they're the favorite. I mean, UCLA, right? Like,
dude, UTSA scrappy. They may go over there and, dude, I don't know. Central Carolina's through. Auburn is through, so that one is set.
Can I have another admission here? Usually when Texas or a team that I follow and love, when they get eliminated from something, my interest kind of reduces a little bit from the tournament. Naturally, right? I'm still so daggone intrigued with this tournament that I'm like legitimate, like genuinely have interest in seeing who wins this and gets to Omaha. Usually, I'm I feel like I'm eating sour grapes for the first couple of days after the Longhorns get eliminated for something, and it does. It sucks, right? But I was kind of over it after Sunday. Like after the doubleheader, I was like, you know what? Maybe I started, kind of throwing hypotheticals out there that maybe if this wasn't a doubleheader, if we had a little bit more rest, maybe there'd be a chance that the Longhorns were able to come back. But that's not the format. That's not what it's all about. Every team has to go through the same shit that the Longhorns do if you put yourself in that situation, right? It's year one, like you said. We were playing on, in my opinion, we were playing on house money. Come back, cash out, go get better, get a better outfit, come on back and win the pot next time, man.
Yeah, and it really is, and I think I really am intrigued right now, just because of the way that the bracket has kind of moved itself around. I mean, with some of these teams that are making a run, and the whole thing is, I mean, it's just good baseball, man. It's good baseball to watch. I mean, yeah, obviously you want your team to be a part of. I mean, I want Texas to go to Omaha, but when you've got Coastal Carolina, going into the super regionals and all of these different things. I mean, that's UTSA too is just a great story. I mean, that's where you hope that some of that can pan itself out. And, with Arkansas, I mean, Arkansas was the perennial favorite. They're kind of living up to that at this point, but still there's lots to happen. And I think that's what's so cool about college baseball when you get to this time of year, because it's a matter of winning. It's not so much a matter of winning one game. I mean, you win one game, but you come back the next day and fall on your face, and then you're in trouble. You were absolutely in trouble. We just saw it. And it sucks, but at the same time, look, man, it's there are bluer skies ahead right now. There are bluer skies ahead. Absolutely.
2, 3, 5. I'm going back to find the game during the regular season against UTSA.
Oh, that was extra innings. That was like a 5-hour game. I think that wound up being 9-8 or 8 or 10-11 or something like that. Same situation. Texas was in command of that game, and then it just fell apart. A lot like Saturday. Yeah, that was an extra inning affair.
Yeah, Jesus.
Yeah, that was a late
Okay,
night.
so differential between all three of the games was 6 runs. So UTSA is 6 runs better in the entire differential than the Longhorns. So
yeah, and
I just wanted to go back and do the math. I haven't done any math this morning. So.
And the game last night, it was. I'm sitting here as the Kansas State game's going on, and I'm like, wait a minute, this game's supposed to be at 6:00. Obviously, that's all very tentative when it comes to scheduling games like that. But I'm like, these dudes are going to be gassed. It's 95 degrees out there.
100%. And that's just it. It was so hot. And I think I heard Keith Moreland say that the field was playing like 110, 115.
Whew.
Right?
Yeah, because it's
like for the first game for Kansas State. So, I mean, you got to think that's anybody that's gone and played golf, right? You don't even have to be drinking. You don't even have to have any type of alcohol. Like if you're just out in the sun, or not even just playing golf, if you're out working, if you're doing any type of like mowing the lawn or just any type of yard work in the heat, the heat exhausts you. It just drains your soul, man. You got to recuperate within what 30 minutes, like
wasn't much,
like especially the Texas sun. So you come in there, you recuperate for about 10 minutes, you go back out and get back at your yard work and shit. If you guys can go 2 hours and keep going all damn day, you're just made to be a Texan. But this dude from Maryland that transplanted here, this Texas sun is just different than any other sun that I've been in, man.
It's way different. And the thing about it is, like, if if you're out at the dish, let's say for the fans yesterday, I for a minute thought about trying to get to that 2:00 game, 1:00 game, whatever it was. But then the thing about it is, I know I'm going to go out there. It's hot, and I'm going to dehydrate myself. Putting stuff in my body that's going to dehydrate me. I don't want to be out there. I'm going to stay at home with my Tom McKay system and watch it, and that's what I did. So that was something that was mentioned last night about the fatigue and so forth. And how you avoid that? You don't lose.
Yeah, that's right. They kind of beat you to it in the chat channel here.
Yeah, you don't lose Saturday, and that's just a matter of point right there. Is that situation? But look, it's a good season. It's disappointing, but I think that there will definitely be brighter days ahead. Absolutely. You've got guys that are coming back. You know what you need to work on, and everything that we have said on this network has come to pass with this. You're going to live and die with the pitching. Offense was going to be your strength. When the offense,
we all know baseball. That's baseball 101, right? Like you need the arms. I'll say it again. The old adage that my coach used to say is the arms put the rings on the fingers.
Yeah. So, and it's like we knew that the offense was going to be good. If the offense was going to struggle, the team was going to struggle, and that's exactly what happened.
All over the country, CTE,
everywhere,
all over the country, brother.
Everywhere, and that's where it's so different with college baseball because you can look at it and it's so.
Well, no, there's talented basketball teams too. They just usually that individual isn't going to get looked at till he gets to a college or till he gets out of a high school. And I don't know though, man. You put up the numbers, you're going to get the scouts are going to look at you. So
yeah, and baseball's so different because you get, let's say you get somebody like here in Texas from a 4A school or something like that they're not going to get that. 4-star or whatever, however they do that. Right. You're not going to get it just because you're in a small place.
But you get them but you put them in a lineup, and then they just start to unleash hell.
Yeah. So. This dude that in my opinion that came in for UTSA on Saturday night and ended Texas season, dude's from right down the road in Elgin. So it's like that's cool.
Either a dream come true or what? Maybe it's a nightmare to put down your team, but hell no, you're leading your team up against the juggernaut. You're leading your team against the team in Texas, the team of Texas, the team of Omaha themselves, the Texas Longhorns.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Good for
Damn,
UTSA.
I was trying to wish that into fruition, man. I was trying to make that like we're on the road to Omaha, baby. Here we go. So,
not to sound like little brother, but there's always next year. But when I say that, I truly believe it. Where little brother says that, and I'm like, hey, here we go again. It's like that skipping record. I'll tell you.
The thing is too, like even when Texas is reloading, like this is what happens when you're reloading. Really? Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now transfers helped out a good bit, but I'm sure there's going to be some cream of the crop that gets to gets to this club again after this all season, man. It just sucks. It sucks. But again, great season
with college baseball. In hindsight's 2020, but looking back at it, how weird is it to say that the Achilles heel for Texas this year was, not Georgia, not Vanderbilt, not UTSA, Texas State. Golly, man.
You can just say Texas baseball. Right,
Texas baseball. But I mean, those teams.
Nah, man, give those universities and institutions their due, man. Excellent job, outstanding. And you know what? I'm rooting for the Roadrunners.
Me too. Absolutely,
the Roadrunners. Not just because they put us out, but and I think somebody in chat already said it. They might be the only team from Texas left.
Probably, I think they are. And hey, they're in our system. Texas built that. See, that's where we need to be like, hey,
but it's theirs. It's theirs.
Well, I've heard them around the country. I've heard them call little sister. I'm like, little sister. Come on, man. How about big cousin?
Hey, good morning. We see you, Daniel.
Yeah, let's call them big cousin because they
big cousin,
big boss cousin because they rolled into town and took care of business. Hey, you guys, there's a new lawyer in town. I don't know if you know this. When the storm hits, there's storms all the time, right, Wags?
Yeah.
Everywhere. When the storm hits, you call Hurricane Heck because right here, this is a proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. That's Ryan Hurricane Heck, your go-to personal injury attorney. He is right here in Austin. If you're injured in a car accident, hurt on the job, one of those situations, we see all these lawyers on TV, personal lawyers that are sitting there kind of making clowns of themselves. No, straightforward business right here. Call Hurricane Heck. He's been fighting for justice with big results for over a decade. This isn't a dude that just came rolling into town. And let me tell you, it's personal experience right here. This is a friend of our man, Brad Kellner. They've got past relationships. They went to school together. This is a guy where if we're going to sit here and we're going to endorse them, it's because we truly know that it is the top of the mark. And here's the other part about this. A lot of times when you get into a personal injury situation with attorneys and so forth, you got to pay retainers and so forth. And you may not get some of that money back. With Hurricane Heck, you don't pay unless you win. That's right. No fees unless Hurricane Heck gets money in your pocket. So don't mess around. Don't get bullied by insurance companies. Don't get bullied around by guys that are standing on cars and guys that are standing on buildings and doing all of these different things. you got to go with Ryan. Aggressive in court, compassionate with clients. Ryan knows what you're going through, and he'll fight like hell to make it right. He's Austin-based. He's Texas proud, supporting local sports, local businesses, and local families. Even better than that, he's a friend of Chaos Theory. I mean, come on. A dude like that? You want somebody that's kind of in the lines of Chaos Theory that's going to help you in that situation. Call Hurricane Heck today at 512-938-8929. You can also email him at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Tell him Texas Sports Unfiltered and Chaos Theory sent you.
I'm going to be bringing the Hurricane. That's what I'm going to be bringing. Y'all ready for it? That's what my platoon sergeant said to me one day. You ready for the Hurricane? He wasn't talking about Hurricane Heck, though. But now we have Hurricane Heck with the crew, with the club. All right, amigo, where do you want to go first, man?
I want to ask you this before we kind of touch on some Texas softball, which play at 11 today against Tennessee. What a game that was on Saturday. That was outstanding. So Wags texted me yesterday. Wags, I'm not picking on you. But how did so Wags has a trip. Wags has a trip that these guys are going on, and he had actually mentioned this. How did you not realize what month this was in, my man?
Who goes to a vacation on June 3rd? I saw the numbers. Like I'm just thinking 3rd to 7th, right? 3rd to 7th. That's 4th of July, right? Like that is all right. We're going away for the 4th. That's what I'm thinking. We're going away for the 4th. I thought it was July the entire time, and then I realized my wife's just like, so hey, which car are you taking when we go, away? I'm like, what are you talking? I mean, that's
Why are you asking me this a month ahead?
Yeah. What the hell? I don't know. Hell, the Prius could be blown up by now or by then. And she's just like, we're leaving in 2 days, and I'm like, what? And she's just like, yeah, June. We're going in June. And she goes, you thought it was July? And I was like, well, fuck yeah. I mean, don't we usually leave and go someplace on for July 4th? So I guess we're not going to go any place for July 4th if we're going something this month. But no, so she's just like, no, it's June. So I'm like, shit. It's a knee-jerk reaction, sprang up, and I'm just like, hey, man, you think you can cover the app for me while I'm going away? So yeah, I'm gonna be, leaving Austin tomorrow, man. I might actually be able to do the app for tomorrow and then just leave after the show, because we're taking separate cars anyways. I'm taking the dogs and the luggage, and she's taking Reed and his friends. So yeah.
So is it in your household? I know with me, it's like, okay.
But what a dumb, like, and you know what? I thought for sure I put it in my calendar. I've been trying to get better about that.
Like July. You probably put July is what you did. Yeah. You probably put it as July. You're going to get a notification on July 2nd.
I didn't even fucking check, honestly, to see if it's July. So, or to see if I put it in for July.
So is it one of these things that, because I know at my house, it's like, okay, if we're going to take a family trip, or whether it's just a weekend trip with the dogs or whatever the case is, my wife she'll get my input. Hey, what do you think about, what do you want to do? I'm like, let's find a cabin. And she takes it and runs and schedules and checks my calendar to make sure that it's something that I can make. Or you actively in the trip planning thing where you guys sit down and it's like, well, hey, look here.
I feel like I'm in the planning process with her, but apparently I'm not. Like, apparently I just put it on the back burner and let her kind of take control of it. I mean, and she's, usually she overlooks the finances and does most of the finances and stuff too. So she is kind of, I would say, the coordinator, right? The orchestrator of all this thing, or all of our travel plans, right? But when we communicate, I feel like I have everything, up into my phone just for ease of access, especially when we're flying. I have all my itinerary there just so I can be like, boom, 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 and I don't have to wait for her to send it to me. And here's like a little bit of transparency. Clearly I'm a little bit more handsy with computers and technology. When she sends you stuff, she takes screenshots of it and sends it to you as a picture instead of like your actual stuff. So it adds 2 or 3 more extra steps for you to do if you don't do it, and have it all on your phone too. So I don't know. Usually I like to think that I'm a part of the process, but maybe I think I am just allowing, or hell, at least for this one, right? She, made all the damn plans, and I was just like, yeah, You know what? Baseball or something was probably on. Hockey was probably on. I'm just like, yeah,
That's
oh,
what
that
it
sounds
was,
good.
man.
That or I was probably playing a game or something, and she's just like, hey, what about June 3rd through the 7th? You want to? Sure, baby. Don't we always go? Yeah, put us down for it. Let's get out of here. That's
Yeah.
probably what happened. I wasn't even paying attention. I was just probably answering.
I'm more on the follow through part myself, where it's like, okay, here's what I'm thinking. She scheduled it all, and I'm the one with, like you're talking about right there, because I'm like the one, and which is pretty damn sad if I'm the tech savvy one, to where it's like with the apps.
Yeah, that's
You're with the boarding passes and all that. That's kind of like my role. And when it comes to planning,
that bad though. You're not that bad with technology.
I'm telling you, my screen's over here. I've got to. I need LASIK. I think I have to get LASIK. I'm tired of wearing.
I'll wear the glasses on when my head's hurting.
Well,
I'm supposed to wear the glasses all the time so my head doesn't hurt.
Yeah, I need to be wearing these, and I even did like you.
Man, you're all right. But see, here's the thing: you get a little bit of reflection. With
I know. See, that's what I don't like. I'm all about presentation. We got to look as best as we can.
You know what I've been told before too? Functionality over fashion.
There you go. Well, that's definitely a case.
My buddy Brian always used to say that: functionality over fashion.
Absolutely. Brian Fitzgerald?
No, not Brian.
Oh, I was going to say, okay.
That man has some fashion. So
now that dude has some fashion. That dude's got his own show. Have you heard that now? He's
dude.
Yeah, man, that's a bad man right there. God, he taught me a lot. Miss that guy. Man, good dude. So yeah, and like mine is logistical, where it's like, okay, we're flying out at X time. When should we leave? And you drive. That's where I'm important. Not the planning part. The planning part, because I'm going to stay at the worst hotel and put us in.
I'm not going to stay at the worst. I'm going to plan probably the most expensive stuff, and she's the more thrifty of our, I guess, of our relationship. There, she balances us out, right? Because I'm like, top end. You give me the top end shit, even though I can't afford it. Give me the top end shit. So I like being comfortable, man. I like being comfortable.
You and I just need to switch partners. I think that would.
I don't. I'm not a pineapple guy.
Yeah. No,
I'm not a pineapple guy. I'm a one woman guy, man. I don't even share my ice cream with people. I'm not going to share my wife. So
I'm a one-man woman. Lots of people say I'm a great housewife, and I try really, really hard to be one. Friends, if you're taking a road trip, Covert Bee Cave will take care of you right there.
They treat you like family. My husband and I have bought several vehicles from the Coverts over the years, and it's always just been easy and effortless.
By the time we walk into the dealership, paperwork's ready and we're ready to buy.
I walked in, literally signed a couple of things, and I was 10 minutes in and out.
They just take care of everything.
I personally feel like people took care of me. I feel like as they're taking care of me, if they take care of other people that I know, it's just that much of a plus.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Where you are always treated like family.
That's right. Nobody beats Covert Deal. Not now, not ever. Do not forget about that. Also, I do want to mention here, well, I'll do that later. I do want to mention McCall Custom Homes, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. If you're looking for that home renovation, summertime is here. Outdoor patio space. You want to renovate your bathroom like we did, your kitchen space, whatever you're looking to do. When it comes to construction, you want to check out McCall Custom Homes, because they're going to take you from the beginning processes of planning the thing out, taking you through as the process is going step by step, and you have involvement in that. You have input, and you know exactly what's happening. When it was happening here at our place, it was a text from either Mike or Steve, and it's like, okay, here's what's happening today. Here's who's coming by your house. Here's what's next. That's what you want when you bring in a contractor to do work in your space, in your own personal space. McCallCustomHomesATX.com. And did I mention, oh, by the way, free estimates right now for Texas Sports Unfiltered listeners, 512-633-9580. Don't call Mike late. He's got a baby right now, and they're kind of in that point where the baby would sleep in and all that, so don't be bothering them late. But be sure and mention Texas Sports Unfiltered when you do begin that process right there with them. We build value into your home. It is McCall Custom Homes, McCallCustomHomesATX.com.
I got a new routine, buddy. We're talking about all of our friends of the show and all of our partners and clients. I got a new routine, guys. I've been really good about getting my own coffee, doing my own coffee the past couple of weeks. Hell, even I guess, my discipline's been pretty good with it. About a month and a half now, I would think, yeah. Right? But I kind of broke the mold this past week. I went on this morning too. So I'm hoping that I don't go every day because it could turn into costly stuff, or maybe I just need to find myself like a club, like be a club member of it.
Oh, coffee shop.
Timmy Hortons. It's Timmy Hortons.
Right up the road.
Right. I mean, right around the corner. And apparently they've been there since December. I had no idea. But yeah, went in there last week, had myself a nice iced coffee. And here's the thing, right? Here's the beauty about Timmy Hortons. First, you're not going to get burned like you would at other stores, right? Other franchises. And the coffee that they give you is actually the cup they give you is actual coffee. They don't just give you, oh wow, I just slipped into I just heard my New York accent come, or my Northeastern accent come out there. But they don't give you the full cup of milk with just a little taste of the coffee that they put in there, right?
Oh yeah.
I ordered a caramel macchiato, they actually had a cup full of coffee and just a touch of the milk.
Now,
right.
That's how you do it.
It was fantastic. Light on the ice. I didn't even have to ask. Light on the ice. The ice was just enough there in texture to get the caramel to roll around at the bottom or get to blend it up a little bit. And the lid, you know damn well you ain't going to burn yourself because the lid ain't going nowhere, baby. It's on there secure, man. Fantastic.
I need to go.
You hadn't tried it. Timmy Hortons. They're synonymous with hockey too. Even their handles, their pull-out door handles, Rodney, they're hockey sticks.
Nice. Yeah, it's right there at the corner, right past O'Connor, over on the other side of the. Yeah,
just on the other side of it.
There was a cup laying here a couple of weeks back. It said Tim Hortons on it. And I asked my wife, I said, you went and got a sandwich and didn't even get me one? And she's like, what are you talking about? I said, Tim Hortons.
Did she not know what did? So
I didn't know what it was.
Don't really know unless you're from the north. You don't really have an idea about Timmy Hortons.
I thought it was like a sandwich shop or a fast food
like
burger.
Like your coffee bakery place. You know, if you're from up north, you're probably either getting Dunkin' Donuts. If you're from Boston, you're probably getting Dunkin'. And then also you're probably looking at Timmy Hortons too, man. It's fantastic. Starbucks wasn't really a thing in my universe. It was either Dunkin' Donuts or Timmy Hortons. So
I like when we get like from other geographical regions that come in, because like for example with that where you mentioned Dunkin' and all that, people all the time are like, I bet you go to. Again, I don't eat a lot of pastries, but it's like
Krispy Kreme or something like I think Bucky's a Krispy Kreme guy. I think he loves Krispy Kreme.
Where people are like, you must go to Round Rock Donuts all the time. I'm like, I don't want to wait in line. No, I don't.
Round Rock Donuts is fantastic, but I like variety. I like assortment.
It's like that barbecue thing. I don't want to wait in line for that.
4 hours at Franklin's. Yeah. Anyways, it's fantastic. If you're in my area, hit me up. I'll go to Tim Hortons with you.
Yeah,
but yeah, apparently they're opening up 10 stores in the all in Williamson County, not in County. They're all going to be in Williamson County, and you know it too, baby. They're putting one in the HEB Center.
That's smart, and this will be us on our way to Tim Hortons.
There it is. I can't think of what that damn song or what the cartoon's called. It's not Looney Tune. Like they're under the branch and umbrella of Looney Tune.
I thought it was always just the Roadrunner and the Coyote.
No, it's like a one word. I mean, nuts. I'll come on here tomorrow and think about it, or I'll look it up when we get off the air.
Now, CB,
anyway,
for you, my man, I will get you some.
It's under the Warner Brothers logo, but I don't know what it is. Yeah, what are we gonna? We can't send it out there to CB. They won't be preserved.
How would we do that? Can we send it like a dough? Because I know
we gotta fly. We gotta fly CB in for like an event and then take them there.
Imagine if we got CB on air. God.
I think you know what? I've only talked to CB like one time live, just so I knew he was, and I didn't see his face. I heard his audio. I heard his audio. His audio output. So there it is. Just his voice a little bit, and it wasn't robotic. It wasn't like artificial.
Speaking of CB,
that's not it either.
They play it at the end. They show Merry Melodies where it says thank you.
It's not Merry Melodies either. Like that's not it. It's one word. I can't think. They might be a Canadian company, Jake, but they're fantastic. They're absolutely the coffee's much better in my opinion.
Have to check that out.
All right, amigo. But yeah, that's been my new routine. Sorry to kind of turn that into a little PSA for Tim Hortons there, but that's been my new routine, though, dude.
I don't do a lot of coffee buying. I mean, it's usually I brew it here, and right now I've kind of gotten away from coffee a little bit. So it. But
what do you want? Wait, what do you want in the morning then? Do you not drink coffee in the morning?
About a half a cup. A lot of water. Kind of a lot of water. Rehydrating.
You're changing up. What's going? You don't. Why aren't you doing coffee?
It's just I'm trying to stay hydrated, and coffee will dehydrate.
Well, it'll dehydrate. It's a diuretic, isn't it?
And of course, I was telling my wife that I'm like, I'm trying to not get dehydrated. I'm saying this yesterday as I've got the memorial on and the NASCAR race and Texas baseball, and I'm like, I'm staying hydrated. She's like, beer don't count. I said, it's got water. So yeah, but I guess it's
Rodney. That doesn't count.
It's a dehydrator.
I'm gonna have to side with Tracy there. All right, Amigo, where do you want to go next, man? We got about 10 minutes to kill.
Texas softball. How about Tegan Kavan, man? How about that performance? And you get over OU. Pretty
a very hot OU too. Like OU being able to come back and get the win on Tennessee too. Again, we say there's no momentum in baseball or softball, but it looked like OU had some momentum. But pump the brakes, baby. Lady Longhorns there to deliver.
And I think this is really kind of back to the whole sentimental thing. And again, obviously our hearts are with Kavan there as her grandmother, passed away that morning. But I think this is kind of one of those situations. And you saw the raw emotion from her teammates and from Mike White after the game, after that performance, that this is one of those things where we talk about baseball being and softball, the same thing where it can, things can pole vault you in a good or bad direction. This is something that you can take where this team is rallying right now over personal sorrow. And I think that this is something that could really shape them and really push them into a really good run right here.
Galvanizing moment. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's really cool to watch. I mean, just, even with all the heartbreak that you had over the weekend with the baseball team, I just tell a lot of people, hey, your softball team's playing today at 11 a.m. I mean, sit there and watch him, channel all of that energy into this group because it's a very motivated group right now that when we talk about momentum is just rolling. I mean, these ladies are flying right now as they play in the Women's College World Series.
Yeah, man. Good too. It's nice to have a little bit of the home colors to root for too. It sucks that the boys are out, but at least we got the ladies to kind of lead us through this thing. So
yeah, absolutely. That is really cool to see that you have all that going on, and it's definitely.
Don't know Mike White on the show, huh?
I don't know how to get a hold of that guy. Besides the regular ways of going through the athletic.
There's avenues of approach. I can reach out. I got some sources.
Oh, nice. Jolie Mitchell. I mean, man. Wow, this is really cool. This is really cool. So keep slugging, ladies. Keep slugging.
Absolutely. All right, partner, where do you want to go next?
NBA finals are set, brother. We got that small market final that we were looking for.
NHL finals are set too. So
yeah, NHL finals are set too. Take it whichever way you want to go, man. We can talk about NBA later on because NHL is coming up sooner. Let's go.
Yeah, I think we know. I think we kind of know what we're getting when we're looking at the ice here, right? We're getting the two best teams in hockey, or at least the two hottest teams in hockey right now. I thought Florida, even with defending their championship, defending Lord Stanley, they were hot, right? But they were looking for some pieces, and they needed to get right at the deadline there, and they did. Now they have, I would say, the players that were injured. Chucky's back. We know that. He's not just back, like he's back in hockey shape too. Sam Bennett, probably the hottest guy in the tournament, except for the stint that Mikko Rantanen went on. Sam Bennett's just been consistently hot. They're just top. I mean, I talk about, if all four of your lines can score, you're usually going to have a special team. That's the mark of a special team. That's Florida right now, man. They can hit. They're going to hit you. They're going to, be dominant on the forecheck too. And you're going to be stressed. You're going to be rattled a little bit, man. That's kind of the Panthers game, right? And not to mention they got the best netminder in the league right now, or still in the tournament. He's the guy that's done the most with his pedigree, or has the most pedigree, right? The most distinguished pedigree there between the pipes. Sergei Bobrovsky's fantastic. He's been great as a Blue Jacket before, and now he's showing championship hockey as a Florida Panther, or actually defending it defending it as a Florida Panther. It's a rematch of last year's Stanley Cup final. I don't think Edmonton got the number or got the skaters to beat Florida. I think Florida does this in a gentleman's sweep.
Well, and then you add Marchand, and it's like, wow, come on. I mean, you're just.
I would like to think Marchand's going to frustrate the hell out of McDavid.
Yeah.
That's going to be the game, but for Florida, right? Like Marchand's going to be putting fingers in people's face and smelly gloves in the nose and everything, and try and get on Draisaitl and McDavid's nerves, right? And if you can get those guys continuously in the box, if Brad Marchand can frustrate the Edmonton Oilers so much to where they're constantly living in the box and Florida's on the power play and special teams, advantage Florida.
I just don't see how Florida's going to go down here. I mean,
it's hockey; anything can happen.
That's true. That's true. We were talking about baseball right there, where momentum shifts and so forth can happen so quick. But I mean, it just seems like it's a lot that's going to have to happen for Edmonton. And what'd you say, gentlemen?
But Edmonton's that's just it. They're a buzzsaw, right? Like Edmonton's been coming. It's not just the fact that McDavid's scoring now. His vision's been there. He's been helping with the assists. Nugent Hopkins' vision. We talked about this the other week too. Like he's able to find people. And Draisaitl, probably the best two-way forward right now in the game is Leon Draisaitl. The fastest dude on the team is McDavid. Fastest dude in the league's McDavid. Best stick handling McDavid. They have a really good dominant pair there. But again, I talked about it with Florida too, right? Florida might have 4 lines that can score. Edmonton's at least got 3. Edmonton's third line's been getting hot over the past series, especially during Dallas. So it's going to be a really fun tournament, or a really fun series to watch. I'm with Jake here too. He says Cats in 5. I think it's going to be a gentleman's sweep.
And I would say, Wags, right? Physical. I think very physical.
That's Florida's game. Like they're going to hit you. So
yeah, looking forward to that. Yeah, I'm kind of leaning in that same thing with 5 is what it seems. But it could. I mean, it could shift that fast.
If Edmonton can stay in the O zone, in the offensive zone, and keep Florida catching instead of on the offensive, then Edmonton should be able to kind of influence. I mean, I say influence because I don't know if you're going to be able to dominate. Nobody dominates the ice with Florida. You don't. They're too good of a team. They're too well put together, man. If you can win neutral ice and keep Florida back, and you're on your offensive zone, then Edmonton's got a chance. But that's a tough feat in this series, I guess, especially against this team. You
got to do it multiple times,
right? Exactly. I don't think, and you might only just be able to do it one night, right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of where I'm at. That's where I'm thinking it's probably going to be a gentleman's sleep.
Yeah, that's what's so cool about when you have a series to where it's like, okay, you might be able to do it one time, but you got to do it 4 times, and that's where it's just overpowering.
And I mean, Jake just way aggressive. Like we say it's a buzzsaw of offense there for Edmonton. It's a finesse squad, right? Like Draisaitl's great. He can go both ways, but usually it's going to be finessed with Edmonton. And if you throw your weight around, if you hit and stand your ground, you're usually going to put a little bit more of a number or just kind of wear down that offensive paralysis of the Edmonton Oilers. Great point.
Yeah, very good point. Along those hockey lines, don't forget we talk about our man Tom McKay, 255-8678, avconsultations.com. All of the time on here yesterday, all weekend, I'm sure all of us. And if you have a Tom McKay system, you were enjoying that throughout the weekend. No football, no problem. Plenty of other things where you can, whether it's that Sonos sound system, whether it's a home theater system, whether you're doing it outside, whatever Tom and his crew have come up and set for you, you're going to enjoy sports at its best, right, Wags? And it doesn't have to be just sports. You can catch other things also.
Movies too. I mean, my good. I mean, go through you ever heard Top Gun Maverick on a Sonos surround sound system that Tom McKay and audiovisual consultations installs for you?
I still haven't seen it.
I mean, you feel like you're in the cockpit. You feel like you're on the damn the aircraft carrier when you're taking off with Maverick himself, man. Audiovisual consultations brings that to you, puts it in your own home.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tom wanted us to mention you got game 3 happening tonight. Texas Stars, and they're down 0-2. They drop an overtime thriller, 3-2, and then lose 1-0 there to Abbotsford. And tickets still available. Check it out at TexasStars.com. get out there, support our local team, support the Texas Stars as they play, trying to chase the Calder Cup. Got a little bit of work to do, but that's been a little bit of a dicey series right there as well. So 2 opportunities for sure tonight, and then on June the 4th. My kids' birthdays. I've got a kid turning 25 today, and then I've got another birthday on the 4th.
Congratulations, man.
Look at that, man. Look at that.
25, man. Insurance goes down, doesn't it?
That kid's employed. She's got her own insurance.
Oh,
man.
right
Like,
on.
yeah, that was the whole thing. When it's like, I got a job. Great. How's the insurance benefits?
There it is.
Yeah.
Teaching, man, it's been wild. And you've already been in this role for a while now, right? Kind of like the mentor and pushing your daughters off, you know, to their next portion of their lives. I'm kind of embracing that right now, right? And I saw I don't want to get emotional or too personal on, you know, today, but it kind of like hit me this weekend, right? The roles have switched. I'm no longer, well, I haven't been the kid for a while, but I'm no longer even the young man. Like, I'm a middle-aged man. And now, like, the institutions that I used to look for, I guess, security, like my grandparents, you know, that's kind of, you know, always felt like been the cornerstone of my family, or my backbone, right? My spine. They're no longer there. And it's like, it's my dad. Like, now, you know, and it's weird to see my dad as the mantle, as the patriarch, right, of the family. It's just, I never viewed my dad as kind of like that patriarch. It's always been my granddad, kind of like the bull of the family. And now it's funny how progression just, it's not that I feel less secure about it, but it's just nostalgia that I'm missing.
Weird,
right? Like,
right?
I'm missing those conversations. And as I'm watching new memories happen between like being able to see, you know, candidly too, like hear the conversations going on between my son and my father. It's special. It's a great moment, but damn, it makes me think about the conversations I have with my, you know, my peepaw and my poppy, man. Like, it's again, it's a different type of role that you're embracing, but I mean, it does bring a little bit of nostalgia back to you.
It does. You know, it's hard because, like, my family and I all we ever did was race. You know, we can joke around about it.
We were big fishing family.
Yeah. You know, about not watching movies and doing all these different things. We were racing all the time, whether it's working on race cars in the evening or going to races or whatever. That's all we ever did. I mean, we didn't do anything else. And I miss, I mean, they're still around. I mean, the people that were, you know, a part of that we did, but it's like, it kind of sucks not doing that anymore.
Right. And I think that's what's driving me and motivating me to get a pool. Right. Like, so growing up, my granddad and I built a man-made pond in our backyard. You know, with waterfalls. I think I've shared this for you. I really wish I could go back and get pictures and bring it up to you. But we were featured in magazines. The pond was featured in magazines. And it's kind of like detaching from the rest of society and just looking out my own little world. And I don't know, maybe I'm hoping that it brings a little bit more spiritual connections between my grandfather and I. You guys know me. I believe in all types of crazy stuff. You know, when I see a squirrel in the backyard, I think it's, you know, my granddad, giving me a signal or whatever. And you guys know this too. Like, my granddad's the dude that raised me too. So
yeah,
a lot of lessons of life went into that, and maybe you know, I can touch back on it if I'm just cleaning my pool, being a pool boy. So
there you go.
Oh man,
Saquon,
a wild avenue of approach there.
It's crazy, man.
It is chaos theory.
Life goes on, man. That's the whole thing. I mean, that's the whole thing. That's the cool thing about this, is we get to tell these stories and people actually want to hear them. Saquon on the great. That's great news. Hopefully a down year for Philadelphia.
Great news for the Cowboys too, because it's the Madden curse real.
Hopefully so. I'm not
rooting for injury.
Well, I don't want him to get hurt, but I don't want Philadelphia to be worth the shit. I hate them. I can't stand them.
Yeah, I'm not. I have natural disdain for Philadelphia.
You know what sucks?
Not so many other teams in the NFC East either. Usually it's just Philadelphia. Like, people use hate all the time. I have disdain for Philadelphia.
And it's the fans. I mean, I like Jalen Hurts. I like Saquon Barkley. I like.
Yeah.
It's
Do you like Sirianni?
I liked him a few years back.
Okay.
When he found a way to shit the bed, but it's like it's that whole. But I mean, that's part of Philadelphia. I mean, that's just the way it is.
Jake, you're not offending me, dude. It's got bad code on top of bad code on top of bad code. So they're not unwinding it or peeling the onion back, but there is different. I don't know if you've been able to tell or notice this. It's absolute different code with college football than Madden. I don't know if anybody's been able to tell, but yeah, you know how you usually get like a football or a damn elbow will be out of place and you'll just catch it with Madden. That doesn't happen in college football because like completely different code has been put down for that title. So that's why you're not seeing any types of the bugs or quirkiness that you would usually see with Madden football. And Madden has been ass. It's been dog shit for almost 2 decades now.
Hey, Wags, you know who's not worried about getting kids out of the house and college plans and all these different things? Our man, Dakota Rain Prescott. They had another baby in May. That's 2 babies. That's
How about that? Way to go, Dak. Congratulations, Dak.
Yeah, February of 24th, and then one born, I think, on May 22 of this year. So Dak, while injured, he's been busy.
What I see, we're 12 weeks away. 12 weeks away from football.
It's coming up.
We already count down. We're not even going to give baseball its glory in the dog days of summer. We're just going to be looking forward to the marketing gods of football here.
The Dodgers are going to win. I mean,
that's where I'm at, dude. If the Orioles were worth a shit, I'd probably be back in the baseball again. But man, it's just so damn tough when you ain't got the pitching, man. We kind of, what do you know? Pitching in baseball kind of been a
went through it. Huh? Yeah, I think that's why I'm so jazzed up now. I mean, even though, the team that we cover and, that we follow, even though that our college baseball team has kind of gone by the wayside, I think that's why I'm so excited about the College World Series, because MLB, it's like, all right, whatever.
I'm kind of excited. I just want to see if UTSA can keep this up. Like, I really can. Cool. And it's not just a fluke of the series either. You mentioned it. The Longhorns lost to the Roadrunners in extra innings in the regular season when the Longhorns were hot. All right, when in the middle of the Longhorns' hot run. Okay.
Yeah.
I would love to see what the Roadrunners can do here.
Yeah. Hot Scotty Scheffler.
He's found the stroke again.
Yeah. What Jack say? Well, you did it again.
Yeah. And look, and Scotty was struggling in the beginning of the year, right? And then to kind of find the stroke again or to find the swing again, man. Maybe stress.
Well, he had the injury. Remember, he yeah. So it's like, see, that's the one thing that I'm working on so hard right now is my grip on the golf club. The other grip I have that fine, but I'm working on the golf club grip. And just think about that when that gets altered, especially with something like that. I mean, he's done a really, really nice job to go back and get that put together. And he's just out of control right now, man. Just another great run.
Kobe's wife is pregnant with a young basketball player's baby, 16 years younger than her. What? Oh, Vanessa, man. I got to check on this. Patrick with a bomb dropping us this morning. Damn, I got to check on this, man.
Wow, how have I not heard that? I mean, I'm trying to stay away from.
Well, it ain't my business, right? But still, that's make my eyebrow raise. So
that's 100%.
That is, I don't know if that's breaking news, but that's salacious gossip for sure.
That's what we do here. Entertainment Tonight, TMZ, rolled all into one. Roll into
all right.
one.
Anything else left on the slate, brother? What do we got to get?
Man, I think we got it covered. I think we've got everything in the hopper right there. Let's bring in Nick Harris as they get set to go.
Nick, what's up, buddy?
Vanessa Bryant has denied the allegations.
She has. Nick's right on point with it. What's up? How was your weekend, brother?
It was all right until about 9:30 p.m.
Right?
But I love the tournament, and the tournament delivered this weekend.
Are you still going to watch, Nick?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
I am a college baseball tournament sicko, and this is the thing. And I had to remind myself of this last night. As UTSA was dogpiling on the mound at Dish Falk, I was like, this is why I love this sport, is because these teams can beat these teams, and it make complete rational sense.
Not to pull it away from the Longhorns, but it happened all around the country. People were losing their host regionals. So
yep, it sure did. So it delivered.
Vanderbilt, bro.
Vanderbilt's an interesting case. They've kind of had a lot of the same year arc as Texas has, where like they'll have their ups and they look like the best team in the country, and then they have their lulls, and you're like, they're a 2 seed at best, and they just hit a lull at the wrong part. They should have lost on Friday night to Wright State. That starter that Wright State trotted out on Friday was delivering. He had no hits through 6 innings, and then they pulled him, and then they lost the game. Imagine that.
So this is what we kind of touched on this past week and last week, 2 weeks before. Sankey rolled out the idea of the SEC detaching or creating a super league, right? Yeah. Do you lose stuff like this if that happens? Because remember how they were trying to do this in soccer too, how they were trying to make a super league with the Premier League, the Serie A and Liga and all the other soccer leagues. They were trying to make a super league of all of the teams that are usually qualifying for Champions League, right? Oh, by the way, shout out to PSG winning Champions League for the first time in their existence. So shout out to Paris Saint-Germain. But yeah, does it kind of, if Sankey's idea goes into fruition, do you kind of lose the magic in the special talent that you usually see for the first time, usually in a regional, if a mid-major team qualifies or a team of I guess different elk qualifies?
It does for sure, and I wonder how sustainable that idea is because even if they do bring on Florida State and Clemson and make it an 18-team league and they're rolling with that, you know what? They're not getting NCAA funding anymore, so they are going to be losing money to potential NCAA schools. Are they going to be able to recruit on the same level, which means are they going to have the same talent level as some of these other schools? There's a lot of things that go into it. I don't know how sustainable or realistic the idea is, but if it were to somehow happen, they
got to have stakeholders already lined up to even have the idea float.
Would have to. Yeah, they would have to. They would have to have some sort of salary cap imagined as well for those schools, which I wonder how that limits them from a recruiting standpoint. Yeah. But it would kill some of these tournaments that we have unless there was an agreement with the NCAA where they entered in the postseason. But I don't even know how that would work.
Yeah, I don't know how you put a clause on that. Yeah, man, just really good conversations, and we were, to ask why I said, are you still going to be involved? Usually or watching the tournament, usually when the Longhorns or a team that I'm following, kind of bails out or not bails out, but just gets eliminated, I naturally lose that interest. Right. Yeah. But I sulked for about 2 hours, and I'm like, you know what? The Roadrunners are a good ball club. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's not that we let one get away. Well, we kind of let the one on Sunday get away. But it's not like, we're beating ourselves. They're just a really good ball club. And this is baseball, man. This is what happens in baseball.
Yeah. And I wonder with UTSA, it was personal for them coming to Austin.
Oh, sure. Oh, absolutely. Rodney mentioned that too. Yeah.
They had a lot of drive to win that regional and get out of there alive. How personal are they going to make this super in Los Angeles? Yeah. How are they going to get ready for this matchup? Going to a tough environment, at West Coast time. How are they going to be able to get alive for this? That's going to be tough, and I wonder how they respond. If they could just win one game out there, that'd be a big time accomplishment.
Well, I'm rooting for them. I am now a fan of the Roadrunners. So
yeah, for sure. Hey guys, before we get out of here, I do want to mention, because we've kind of been following along a little bit with the high school playoffs, Lake Travis and Dripping Springs, nail biters, but they both go out. They are both done. Boy, that Lake Travis curse, man, I'll tell you.
What I tell you last week, Rodney, they don't know how to get it done in the postseason.
But however, Wimberley is moving on, so we do have one representative right there. But yeah, Lake Travis and Drip, close.
All right, boys, man. I'm gonna bid you adieu. Y'all have a great show.
Yep, have a good show, boys.
Thank you guys.
We're back tomorrow.
See you. Well, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook.
What's up, Jordan? How we feeling?
What do you say?
So what's up, Jordan? How we feeling?
Man, I'm exhausted. Had the elite camp yesterday, which means standing outside from 9 to 12:30, and then 2:30 to 6, and driving from Fort Worth to Austin, and then Austin to Fort Worth. So
yeah, those are long days.
Yeah. So pretty tired. Sorry, let me get this tweet up real quick. First off, to start the show, I was on campus yesterday, so I didn't get to see any of the game. Just kind of heard the rockets or the cannon going off from the LBJ library parking lot. But what happened? Kind of, I guess, break that down for the casual folks like me who missed the game. The UTSA, they just had the hot bat, or what went down?
Texas ultimately ran out of pitching, and whenever Jared Spencer went down with injury about a month ago, I guess it's been now, the writing was kind of on the wall, at least in my opinion. And I do not say this with any gratification or ego boosting, but I was right all along. I felt like this team was just getting by in some of these series when they were hot, and they were winning these 3-2, 4-2, 4-3 type games because their starting pitching was keeping them in and really rolling. And then when the bats came alive, I feel like there was a middle period there for about 3 weeks. I think about that Auburn series, the A&M series. I forget what other series was right in the middle there. But I think about that run there in the middle of the season in SEC play. That I feel like was when they were playing at their best. And that was when they were rolling. That's when you felt like they were national championship contenders. But then once Jared Spencer got hurt, it completely flipped back. They had a big need at pitching. And it was too late in the year to move Dylan Volantis into a starting role. And they never really figured out their starting rotation. And, at the end of the day, and I've mentioned this on the show multiple times, they overachieved. This was a great year one for a new coaching staff. They did not have nearly the depth that this team is used to having because of that. They had a lot of roster turnover last year, and Schloss was working with a lot of things that he did not have available to him. You can bet that this team's going to hit the portal pretty hard for pitching at the very least going into the offseason, and that those depth issues are not going to come up again in 2026. That would be. But, it's disappointing end, and UTSA, they're the experienced team. From a roster standpoint, they have a great coaching staff. 6th season for Pat Hallmark. He's got them knocking on the door multiple times, and now they finally break through. But it's been a long time coming for UTSA. It was personal for them, and they came up the road and got it done. And they had the depth, and Texas did not. And that's why they're moving on to the Supers.
Got it. CB, appreciate you looking out for me. Just edited that tweet. So the Longhorns out, which was your obvious pick to win the whole thing. Who do you now have winning the whole thing?
Oh, I've had the same team winning it all throughout this.
I was more so riffing, but
I actually need to check. I know in my bracket I have North Carolina and Arkansas in the championship. I forget who I have winning. I think I have Arkansas winning. So we'll see. Arkansas is moving on. North Carolina has to beat Oklahoma today. But those are my two teams in the final.
How does Arkansas have any big name college baseball player, top 10, top 20 players in the country? Just
they probably do. I'm just bad at roster watching.
Okay.
I really just watch the games. That's a fault of mine.
I was just curious because their football team gets their ass kicked in NIL and people tampering with their players, offering more money. So I was just, curious because obviously to have a good baseball team, you got to be able to fund it, which leads me to my next question. How was LSU this year? Because I remember they were the first baseball team to really start spending money, right? That's correct?
Yeah, for the most part. I mean, they have a ton of donor support for that program. LSU, they got gifted a very easy regional in Baton Rouge. And they've pretty much coasted until last night. And the 4 seed Little Rock, easily the worst team in the tournament. They entered the tournament, I believe, 20-34 or something like that. They made a run through their conference tournament and got an auto bid. And easily the worst team in the tournament. And they beat LSU last night at Alex Box 10-4. And they have a winner-take-all Game 7 tonight. So, go Trojans.
Yeah, I'll
Fighting Chris Beards, if you will.
Might tune into that. When is the NBA Finals starting?
June 5th, so that'll be Thursday.
Okay, yeah. So we got some time to kill. Might turn that on. And hey, never in my life have I found myself cheering for an Arkansas program. But hey, what even is the Arkansas Little Rock mascot?
Trojans.
That's right. That you just said it. My bad. But, all right. Well, I'm gonna talk. Yeah, I'm gonna talk a lot of that. Like I said, 21 offers, actually now 22, since a kid just posted an offer. I have no idea why Texas does this. They've always done this for some reason where at the elite camp, they'll have a kid on campus. He camps, he does the pool party, and then he goes home bummed he doesn't have the offer, and then they call him the next day and offer him. Like, what changed in the last 24 hours? Not a thing, you know. Yeah. I'm kind of just complaining here, but it's just like you had the kid on person. He could have met with Sark in his office and offered him then. But anyways, 14, well, actually now 15 of these offers have gone to 2027 kids and then 7 to 2028. I'm just going to share my screen and I guess roll through all of them. Got all their profiles pulled up. So Lathan Wissington, they hosted him for a visit in April, stopped by, watched a practice. Mostly it seemed, I mean, he hasn't really gotten out of state yet on visits. So A&M, Texas, with him being a Waco Midway kid, Baylor, and the way they recruited Waco, you got to watch out for them. But you know, still early in the process, and he's gonna pick up more offers as well. But kind of a cool story. His grandfather actually played for the Atlanta Braves, Larry Wissington, I believe it is, and his father is Larry Wissington Jr. Comes from a great family. Both of his parents are educators, and I think it's Hewitt ISD.
Yep.
Is that it? Yeah, whatever Midway's in. I know his dad is a coach / teacher at the middle school that feeds into Midway, but really great young man. You know, he is an 87 3-star. Will probably end up finishing higher. Oftentimes the 24/7 sports scouting team, they would prefer to be lower on them for the debut ranking. And then, you know, they have a great junior year and they move them up, or they move them up a few months later. They always want the arrow to be pointing up for these guys. They never want to rank a kid early and then, you know, they're moving them down every update after that. But really intriguing young player. Was pretty damn productive at Waco Midway last year. Had almost 1,300 yards on over 6 yards per carry. And then he also played on varsity as a freshman. So pretty impressive. You know, they play in a 6A district. Not the best district, but, you know, they're playing quality competition. And, yeah, really solid, good young player. And now joins Landon Williams Callis from Richmond Randall and Jacoby Davis from Brenham as the 2 in-state 2027 running backs that have
Jacoby
offered.
Davis.
Sorry?
Jacoby Davis.
Yeah. As the 2 or 3 in-state running backs that have offers. Yes, Antoine, we will get to that. And then I am very happy they offered this kid. I love this kid. There's a coach on Crawford's staff that I met this past spring when I was at A-Leaf Hastings to see Smith Rugbo. Took a job at Fort Bend Crawford this past summer. You probably never heard of it because it is a brand new school. And interesting. Sorry, I'm getting.
That's a grown ass man. First off, that is not a 15-year-old.
Well, he's a sophomore. Sophomores turn 16 if they're in the grade they're supposed to be in. Believe it or not, Nick, he actually is young for his grade. Turns 16 either May or April.
So he is 15.
No, he's 16.
16. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. And really, really intriguing young player. What I was trying to say earlier, the coach from Hastings that I got to meet this past spring, after a week of being at Fort Bend Crawford, he texted me and sent me like 6 names and is like, hey, like, I'm pretty confident all 6 of these kids are going to go at least FBS or at least we'll have offers. But this is the one. I was like, okay, you know, kind of get him a follow on Twitter, watch some of his stuff on Twitter. And I'm like, whoa, this kid has basketball offers. He's a Bama A&M and Nevada basketball offer. It's Nevada, maybe Sam Houston State. I know Nevada's one of them. And then got his first football offer in February. I believe it was actually Old Dominion that offered him first. And back in November, once his junior or sophomore season highlights came out, I wrote or made a post about him in the prospect thread on Horns 24/7, where I basically said there's an elite Power 4 receiver that no one knows exists because he's at a school that no one knows exists. This past season was Fort Bend Crawford's first ever year playing in an actual district with an actual varsity team. The school opened in 2023, and so as a freshman, Mosley and all the kids at Fort Bend Crawford, they were just a JV team that scheduled random games and kind of an outlaw schedule. So very, very similar to Micah Hudson and Andrew Marsh in the way that he's kind of putting his new school on the map for a lot of people as a top receiver recruit. Because Katy Jordan, Lake Belton, those are brand new schools, just like Fort Bend Crawford is. So not quite like those players, but similar in the way that he's bringing notoriety, to his program and putting them on the map. But the dream school here is A&M. They have not offered. He's camping there, I believe, June 12th, and he's camping at LSU on June 5th. I fully expect him to get offers from both of those. Just super, super athletic kid that's just starting to tap into his potential. Has never had a real football offseason because he plays basketball in AAU the whole offseason. So the arrow's definitely pointing up here. And, he has legitimate 5-star potential, I think. It'll depend on the pace he develops at, but I fully believe this is an NFL player.
What's his vertical ability?
Sorry?
What's his vertical ability, jumping-wise?
I'm not sure. I don't have his Under Armour data from this spring, but I can get it. I know he tested off the charts though. Watch out for A&M. Again, they're the dream school. But one thing of note, his head coach at Fort Bend Crawford played and was teammates at Texas Southern with Texas Corners coach Mark Orphy. And Mark Orphy, he made a stop by in the spring, mostly to just show love, see Fort Bend Crawford, also get eyes on Mosley. And then the week after that, Chris Jackson went out to see him, talked with him for a long time, watched him work out, invited him to camp. And I actually went out there the day after, and in speaking with the Fort Bend Crawford coaches and Mosley, they pretty much said, like, hey, show up, catch a pass, like you're likely to get offered. And that's exactly what happened. Sources said he was one of the better campers there yesterday. So
nice.
He'll be one to watch going forward. And then Aiden Starling, another kind of southern sector of Houston kid, is at Shadow Creek now. Originally started his career at Shadow Creek, transferred to Iowa Colony for a sophomore year. Now he's back at Shadow Creek. Committed to Houston super early, did it this past fall. With Texas offering, I do think it's likely we see a decommitment sooner or later. Not saying he's going to flip to Texas right now. I'm not even sure if they would take a commitment from him right now. It's still early. These guys are going into their junior year this fall. But a guy to know, he's more of a Turboff guy. I'll ask Will to talk about him tomorrow because he's seen him more than I have, knows more about him than I do. But one of those come on, Patrick. One of those kids like I was hearing about in middle school. There's a trainer who's a longtime source of mine in the Houston area. Nick, you know exactly who I'm talking about. He does receivers, DBs, running backs, linebackers, you name it, he'll train it. And with him, probably about every spring, I'll reach out to a lot of trainer connections I have. Like, hey, who are your young guys I need to know? Like, who's flying under the radar that could be a Texas guy one day? And that guy said, hey, there's an 8th grader. He's going to be at Shadow Creek as a freshman. He might start on varsity. He's that good. And his name's Aiden Starling. So he was on the money. He almost always is on the money. And, and then another receiver they offered, Bryson Thrower, out of North Forney. This kid is actually originally from
Red flag here. I saw this offer come across my Twitter timeline last night. Red flag. His last name's Thrower, but he's a receiver. I don't know about this.
Yeah, there was like 3 people on our board that commented that too. This kid is actually originally from like Killeen, Copperas Cove area, Centex area, 2.4 area. And a lot of people down there actually reached out to me about him this past season. Only had 120 yards at North Forney. A lot of people are like, how does this kid have offers if he had 100 yards? It was a sophomore year, and he's 6'3", 175 pounds, and got almost all of these offers after school saw him work out in person. It's all about projection, and it's also worth bringing up. North Forney has a kid playing quarterback for them that's getting recruited to play receiver in college. He doesn't have the best QB situation, and I'm sure he'll maximize what he can this year as a junior, and he's definitely going to produce more than that. And he also, Horns 24/7 was told, had one of the better days at the camp and actually moved into North Forney ahead of his sophomore year. Before that, he was living in Kansas. So believe he moved from like 254 area to Kansas for a few years, and then now, they're in the Metroplex. But they got a great staff over there. They do a great job of getting their kids recruited and a good job of developing them, preparing them for the next level. So he's a 3-star for now. That could very well change and likely will change once he has production north of 120 yards as a junior.
Same staff that got didn't get Xavier Filsame to Texas, but it's the same staff that coached Xavier Filsame at McKinney.
Yes, same head coach, a few of the same assistants, and then they also made a few hires from Mesquite Horn, a hire from Denton Braswell, and a few other hires. They got a pretty connected staff, and they have a few guys on staff that are going to be on college staffs in the next few years. And then this kid was a pleasant surprise. We did not have him on our list, and we're watching kids get in line to get on golf carts to go from the LBJ parking lot to DKR. And I see this kid, and I recognize him because I saw him at Under Armour Dallas his freshman year, and I have photos of him on here. And then he was at Under Armour Atlanta this year too, because he's a Mississippi kid. I don't know why he was at UA Dallas and not Atlanta both years in a row, but I was like, man, this kid's from Mississippi. He's an offensive tackle. We have 4 stars on him. I just can't remember his name. We sit down for lunch, go look at a bunch of faces, figure out it's him. They actually offered him yesterday. He camped. He was the highest ranked offensive tackle on campus. They had like 6 top T47 offensive tackles from the 2027 class. He was the highest ranked one. And hopefully we'll have more tomorrow. I believe Will has caught up with him since they offered. So a name to know going forward, obviously a borderline 5-star for 24/7 and a 5-star per the composite. But Caden Moss out of Jackson Academy, we'll see. Hey, can the Mississippi State schools keep him home? Who knows? But we will see. Peyton Miller, this was one of the first, if not the first kid at the offensive or on the offensive line in the in-state 2027 class to start picking up offers. Has started every game of his high school career for Anna as a freshman. Anna went 16-0, won state, and he was playing, I believe, left tackle for them as a freshman. So if not, he does now, and is one of the higher floor and just better interior O-line prospects in the South region. You know what you're getting with him. He's a box checker, 10-plus inch hands, plus wingspan, 33.5-inch arms. That's a verified weight and height, 6'5", 290, and he will be a 4-year starter by the time he gets to, his school of choice. So a guy to know, and also has a great shot put and discus numbers. I believe he won district in both of those events. So he'll be a guy to definitely, account for going forward. Kyle Flood, the longer he's been at Texas, it feels like the less, true guard prospects he offers. Those guys are usually easier to get in the boat, easier to recruit than the tackles, just because there's less money going to these guys. Oftentimes O-linemen don't have too much pub and buzz around them unless they're an elite tackle. Guards, even no matter what they're ranked, unless it's like a DJ Campbell top 10 prospect, almost 100% of the time, the guards will end up being super open and just like super straightforward with the recruitment. And he'll be a guy to count for Texas going forward. I think he's going to end up either in the class or officially visiting next summer as one of their top targets. Reed Ramsier, I actually do not know anything about this kid. He showed up and I was like, I don't recognize the school logo. He must be from out of state, and then ends up getting offered. So still trying to find out more here. If he's a kid from Florida and Orlando that is ranked as a top 247 kid, that means Andrew Ivins has seen him once, if not twice, if not 3 times already. So we'll try to get his opinion on Reed Ramsey, or maybe Ramsey, not sure. We'll also figure out the last name. And then Cameron Hall, we need to get updated height and weight on him. I believe he's a little bit bigger than that, but Texas with an early offer, Mansfield Summit kid. I believe he has a few more offers besides this. They're just not updated on his profile for whatever reason, but is a guy to know going forward. Played a lot as a sophomore at Summit, who's kind of sneakily been like one of the more consistent, programs in Dallas over the last few years.
That's a good defensive staff that they have over there. They do a really good job. Those kids enter college scheme ready.
Yeah. And I mean, almost every year they're sending a front 7 defender somewhere in the Power 4. Last year, they had a kid named Travis Buhake who ended up at Houston, was undersized. I think
What's his last name?
Shut up. It was undersized. I think only about 6'1", like 260, 270. But he had like a 56-foot shot put, great discus numbers, is super explosive off the ball. Houston, I think, was like his first offer. He committed not too long after that. Some schools tried to get in the mix, but hey, he was set on going to Houston. They believed in him first. And I mean, that kid finished as a top 247 prospect. So, Summit's got him. I also remember a few years ago, they sent a defensive line prospect to Texas Tech. And then, they've had some pretty good athletes at different spots as well. Caden McCarty, very interested to see like how this kid is, how his body's going to develop. He's currently ranked as the #1 edge prospect in the state of Texas for 2027, 6'2", 205. This is very lazy. By no means is he Colin Simmons, but he's kind of that type of rusher, speed rush purely. Started at Cy Ridge as a freshman on varsity. Stats are unavailable because they don't put him into max preps, and then transferred to Cy Falls. Started there and had like 11.5 sacks, I believe was the defensive MVP or first team all district for them. So it might depend for him and his ranking and where he ends up going, how much he's going to grow. Maybe he learns to play linebacker. I'm not sure, but there are very, 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 very few 6'2" edge rushers at the elite power 4 at the SEC level. And if you are that small, you have to be, a different caliber of athlete like Colin Simmons. So very, very interested to see what ends up happening here with, him and his development physically and also as a player, and also has some unique track stuff. I believe was smaller as a freshman and put on weight between freshman and sophomore year because his triple jump shot put, or his triple jump and the 300-meter and long jump are also like really, really good for what they were as a freshman. And he will be a guy to know going forward. Texas has done a lot of work here. They had him at this camp last year. Alan Clark and Johnny Nansen both went to see this kid in the spring, got him back on campus at the elite camp and offered him yesterday. And then Eli Johnson, I absolutely love this kid. Wrote about him as an offer candidate the day before the camp, picked up an offer yesterday at the camp. This is a kid who originally is a wide receiver, played JV as a freshman at Steele, and then went to the SMU mega camp, got like 7 offers in one day as his first group of offers. And then the biggest one so far was OU that he got after camping at OU in July. And then, it kind of slowed a bit during the season, started for the first time on varsity as a sophomore, and finishes our 5th leading tackler. Is every bit of 6'3", 200 pounds. I saw that kid right after he got the Oklahoma offer. I believe it was in August. He's one of Bam Blake's kids, one of his clients. So, he's in good hands. And I was able to see him in a training session, last August, and was blown away by him. Was like, this is very obviously a kid Texas is going to have to be recruiting if he's at Steele. And also, I believe, wrote about him in November as a potential Texas offer in the future. He's got OU, A&M, and Texas, the 3 main programs in the region. Proximity to home will be important. Texas will have a great shot. He hasn't spent time with Michael Taff or Jade Barron or Drew Makuba in training sessions like Yaheem Riley has because Blake will usually travel down to San Antonio to work out with those guys. But it is a plus for him that if he was to go to Texas, he could continue training and working with Bam Blake. So that's something to keep in mind. And he also will have a shot to unseat Jaquan Snell as the #1 ranked safety in the state. Right now, he's the #2 safety in the state. And then this kid, Carnell James, his nickname is Greedy. Feels like he's been around forever. Was a kid who was playing 18U 7-on-7 as like a freshman. I think that's when I first saw him. I believe he had like 0 offers at the time. He has a kind of recruiting coordinator helping him out with his recruitment, so that put him on a lot of radars early, got him some offers before he even played varsity. And honestly, I was kind of, I don't know what the word is here, but I saw Manville play Galveston ball in week 1 so I could see Jonah Williams. This was the main kid from Manville I was also, interested in seeing and didn't play a ton. So At Manville, I'm not sure what the deal is with their program. They didn't have anyone ahead of him that I think clearly was better than him. And maybe they were just playing the seniors. I'm not sure, but
they've been known to do that at Manville
Yeah.
and Shadow Creek. They've been known to play the seniors before they play the better prospects. They have been known to do that.
Shadow Creek will play the young guys, but you'll know more about Manville. I've never seen Manville outside of that game, and Jonah Williams pretty much took him behind the woodshed and went to work for 4 quarters. He had like 2 rushing touchdowns, 2 receiving touchdowns, a kick return touchdown, a blocked PAT, and like 180 yards of offense, 6 tackles, 2 tackles for loss. It was nuts. Like, they kicked the ball off, the opening kickoff of this game, they kick it to Jonah Williams. And I'm there with Donnie Baggs, and he's like, what are they doing? Like, what are they doing? He houses it. And then Galveston ball kicks it off. Manville returned that one. So their week 1 game, which was a Thursday game, started off with 2 back-to-back kick return touchdowns.
That's funny.
Manville's going to kick their PAT, and this is literally like maybe like a minute and a half real time after Jonah Williams ran into the end zone for a touchdown. He blocked their PAT, and like that's how the game started. So it was awesome. Jonah's performance was one of the better individual performances I've ever seen, if not the best one I've ever seen. But yeah, Greedy James, another, South Houston area 27 prospect they offered. Here's another one. Brandon Sherrard out of Shadow Creek. I'll be honest, I actually didn't really know about this kid that much. Saw him in Under Armour Houston. Was really intrigued. That's the photo. That's where it came from. I took it. And, guy got the ranking. Not sure how much he's played on varsity yet. But seeing him at Shadow Creek a few weeks ago when I was there to see Chris Stewart, he's what you want it to look like. It is put together very well, and it is obviously going to be a Power 4 kid going forward. But going to need to find out more info here kind of before speaking on it. He reached out to me to update his profile. So going to be getting back to him later today. Should have more on him tomorrow. But Brandon Sherrard, got to know. Elijah in Houston, he's one of now 3 kids at North Crowley that have an offer from Texas. John Turntine, the offensive tackle, Demarion Mays, the standout 2028 receiver, and then Elijah in Houston. His nickname is actually Fats. I don't know how many people call him that, but I am told that is his nickname, Fats. So
That's Houston. I'm down.
yeah, I live about 5 minutes down the street from North Crowley, so I'll be getting over there at some point to see this guy this summer, along with Turntine and Demarion Mays. But was another DB offer they extended from the in-state 27 class, and then here's another DB offer. Nick, you likely will remember.
Oh boy, another one.
Trenton Blaylock. We interested to see what Texas does here. His older brother is a true freshman running back at the University of Oklahoma, and that's where his father went, Derek Blaylock. Also has 2 other brothers that play D1 ball. Travian Blaylock played at Wisconsin, and then Talon Blaylock, who went to Sam Houston State and then transferred to Linden Woods. So with his brother, Torrey, Texas recruited him. They never really went all in on him. He was kind of a speed outside the tackles back, and that's not what Tashard Choice ever recruited. That's not what I think Chad Scott will ever recruit. It just doesn't really, I think, fit the scheme or whatever of Texas well. But hey, they're going to be playing his brother, so we'll see what Texas does with Trenton Blaylock and all those OU connections they have. And then now
a text from his dad asking why he's not the #1 player in the country yet.
Well, I've actually never had to deal with him, so I don't know. We'll see. Maybe that'll change. But Jaden Wade, they offered him. They actually offered 2 2028 quarterbacks yesterday. Previously, they hadn't offered any 28 QBs. No one in the 28 class has been ranked yet. There's going to be a debut top 100 that comes out in August, and this kid will be in there. Not sure where he'll be, but he will be in there as one of the top QB prospects in 2028. Is originally from SoCal, Los Angeles area, and then moved out to IMG as a freshman. Actually served as the backup to Ty Hawkins this year for IMG's main national varsity team, whatever you want to call it. But already has offers from pretty much everywhere. Andrew Ivins loves this kid, which is not an easy thing to have or to get Ivins to love you, especially this young at a place like IMG. But, man, he's high on him and, excited to dig into the tape. And then Neiman Lawrence, he's the other 2028 quarterback they offered. Also goes to high school down in Florida at Miami Northwestern, one of the prospect powerhouses down there in South Florida. And is also considered and is expected to be in that debut top 100. Is looked at as one of the top QB prospects, in all of 2028. And, hey, played his freshman year as a freshman on varsity for Ransom Everglades.
Ransom Everglades.
Never heard of that one.
Sounds like a semi-pro team.
It does. It does. And then Micah Rhodes. This was a long-awaited offer for him. This kid was Klein Oaks starting running back as a freshman. Had a lot of production. I guess his stats aren't on here. I believe he went over 1,000 yards in Texas. This is the offer he's been wanting for a long time. Will be able to speak more on it. He knows this kid pretty well, has covered him, since that start of his freshman season. But his grandfather actually played at Texas, forgetting his name. But because of that, Texas has been the offer he's always wanted. Finally got it yesterday from Chad Scott after camping. And, a long way to go. We'll see if any other running backs emerge. But thus far in 2028, he is kind of looked at as RB1 in state. But again, there's 3 years left for these guys before they're signing. There's going to be a lot of guys that emerge. Few guys will emerge bigger than this dude. Jai Storm Knight at a Converse Judson, 6'8", 340 pounds. That is a verified measurement from an all-22 camp. What's up?
Is he related to Suge Knight?
No, but or at least not that I know of. But I don't know. Maybe they're both like refrigerator sized. But this was an offer that everyone with, a brain knew was coming. He's 6'8", 340 pounds. You just know Kyle Flood, loves him. He had visited Texas, I believe, like 1 or 2 times prior to camping yesterday and played on varsity at Converse Judson as a freshman. Not sure if he started, but I know he definitely rotated in at the bare minimum and was playing tackle for them. So, hey, kind of similar to Byron Washington, just from a height weight perspective. We'll see. Yeah, I think he's further ahead than Byron Washington was at this point. There's no question about that. But, how is he going to develop? How is he going to manage this weight in high school for the next 3 years before getting to college? And then Jamarios Canton.
Love this kid.
This does say IMG Academy. That's where he's transferring to. But is originally a kid from Center, Texas. If you've never heard of it, kind of East Texas, Southeast Texas a little bit. And is a really, really intriguing kid. Young, or played as a freshman on. Sorry,
that's East Texas. There's no south about it. Just letting you know.
No, you're good. I was forgetting exactly where on the map that was. I knew it was east. Couldn't remember if it was a little bit south.
It's like north of Longview almost. Yeah, it's closer to the border.
Hey, they had a quarterback a few years ago.
Yeah, he was fun.
Cash Cross.
He was so much fun. Where did he end up? Like
community or JUCO college.
Gotcha.
JUCO, I think. I was begging Baylor to camp him, and their scouting team back then they still don't do that good of a job, but back then they were not doing a great job. They had no options to pivot to after Novus had flipped.
I love Jamarius because it's he showed up to campus yesterday with blue jeans and boots, and I was like, you can take the beast out of Texas, but you can't take the Texas out of beast.
Yeah, there you go, exactly. With Jamarius, super, super intriguing kid. They're like a 3A or 4A program, I believe. So he did end up playing as a freshman on varsity, played right tackle, also went both ways, played defensive line. Not sure how good of a basketball player he is. I know he was on the team this year, but he has some really impressive dunking videos on his Twitter. And, he physically has a lot of development that needs. His body isn't, shaped very well right now. But that's probably the main exact reason why he's going to IMG Academy. They're going to take care of him, and very excited to see what he does there. He has some uncoachable traits, uncoachable things about him, and, country kid. I always love covering those.
I stand corrected. It's in the Timpson, Tenaha area of East Texas, so south of Carthage. I stand corrected.
Yeah, that's what I thought. James Foster, the third. Kid out of Lancaster. Man, it's almost like they just shit out power 4 defensive backs. Here's another one. The high school Chris Gilbert used to coach at. He was their head coach. That was the last job he had before going and taking the job at Texas. Started as a freshman on varsity this past year. Actually saw him in 2 games. It was very easy to look at him and be like, yeah, this kid is going power 4. He'll get a Texas offer. The main thing about him, besides, playing on varsity as a freshman and doing pretty well, he has track times that are like elite. Like Georgia offered this kid going into his freshman year because he ran like 10.4 or 10.5 as an 8th grader. Elite athlete. I'm also almost positive that he's in the grade he's actually supposed to be in, and it's not one of those kids that physically develops super early. But it is definitely a safety to know going forward. And based off the track times, the frame, the build he has, the varsity experience, it is probably pretty likely to end up in the debut top 100 that'll come out in August for the 28 class. And then Jackson Vaughn, actually, they offered this kid. I didn't even see it till this morning. A kid out of Bergen Catholic in Oradell, New Jersey. Some Texas fans might know that school. That's the same school that produced Sadir Mitchell. It's pretty much the top prospect factory in the state of New Jersey. Believe their kind of high school football dynamic is similar to Louisiana, where all the top players end up at these private schools or academies or whatnot, and Bergen Catholic usually has more than almost any of those. So came down from the Northeast. A lot of the kids from New Jersey or Northeast that Texas recruits are ones that Kyle Flood is either the primary or secondary recruiter for, even if they're not offensive linemen, just because he coached at Rutgers and he has a lot of ties, connections up there. But besides that, I don't know a ton yet about this kid. 36 offers, so I'm sure that if you have 16 tackles, 11 tackles for loss, and 8 sacks as a true freshman, as a freshman at Bergen Catholic, you're doing something right. I know they play other like private schools in New Jersey, but I'm almost positive they play like out-of-state games too.
They do, yeah. They have a national schedule.
Yeah.
It's not as big as like St. Francis in Maryland, but they do play a national schedule for sure.
Got it. And then certainly last but not least, I love this kid. Awesome story here. He's originally from France, grew up playing basketball, soccer, moves to the United States ahead of his freshman year. I remember he came across my Twitter because he posted like, hey, I'll be attending Gilmer High School this fall. And in his bio was Clearwater Academy, which is the main like high school or school, whatever you want to call it, that these international prospects end up transferring to. They usually only spend a year or two there, and then they transfer somewhere else in America. But was at Clearwater Academy for like a few weeks, maybe months, transfers to Gilmer. I'm not sure why, because he's an out-of-state kid, but the UIL ruled him ineligible as a freshman or as a sophomore, excuse me. So he didn't play this past year, which was a bummer. I went out to see Tyler Chapel Hill versus Gilmer, to see Texas, now freshman Ricky Stewart. Was also there to see Kamara, and was very disappointed when I showed up in warm-ups and he's walking around with the wife beater on, waving a towel on the sideline. Clearly not going to play.
I could see the head coaches in that district seeing that kid, looking into the story, and then making a pretty good case that he transferred for athletic reasons. And so whether he came out of state or in state, that's a pretty easy case to make.
Yeah, it's actually, Nick, it's a crazy story. I'll share more in a few years once I guess the UIL is eligible and he has some years under his belt.
You're just a big tease, Jordan. I'm going to start calling out all your teases. You tease like once a show.
I'm sorry. Hey, Jeff Traylor's program, Chris Boyd, DeMarco Boyd, a few of the Longhorns that come out of Gilmer, and they offered him this morning. That was a kid I was talking about at the beginning of the show. Not sure why they didn't do it yesterday. And since he popped up on my Twitter last summer, this was a kid I was like, yeah, there's no way in hell Texas doesn't offer him.
Maybe he got offered. He just didn't post it until this morning.
No, we talked to him as he was getting his car. He did not have an offer at that point.
You speak French?
You think he's been in America for 2 years and can't speak English.
Can you imagine living in Gilmer and you only speak French? Kid is screwed.
Yeah, that would be interesting. But actually, really cool Really cool kid. If you go through his Twitter, he writes out like 4 paragraphs on each offer he tweets. I'll send them to you. You will very much enjoy it, Nick. He also will have like a graphic too.
You think it's like Chat GPT? He's just like, hey, make a essay about getting offered by Ohio State.
I talked to someone in the Texas media market about this yesterday, and we were down on campus. Like, I don't think it's Chat GPT. Just because the other stuff he tweets that isn't offers, it's also worded similarly. And I mean, I don't know. And he's been doing that since like last summer, tweeting those offers that way.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's ChatGPT, but I'd like to believe it's not. Antoine with a good question here. So let me pull this up. This kid.
Can we talk about the potential of having Ronda Rousey as a stepmom? I don't know anything about Ronda Rousey, but that sounds like hell.
Yeah, probably. Man, is she retired? She's got to be now, right?
She's in the WWE. I think she still does some WWE stuff. I know she hasn't fought in the UFC in probably a decade now. But
the WWE Network. Damn, I don't know why our board isn't loading, but was going to share a post by Greg Biggins. He's kind of the one running this thing. He is who posted that he is the son of Travis Brown and stepson of Ronda Rousey. That's how all the Texas fans know that. It came from Greg Biggins on the Horns 24/7 board. But for him, Texas has actually been in contact for, I believe, a few weeks, if not months, before offering. It's very clear to me that he was kind of the backup option if things go south with the other main targets. Plays at Centennial, which is in the Trinity League, but that is also the same program that produced Husan Longstreet. I'm almost positive. 5-star QB last cycle, was committed to A&M and then flipped to USC at the buzzer. And USC was kind of the longtime favorite here, but they just got a commitment from the #1 tight end in the country, who also plays in the Trinity League at Mater Dei, and Mark Bowman. And I believe they already have another tight end commit as well. So I sounds like it won't be USC. Texas, what Greg Biggins reported was that USC and Texas have been his favorites for a while now that they have offered, and USC's picked up Mark Bowman. Texas could have, a great shot here. He's a very interesting prospect, played primarily edge last year as a junior. So he'll be a longer burn when it comes to, developing him, but has intangibles, uncoachable traits, and I believe testing data that also, shows pretty well. But yeah, here it is. Played primarily edge, 30 tackles, 5 for loss, 4.5 sacks, 12 hurries as a junior in the Trinity League. Not too bad. And I'm sure by the end of the day, if not by the end of the week, we'll have an official visit with Texas. That's just the expectation of where this is going. Seems like it's moving pretty quickly. Had some other questions in here besides Noah.
Jake Bayless with a good question. How do you pronounce Brown's first name there?
I'm not sure. We're
going to go Kiwi. Let's go Kiwi until we hear differently. I like that, Steve.
Maybe Kawa. There's a kid, Jaron Kiwa-Sagapatelli. He was a 5-star Cal commit that flipped to Oregon.
Yep. Yeah.
Was there for 2 weeks, got paid, and then went in the portal, went back to Cal, going to start as a freshman.
Type shit.
And they pronounced, it was spelled the same way, and I think it was like Kiwa-Sagapatelli. So maybe Kiwa. Not sure though. I'll ask Biggins. Those dudes are wizards with pronouncing Polynesian names. I've never seen or heard anyone white that does it as well as they do. What else we got? Steven Delgado said, Jordan, quick personal question. Are these summer camps worth going to if you can't compete? My son has a hamstring injury, but has been talking to coaches about coming to camp. Should I take him? If he can't compete, I wouldn't recommend it. It's very unlikely to get an offer if you're not camping. I'll be honest with Texas. I fully believe there's like at least 3 or 4 kids that they know they're going to offer before they even work out. They just wanted them to come camp so they could watch them work out, and so they can come and meet, Steve Sarkisian in person and get offered by him in his office. That makes the offer much more special and meaningful than if they just call him over the phone or do it at his school. So with that said, I would recommend him getting healthy before trying to camp. Not sure what grade he's in or what position he's at. That'll also, might have, an effect on that one. But Not good timing there. Had especially a hamstring. Looks like y'all know what you're doing though. SMU Mega Camp, that one and the TCU Mega Camps that are next weekend. Those are the best ones in the entire South region to go to. There's like over 40 colleges at each camp session, and I've seen kids show up there with no offers and leave with 7. That's literally what happened to Eli Johnson, the kid from Cipolo Steel last year. Look like y'all are on the right path. I'll be at TCU's Mega Camp next weekend, so I guess if y'all are there with any of y'all's kids or whatever, come holler at me. I'll be walking around. I saw there was a question about Raylan McCoy, I think, right here. He's down to LSU, Florida, Texas. LSU is LSU. He actually committed to LSU at one point, was only committed for about a month or two, decommitted, and then backed out. But this one is all Florida and Texas. They're leading over LSU, and I expect it to be the Gators, the Longhorns. Was almost positive he was on campus in Gainesville this past weekend. So the fact that he's made it out committed is a good sign for Texas. Kind of an edge D-line tweener. He is ranked higher on other sites than 24/7. A big part of that, he has like freakish arms or wingspan, but I think it's the production that maybe hasn't caught up. It's something like that. I need to talk to our scouting team and get a better read on it. But they have him ranked lower than other sites. Is Texas being used for him? I assume you mean being used in the way to like drive his price up. I do not think so. He's made it out to Texas on his own dime once, if not twice. Usually when that happens, it gives off the vibe that they aren't being used, I would say. Now, is this recruitment going to come down to NIL? That's very likely. But I do not think he's using the Texas logo just to drive his price up. I do think it is a legitimate possibility he could end up at Texas. And, hey, they're fighting Florida to make that happen. Let's see, what other questions do we have? Yeah, Nathan. So he posted that. That's kind of how he just tweets. He'll write heartfelt stuff. This is about Ismail Kamara. Curtis Brown isn't his brother. I think he called him like his Buckeye brother just because Curtis Brown went to Gilmer. He's a Gilmer kid and, obviously ended up playing at Texas. But, yeah, that's a rising junior safety. So he's got to be able to run. Yeah, there you go. And also, like, for anyone with kids too, like you're shooting yourself in the foot. You're shooting your recruitment in the foot if you show up to these camps and don't test. Like in 2023, forgetting his name, but I believe it was the fastest 40-yard dash at the combine was like 4.23. The player that ran that went 4.76 in high school. Sauce Gardner, I think, ran like 4.4, maybe 4.5. The fastest he ran in high school was 4.9. Like, guys always get faster. And yes, I guess there is such thing as a bad time. But if you don't test, there's an obvious reason why you aren't testing, So coaches, they think that the exact same way. So to anyone that always would recommend testing. Nick, before we get out of here, anything you want to close it out with? Maybe Cowboys stuff, anything that'll happen before we talk again on Friday?
Nothing to my knowledge. It is post June 1 though, which means there are some roster availabilities that make it a little bit more financially available to make some additions. But I think Cowboys are going to be quiet this week. We got OTA availabilities tomorrow, and then 3-day mandatory minicamp next Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And then we're done for the summer until training camp. So looking forward to these next few days and getting a better read on everything.
So what, just driving to the Star for the next 4 days in a row? 3?
Tomorrow, and then next Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Oh, my bad.
But yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah, that'll be my days.
Hey, that's perfect. You don't have to miss any shows since it's Tuesday through Thursday.
Yep. Perfect.
What are you going to be watching later tonight? That LSU game?
Yeah, there's 6 Game 7s on today, so I'm going to be fiddling around with those, and I got me a tea time at 4:11 p.m. over by your old stomping grounds, Jordan, at Lake Park. So I might swing by Lake Castle on my way out.
Wing Castle?
Yep.
You said Lake Castle.
I said Wing Castle.
Oh, well, anyways, I don't know what this is about. This will be what we close it out on. Nick, did you see the jury video about Sam Williams speeding?
Yeah, that video was from like 2.5 years ago. It's just these aggregate accounts. They love to bring them back up for no reason at all. But the video
Did Nathan get Dove Clymoned?
He did get Duff Clymoned. But this is it is a funny story. It's one of my funnier Jerry moments. So Sam Williams, defensive end from Ole Miss, doesn't make the best decisions off the field. Let's say that. Good dude. He really is. He just doesn't make the best decisions off the field sometimes, and that's proven record.
That like 30% of the kids Texas recruits. 30% of football players, to be honest.
So his rookie season, he got arrested for speeding, and he was going like, I don't know. These are rough numbers. He was going like, let's say like 108. And then a couple years later, he gets pulled over again for going like 82 in a 60 or something like that, or 65. And Jerry, as a joke, he's like, well, he's improving. He's like he wasn't going 105, he was going 80. So I see improvement there. It was a funny little moment, but
that's almost as bad as Mike Gundy being like, Ollie Gordon had a few beers, was drunk driving. I've done that thousands of times.
yeah, exactly.
But
that was Jerry's version of that for sure.
Yeah. But, hey, we got to close it down. Everyone who tuned in, appreciate y'all. Jake Bayless, Nathan, Steven Delgado, Rodney, Craig Bailey, everyone who tuned in, thanks. And then up next, our friends at Southeastern 16 break down the opening weekend of the NCAA baseball tournament and talk about what went wrong for the Longhorns in the Austin Regional. Back at 2 p.m., Chip and Zay will be on the live stream, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, wherever your live stream. And then tomorrow I'll be back with Will Turboff to 10 to 11, and then we'll see Nick again on Friday. But everyone who tuned in, thanks again, and those on podcast platforms who listen to us on listening only, audio only, appreciate y'all as well. Y'all have a great Monday. We'll see y'all.
Thanks, guys.